Sorry. Yes, I will. I just forgot to do it. Thank you. I forgot about YouTube, but don't worry, we just started. All right. So, as I was saying... We're at a point where FlyQuest has a lot of weird picks that you have to take into consideration. Cassiopeia for quad, right? Nunu, we've already seen here at this World Championship. Olaf, Scion, Urgot, right? There's a bunch of, fiddlesticks maybe. There's a bunch of weird champs in jungle and top and, one in mid that you really have to be very aware of when you play against FlyQuest. And on the other side, you obviously have to be aware of Nidalee for Genji. What other ones? Blitz. Now, this hasn't appeared in a while, but you have to just... You do have to know that Singed could come out at support. And then, I suppose Darius over here. Although Darius is also kind of a... Keen's got some weird champs. He's got Darius. He has Ryze into Rumble. So Ryze top. He's got Quinn into Renekton. Right? So most of the weirdness comes from Canyon and Keen. So it's a lot of, the interesting thing about this matchup is there's a lot of weird top and junglers from both teams. I suppose you don't have to be worried about Karthus, but I guess you never know. Right? So there's a lot of pocket picks. There's a lot of pocket picks that could go in either way. And so I think both of these teams require a lot of prep. You can't take FlyQuest unseriously in the draft. And so they're going to take away Ivern and Renekton. I mean, Renekton's pretty standard, but Whippo has been... His best champion's been Renekton. His best meta champion, at least.
Exactly, and I'm also so interested...
And we're taking out Aurora. Okay, we're going to first pick Skarner. That makes sense here. We remove Ezreal, and we're prioritizing Masu's champions. His Ashe has been amazing. Interesting. All right, the CEO of NA is back. NA is the region that plays Seraphine more than any other. Ashe Seraphine as a lane is really brutal, but as I said... This is now very strong. Blitzcrank is now very strong. So I do wonder if Lehens is going to pick that up. This is technically a flex, but usually we see it in bot lane. But they have until R5 to flex it. So we'll see where they go. But even if it's mid, I think that the Blitzcrank still has value here. Okay, we are taking they get two pretty big priority, or they get three pretty big priorities picks here. They're taking the Sylas, which can steal the Seraphine ult, which is pretty nice.
That good, but Chovy.
Okay, Galio is going to be the counter pick in the top side, which we've seen repeatedly. I mean, this is... Oh, it's not going to be Sylas. I actually really like the Sylas. Honestly, I really like the Sylas. Even though you don't know what the mid lane's going to be, the Sylas feels really good here because the Seraphine's already been picked, in my opinion. But they go for Ahri instead.
His win rate is 81%.
And that means, we could have seen Sylas and then quad play Galio mid, but it's probably Galio top now into Rumble. Maybe we just didn't take the Sylas because we're concerned about Galio being played. And that makes... The thing is that if you take Sylas here... Galio becomes a double flex because it could be played top, it could be played mid, and they have red side, so it makes it very confusing because this is also a flex. So I like the draft here from FlyQuest so far. Okay, we're gonna ban Rel, ban Cassiopeia. Okay, really? I don't know about that. If we were playing Sylas, maybe we ban Cassiopeia, but I guess it's just because Quad is known for it. Oh, I forgot about Amumu. Amumu is also another FlyQuest pocket.
Ban out these things that have shown to be successful from FlyQuest at Worlds, like the Ivern, like the Amumu.
Okay, we're taking Xin Zhao into Skarner. That has been an answer to forms of Skarner engage.
It's very real. Genji setting
Out here to deal with.
And I also feel like if you're looking at FlyQuest, you're looking at a team who
I don't know.
has
I don't know about this Jinx. The Jinx feels pretty dangerous. The Jinx feels pretty dangerous. You're hoping that you can get Rumble damage and then use Skarner and Ahri to get a pick to get Jinx resets. And they want some form of, you know, non-committal engage.
FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's not going to be Vayne. He's going to... Okay, so it looks like it's going to be Seraphine mid. And they're going to take Alistar instead. But it feels like Jinx is pretty vulnerable to Galio and Seraphine ults, and also possibly Xin Zhao getting back in the back line.
So it's Seraphine mid for quad, so they keep the option open here with the Seraphine. My immediate expectation was definitely that it was going to boost you, that they're playing for dominant 2v2. But when you see what Gen G is showing you in the draft, I think it's such a smart adaptation, because Gen G, you know, going with the Leona, going with the Jinx.
The Jinx here is a little bit weird to me.
Top and avoid that dominant 2v2.
I mean, you obviously don't want to take the Kaisa
Seraphine is not going to be very useful in this dive
unless you're committed to the lane swap, and the Ezreal's been banned, but this feels weird.
That problem altogether.
I would say that Gen G's composition, very tried and true to Gen G. This is something that we've already seen a bunch of.
Recorded and watched the whole series of my 2-hour flight today.
Chovy has something he can sideline on and has agency. Pace can be that reliable late game carry.
I'm scared of flying, but comforted by knowing the fact NA would be flying home also.
All of their bases, and it's a well-rounded comp. FlyQuest, though, coming in with a bit of their originality into this draft.
Absolutely. The last time we actually saw Seraphine mid at Worlds was played by Caps in 2022, so it has been quite a while.
Heel play now playing on the quarters final stage against what myself and many
I mean, I like FlyQuest's draft here. It's going to be really hard for Gen G to engage. Counter engage is really good from FlyQuest.
To make something special happen here. You know, Masu has been incredible, and his trajectory has been pretty amazing to see. You know, you said it, amateur into academy last year, won most valuable prospect, the MVP award.
You know, I would have preferred Caitlyn here. Honestly, I would have preferred Caitlyn for Paze. Paze not a player who's known for his Caitlyn, but I'm sure he can play it to some degree.
And Bwipo here is going to get his ward cleared out, so Keen will have that little bit of an experience advantage.
All right, Bwipo not getting jumped on there. And a reminder, before the action kicks off, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. As FlyQuest might be looking to earn themselves something here off a potential delayed invade. Hanging out here in this brush, but the ward nearby for Gen G is already set.
I wonder if FlyQuest was expecting the lane swap to come through, or if their plan is to initiate the lane swap themselves, because they tracked
Avalon Blue, I've been waiting for this all day while we're here now.
And now with this delayed invade, they're looking to try and find a punish onto Canyon, but they're not going to find it.
No, they're actually playing around vision so intelligently. They're going to start topside, and there's no vision on this from Gen G. Now Canyon's going to get the news here, and Bwipo's going to try to push him off while we have their jungler actually trying to take...
Okay, but this is a classic Bwipo moment, by the way. This is a classic Bwipo moment. So we're swapping into topside. Canyon starting like weak side in the lane swap, and Bwipo is Bwipo loves disrupting junglers level 1.
Should be able to finish this and then just move across. Yeah, Bwipo got 1 CS from that.
He got 1 wolf, which is really helpful.
A little bit of disruption there, but obviously the
Canyon still
game
hits
is
too,
now
though.
tipped by FlyQuest, and it's up to Gen G to show how they want to respond.
Sand2194 came here just to sub. Back to yesterday's VODs ago. Thank you very much for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Bwipo is going to join his AD carry. So this is a very traditional approach to the lane swap, making sure that Bwipo can get that level 2, ready for the TP.
Okay, so Keen is up here in the top lane. He's not actually... But this is interesting. Like, the Ahri's going to get zoned out by the Alistar early. And it's you know, we have the duo lane in bot versus 0 people, right? So Keen actually just going to peace out here. He's concerned about a possible level 3 dive coming in from Inspired.
They didn't want Keen to get any experience on those extra minions to be able to get level 2 before the wave would crash, to be able to threaten a potential dive. But of course, as you say, Vedi, Busio is moving down towards bot, and Bwipo could look to join if they feel that they can hold at the tower.
Now, Bwipo wants to stay
so I guess Bwipo's, they're trying to set up a TP here. Yep, there's the TP, and then Rumble going to walk back to top with Leona's help. They see the TP. Nice ward.
He wants to go and catch that top wave. and the TP has now been committed.
He's going to lose the cannon, but the cannon being there actually prevents this wave from going down more, so he should get all the remainder of the XP. Yep, there he goes.
FlyQuest were able to catch Gen G off guard because typically Canyon would do a full clear on the bot side, move into the enemy side jungle, and then set up for the dive on the bot side of the map with potentially Keen there joining in the exchange. However, Canyon gets interrupted on his wolves. That's where he started, which means that the whole invade onto the bot side is delayed, meaning that Bwipo can now still be...
Look at this pathing, though.
And you can notice that hand is now,
you know, because basically they did the invade and they disrupted, Skarner has only done one quadrant plus 2 of the wolves. So as we get up here into the jungle, you know, there's not really going to be a lot of places for this Skarner to go. So they're even on CS now, but there's just way more camps on this top side.
Meaning that Bwipo can now move to his bot side of the map completely uncontested and secure.
And so they're going to try and gank top because the jungler is unemployed.
By the vision play, right? By the avoidance of those Gen G wards, by the fact that FlyQuest was stacked in the brush, they see where the ward is, they wrap around into the enemy blue. It's just a really smart early game play, and it has netted them a 300 gold advantage. You know, 200 gold now, but it's not massive. It is significant.
Point is, though, I think that you have to remember that, in my opinion, FlyQuest haven't had the best early game so far in the tournament. It's an area where they've been punished a lot, especially in the series versus HLE. It was an area of massive problems for them.
And even against TL.
They always came back in the mid to late game team fights. You guys have been casting this team all year long. You've seen these opportunities, the way in which they've been able to do that.
Why do we have no LCK? Why is Chronicler not on this cast?
Finding a very small advantage in terms of how they've executed the lane.
Why is Chronicler not on this cast, guys?
Quite frankly, I do like the scaling of their composition. The
or
amount
Atlas.
of protection and peel they do have for their damage dealers. But I had a question of, will FlyQuest have enough damage? You can throw the other question of, can they get through a Galio and a Seraphine and an Alistar ultimate on the side of Gen G?
And I think part of the hope is that if you're diving in onto Masu, onto Quad, that Inspired is making that very difficult for you. That he's going to be power farming, he's going to get to a strong point in the game where he can threaten these members of Gen G as they try to bypass him and attack these carries. So we'll have to see as the wave has been stacked, and it is Bwipo here being covered by Inspired.
Okay,
Canyon's coming as well.
Defense right now. Canyon making his way down.
He's going to go back. They're going to call up the dive.
No, Skarner's not here. They're not going to dive this. They don't know where Alistar is.
Completely fine here. They've also already got their bot lane on the top side of the map with Grub spawning in a minute's time. Normally it's on this wave that you would consider pushing out and then basing, ready for the swap. So anticipate that as the
okay, so Keen still had TP actually because Bwipo used his earlier, but Keen never used his, so he'll be able to catch this wave and catch up a little bit.
This wave, Bwipo is still going to have about a half a level XP lead over that of Keen.
Exactly, and Bwipo here, you know, we'll see if he wants to actually reset and look towards those grubs, but for now it looks like he's just going to continue the push here. And I think FlyQuest, even if they have to give up the grubs, they're going to be pretty happy about how this early game
do I plan to make a stream on Twitch to discuss rumors and roster moves? We'll still have Summoning Insight going on all off-season, so yeah, we will do that on SI. We will do that on SI during the off-season, yes.
And how to play towards those win conditions. If they feel that they outscale you, they're not going to fight you early. They're just going to sit back and give up small things to try to really wait for their moment.
And I guess the question now that I'm wondering then is when will that moment be? With the grub spawning here in a couple of seconds, it could just be that handshake trade on neutral objectives early that we see a lot of the times. FlyQuest could opt to go for the Drake, but it does look like they're at least putting a couple bodies in the area. Gen G, first to the grub pit. Canyon will smite grub number 1 to at least guarantee that Gen G will get that one, but now Inspired making his way over, and it looks like FlyQuest will maintain control over the topside river. Gen G are happy to just take the single.
Is the banger 4-man power spike today? Yeah. I'll be on power spike today with Yamato. It'll be in 11 hours.
They were first in the objective. They had Keen pushing in the top lane, but you got to remember, Ashe this early on, contrast to the Jinx. Like, FlyQuest have that advantage. So in that isolated 4v4, there are ways in which FlyQuest can actually win out on that skirmish, especially with a Xin Zhao there. So Gen G wisely...
I'm pretty solid early lane swap here.
And we'll concede these for now.
You know, FlyQuest on that jungle invade did get pretty substantial advantages. And now this Galio is pretty far ahead. So, you know, Bwipo, the Inspired and Bwipo, the ones who are the most far ahead in this scenario.
Always so dominant in these 5v5s.
They do have a timing window here for Drake.
For these team fights, and that really is the terror because you can see how the
interesting. They're not going for it.
You absorb the engage, you stifle the engage, and then you turn around the fight. But Genji is so hard to do that against. If they
I guess KU just
picture
wants to hit
perfect
6
engage, get back on
first.
the carries, Equalizer comes in.
Should get it
Chovy
off
is
this
there.
camp, right?
Everyone is piling in, and you burst down that Ashe. All of a sudden, you have
Oh,
all these
barely not.
pieces that are
Oh,
there
he
to
did. He
protect
did. Okay,
something
I was
that
like,
no
he
longer
should have gotten off that
exists, and
camp.
the whole thing falls apart.
And it feels like it'll fall apart that much swifter with Jinx in the game. If one of these dominoes on FlyQuest falls over, you trust FaZe to have the mechanics, to have the hands, to immediately pilot that into multiple kills, into enough damage to FlyQuest to take objectives afterwards. I feel like with the game going this slowly early on here, still 0 kills for either side.
Is T1 actually good or did Top just make them look good? Well, T1 played well, but Top ran it down, guys. They were taking the weirdest fights of all time with like no sums up, and T1 was much choosier about the fights they were taking. I mean, T1 did play well, but there was very little resistance. Basically, Top Esports ran those games down.
I really did think that Genji would just dominate here in the early game, but so far it's been a very slow early game. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean a huge deal for either side. Right now, they're both in a very comfortable spot. FlyQuest have brought their bot lane down, and because of that Ashe, they have Cryo. Along with the Xin Zhao, FlyQuest are wisely leveraging the strength that they do have with their AD carry and jungle to play for these early objectives. And that's what you love to see. That's what you want to be seeing from this FlyQuest, playing with confidence, playing with the nameplates off, and treating Genji like any other team.
Okay, also worth noting, Busio now hitting level 6 on the Alistar, as the Hens only just hit level 5 on the Leona. So if we do have a fight sometime soon, if the supports are involved, will be a definitive advantage.
Genji's just playing this super slowly.
They can make sure they got the right guys at the scratch.
FlyQuest has been very good at making picks, though, with Ashe arrows. So I think there is some caution that is perhaps warranted here.
And this is kind of becoming similar to what that actually ended up being, which is, in reality, a very slow game that raises the importance of that first team fight more and more and more. The longer you get into the game without there being that major team fight, the bigger the rewards are.
Genji is just catching up, though, in terms of farms, and the small gold lead is evaporating for FlyQuest. Still, no major mistakes for FlyQuest, which has not been typical of their early games, so that's a good sign.
Really nail it in that moment. If you're skirmishing back and forth nonstop the whole game, you mess up once here, once there, you can maybe make up for that later on. But if your first fight isn't going to be till third dragon,
Monty, are you proud FlyQuest is better than TES? You know, guys, it's really a shame that all those North American people at Riot HQ wouldn't make a fucking double elimination tournament so we would get more ability to watch FlyQuest. What if this is the real finals, guys? What if this is the real finals?
No first items have been completed yet. Genji, though, in position to try.
But I've been told that single elimination is just more exciting, because Riot took the excitement-o-meter out and then they aimed it at the piece of paper with a single elimination format, and it was higher. The reading was higher than when they aimed it at a piece of paper with the double elimination format. Riot's patented excitement meter.
Enough XP to help him get that level up. Chovy takes a bit of a trade against Whippo.
And you can hear the Paris crowd here, you know, erupting into the Let's Go FlyQuest chants and getting behind this final Western team here.
I mean, you gotta remember,
a couple of European players.
Former Fnatic player in Whippo, former Rogue player in Inspired. There's still a lot of hometown heroes.
You've got a
here.
European topside.
Yeah.
North America claims the rest.
For sure, for sure. And the Grubs are alive. Let's see the execution. Quad gets the push in mid. Lehens now ticks over to level 6. Both supports just trading for the healing. I've forgotten the words of them now.
Honey fruits.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Flowers. And here we go.
Okay, FlyQuest are first into the pit, but Genji is ready to respond. Keen over the wall, ready to drop the equalizer if need be.
TP mid.
Canyon ready to start taking.
Big Lobster. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. All right, let's take a look at this setup. Why is Chovy using Faker's Ahri skin? Because he's better than Faker. Okay.
Keen over the wall, ready to drop the equalizer if need be.
TP mid.
So they're starting this with an equalizer. Everybody has everything because there's been no action so far this game. Okay, we're dropping this. Genji would like to get 2 grubs out of this situation. What is Chovy just? What is he doing? Dude, Chovy, this is such a cocky play. Sure, he has vision control of this brush, but you are literally walking in to a bunch of champions that can almost instantly CC you. They still have arrow up. Busio, by the way. Great Alistar play.
Equalizer comes down inspired, already gonna lose half HP.
Buzio just reads this instantly, flash WQ, and then he is just instantly, Chovy's just blown up. Quad also able to sidestep the Leona ult, so that doesn't do anything. Meanwhile, Canyon's just fucking doing grubs. Why is his team going in? Why is Chovy going in? What a terrible ass play from Chovy. Like, if you look at this game state, your goal, if you are Gen G, is to get +2 grubs, right? Your goal if you're FlyQuest is to get, everybody's trying to get 2 or more grubs in this situation, right? And so there's a mind game going on about when do you use Smite in this situation? How many Smite charges do you have? But this is an excellent equalizer. I mean, look how much damage this does. Masu and Fly are at 50%. You have control over this. Chovy could literally just stand here. And you could also make a play onto Galio, right? Or if they walk forward to help Galio, you just zone them out. But Canyon's not on board with this play. There is no protection for Pays because Canyon's not walking forward. Right? So you cannot just solo make the play here. Like, I think he thinks he sees the angle, but he doesn't hit his charm. And even if he did, I'm not sure it would matter because Buzio makes a great play on him. Like, what the fuck, Chovy? You have to take space there. And then they lose the 2 grubs anyway. Wow, they were Gen G was really not on the same page there. And what a terrible play by Chovy.
And they didn't even need Bwimpo. He was pushing mid to actually get the tower damage down. And FlyQuest
yeah, Buzio also has cleanse, so yeah, charm would do nothing. You mean Masu, but yes, I understand your point. They have everything. Like, everybody has everything. Everybody has all ults. Everybody has all sums because nothing's happened this game. That's an excellent equalizer, by the way. But you have to, you have so much time to make a plan here. And Chovy threatening from the flank, like, this could have been, guys, this could have been an insane play from Gen G. Because FlyQuest is done contesting these grubs. They are done after that equalizer. And instead of just, like, slow playing this, getting the grubs and collapsing on Bwimpo and providing, like, Jinx does 0 damage in this fight. Jinx gets 1 auto, 2 autos, 3 autos off that whole fight, and traps. That's it.
And that is 4 grubs for FlyQuest.
Just look at this. I mean, Bwimpo arrives, taunts 2 people, and just walks straight mid to push in the wave because he knew the team fight had already...
Oh, Nuke Duck almost smiled, guys.
He just walks straight mid to push in the wave because he knew the team...
Look at that. He sort of smiled right there. I saw it.
Already been won, and look at the FlyQuest staff there. They are popping off.
FlyQuest passed
Turbine Pro, improper seating, long ass breaks, play in single live, no LPL caster, small venues, low production cost, 100% Riot. Yeah, you forgot only 2 LCK casters, and you don't put them on the LCK games.
And it's exciting for me to see Buzio step up in that moment, lands the flash combo.
Oh, I missed the end. He did smile. Oh my God.
The hands check. Chovy jumps in. Masu
Year of the Duck.
away from the charm. The rest of the team immediately ready to layer CC onto a target like Ahri that's normally very slippery, very mobile in a team fight.
And it's exciting for me to see Buzio step up in that moment, lands the flash combo onto Chovy, because the story about Buzio for so long in spring finals and going into MSI was, yes, he's good, but in the big moments, he falters. He struggles with nerves. He's not going to be able to play the way that you expect him to. And coming into the summer finals, that was kind of the story as well, but he was able to move past that to showcase that he can play well on those big stages. He wins there. He's been performing solid here at Worlds as well. And so far in game number 1, he steps up in a big moment for them at the Grubs.
What I love about how FlyQuest are playing is, as I mentioned earlier, they're playing with the nameplates off. Right, they're not showcasing this sense of respect. They just do. I mean, they are obviously right.
Not too much respect.
Yeah, it's just an Ahri.
Exactly. What I mean by that is that they're playing to the strengths of their composition. Every decision that they've made makes sense. They know that Xin Zhao is stronger than that of the Skarner in the early game. They know they win the early skirmishes, and with an Ashe to help support that, they've moved the Ashe around to gain early control over the Grubs and the Dragon. An ulti will come through in a bit.
Quad's in a little bit of trouble here as Lehens jumps in. Canyon over the wall wants to try to join up, but it ain't gonna matter. Lehens is already down, and a beautiful move.
And the Dragon. An ulti will come
What are we doing here?
through in a bit.
What are we doing? We're literally like Lehens is just sprinting it. I mean, Pays is not here, guys. There is no Pays. It is literally a Leona and a Skarner with Heartsteel. And he gets charmed into turret range and then gets knocked airborne by Xin Zhao Q3.
And the Dragon. An ulti will come through in a bit.
I mean, it's a good ult from Quad, but like, what is the play we're making here? What's the play we're making? Genji looks like shit, man. Like, what are they doing? They don't. It seems like nobody knows who is with whom on the map. And Bwipo, I mean, FlyQuest is playing much better as a team. There's no TP on the top side. They know that. And also, Galio ult exists. So they're making this play with no ability. Top side is pushing in. Galio has ult. And we're making this play. And we got Pays' flash. All right, FlyQuest playing very well. But Genji is running it down.
Genji means that FlyQuest get themselves another 2 kills. Lehens tries to force an all-in. Canyon is very slow on the follow-up. Chovy isn't really there. And Genji concede another 2.
I mean, nobody was there. Like, you don't have Jinx there. You don't have Ahri there. Monty, when is the next SI? Tomorrow. Power Spike tonight. Power Spike in 11 hours.
He is over-forcing mid lane there. Misses the ulti on Quad as it was sidestep. Still trying to force. Ends up getting punished, and what a nice follow-up from Inspired. He dashes past Canyon, not marking him, to use the ulti to knock him backwards, forcing out the flash. We can watch it one more time as Lehens, hex flashing over the wall, looks for the ulti, but Inspired is right there behind him. Now you see Inspired. Why are we still going forward? We can see that Jinx is coming in, Canyon's over the wall, but he's locked up under the tower, and then watches from Inspired, knocks him back, and then is able to follow up and get this second kill.
I just think it's bizarre.
Like, why can't we just power up? Why are we even doing this? Why can't we just power up our Ahri in the side lane and have Jinx farm mid?
And crucially,
Why?
the gold is where you want it. A 1.2k gold lead in favor of Inspired. He's going to be one of the big damage dealers. He's a strong early game lead over Genji.
And people talk a lot about, Locket as a strong answer into Rumble. You know what's a really strong answer? The empowered Seraphine W. That shield gets massive as you get more AP moving further and further into the game. It can really neutralize a lot of that AoE damage that's coming through from the other.
Seraph's Embrace now fully evolved as of a couple seconds ago. Quad going for that first rush. All of the extra mana means you're constantly going to be a support battery with all of that shielding, all of that healing. Also, the fact that you now have the own personal shield to help you survive if they want to try to focus you. Big power spike coming in there for Quad. But the one thing...
Monty, do you still talk to Doa? Yeah. Go look up Last Free Nation Culture on YouTube. We still do a show together. I talk to Doa all the time. Joggly, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. I saw Doa a few weeks ago when I was back in the US. It was great.
In the AD position on a guy who can absolutely carry the game.
I'm sure I'll see Doa next time he's here in Korea. He's one of my closest friends.
Tepid. You don't want to get too excited, Flowers.
It's Genji! They're 46-3 this year in series, Betty!
If you turn the nameplates off, they're struggling right now.
Well, Busio's coming in for the wraparound. They want to go after Chovy. They don't find what they're looking for, and FlyQuest might have got a little over-eager. The tier 1 turret still standing as Keen drops the equalizer. Busio's going to be careful of Asu's about to die.
Oh my god, it's so desperate from Genji.
Don't find what they're looking for, and FlyQuest might have got a little over-eager.
They're like down 2 dragons. The enemy has the grub buff. They haven't been able to get a kill. They try and go here, but flash out means that another Leona ult misses. We use the Jinx ult early. Keen should not flash that. What is Keen flashing into? Like, what the fuck, man? Another missed charm. Ooh, it's bad.
but Gen G won't get a kill. Rift Herald still on the map, 17 minutes into the game, and Gen G is going to head over.
So the priorities there, I think FlyQuest overforced on the mid lane tower. Gen G responded very well, reading the play from FlyQuest and responding.
Okay, so they do get something, though. Obviously, they're going to get the Rift Herald here, trying to get back into it. They're going to sacrifice tempo for mid lane tier 1, though. Chovy back in top side, trying to get ahead in terms of CS and gold. Bwipo looks like he's going to get bot tier 1.
Can they actually fight for the next dragon? Because you would love to go for Mountain Soul, and FlyQuest are in a great spot right now. But if you show up this next dragon in 130 with no summoners on Masu,
you've got Masu on the Ashe. He's stepped up plenty of times for FlyQuest so far this year, and he is rounded out by a pretty incredible cast of supporting characters in an Alistar, in a Galio, in a Seraphine. If he doesn't have his own, oh man, I'm in trouble buttons, everybody else better be using theirs. Because if he falls and Pays gets excited, that's an easy ace for Gen G.
There's a bit of a waste of time there from Bwipo. He started pathing up towards top, then actually started making his way to move down towards mid. Perhaps he wanted to help guarantee that mid prior, which, because FlyQuest secured that tower earlier, is going to be easier to secure. He's a little late to the wave on top, allowing Chovy to get that initial push out, which means that he can rotate down first. Both have their TP available with
Objective control been pretty good here for FlyQuest. Like, nice wards going in advance of this Drake.
It's showing that FlyQuest do want to try to fight.
See if Gen G actually fights this. They probably feel like they have to. They're already dropping down.
Like Gen G, but Masu, as you say, Masu has no cleanse, no flash. Inspired is playing by him, but if they get in onto him, even all the peeling that FlyQuest has available may not be enough. So they have to be really careful about his positioning.
Pays, though, wisely, showing respect on the mid wave. The Ashe arrow, the Seraphine ulti. There are a lot of tools to catch Pays out, even with his cleanse. So he can't really afford to step up on the wave without the rest of his team, who are now arriving. Observers showcase the amount of darkness that Gen G see. Lehen's going to be the one to face check.
Yeah, the Leona walks.
Okay, maybe not the best target here to catch out. The Leona is very tanky. Charm onto Inspired. Nice, man. Inspired got the ult off just in the nick of time, so he doesn't die. Galio flashed over the wall. Pays has to flash that. Ult fly. Wow, Inspired flashes the Jinx rocket. That could have actually started the Jinx reset train there. That's really important that he did that. Okay, Jinx reset number 1. Nice ult from Canyon. But they're too low HP to get anything else, so Inspired actually just going to walk it off, and even though he's low HP, he can just heal off Drake.
They're going to move to Soul Point here. Inspired barely survived, flashing out of the way of Pays ulti. That surely would...
For your butter chicken, Monty, how long did you let it marinate? It's a yogurt-based marinade, so you have to let it marinate overnight. So yogurt marinades are great because they're very gentle on the meat, and they really soften it up nicely, but they take longer. You have to do it overnight in the fridge
to finish him off.
To get the best effects.
The fact that he doesn't go down, the fact that Bwipo gets into the backline puts so much pressure onto Gen G, and now
but yogurt marinades rule.
Summoners here. It's FlyQuest moving to Soul Point, and it's FlyQuest really showing their class against the world's best.
It's a high risk.
We'll do another cooking stream this week, guys, at the end of the week. What do you guys want me to make? I might do some Thai food.
It's a dangerous play to make, but they commit. They know that it's smart because they have the numbers advantage in this moment. The TP comes in quickly, and at the very...
Man, Inspired, the charm just lasts just long enough for him not to die from this. Paco Prow? I can do Paco Prow.
A nice flash from Bwipo onto the backline, sets up for the chase down.
Exactly. Bwipo gets in the backline. They force out those summoners, and look at the flash from...
Honestly, Inspired's flash there was really clutch because it also allows them to potentially take the Drake here because Canyon was still up at the end of all of this.
Ulti from Canyon, though, pulling multiple members in, allows them to get a kill back here. Bwipo feeling it. And when he is having fun, when he
Green chili tamales. Well, I'm in Korea, so that one might be a bit tricky. Normally, that would be great.
And it feels like they know what they're doing so far in this first 21 minutes of gameplay in this best of 5. 7-1, 3 Drakes to nothing, 4 Grubs to 2.
Can you send out an ingredient list a day or two early? Yes, I will do that. I've been bad about that. College student in a house with a kitchen. Any tips/dishes you recommend for me to make as a student, preferably Asian because I'm Asian? You know, just because you're Asian doesn't mean you have to eat Asian food. Yes, I have many tips. I have many tips/dishes. You should follow my stream.
To nothing. All of the
my cooking streams and cook along. If I do Thai this week, it's probably not the greatest for you because it's going to be, you know, if I was a college student, what I would do is just bulk cook foods and then freeze them.
finding the right fight, of picking the right moment. And you can see Pays closing in on his second item here. Chovy just now purchasing the lead.
I'll send you some hatch green chili. I would fucking love that, man.
Andrews
Are VODs going on YouTube later? They're on the live tab, guys. I'm streaming on YouTube as well. Just go to my YouTube channel and click the live tab. They're also on the VODs on Twitch. Can you actually get stuff for Korean food when you're back in Colorado? Yeah, there's actually multiple H Marts in Denver. It's not a problem. There's a pretty big Korean community in Aurora, in Colorado, in Denver.
Regardless of the outcome of this game, I think that North America should be incredibly happy with what you're seeing on the screen right now. The fact that the expectations
If
around
the
this
Gaff
series
invited
was
me
gonna
and
be a
Doa to be
quick
guests for an
3-0,
episode on his Hotline
another
League show,
Sunday
would
for
you do it?
Genji,
Yeah, he's never going to
and
do
this is
that,
the
though, because he's afraid of what I will say.
performance of
The last time I showed up on his show, he literally deleted the part that I was in it.
They are delivering as they play for the top tower, an uncontested tower, nicely set up, and this is the
One dish I think I can make in bulk is Filipino adobo. Yeah, adobo is great. You could also make Thai curries and freeze it.
thing. Discipline is being demonstrated by FlyQuest, and that is what you need against a team like Genji.
And look at all the vision control they're actually setting up around this top side. They're making it very difficult here for Genji as they have this line of pink wards, you know, pink ward there, pink ward there, pink ward behind them as well. They're trying to constantly be able to threaten if there's an overcommitment towards the dragon. Hey, we could actually trade for a bear, and we're in a position where you get very little for one dragon, and we could.
The other hack, Zelios, here's what you do, is you make a fuck ton of solongtang, which is Korean bone broth, and then you just freeze it, which is what I do.
Win out big. So
the last time I made solongtang here, I made 15 liters of it. And then I just froze it all.
FlyQuest
It's great.
Playing so well towards their composition, but Genji always has the ability to make magic happen in a team fight, to really flip the game on its head in a matter of a second or two.
Honestly, I feel like that this is more FlyQuest
Sorry, what's a leader? I'm American. It's the same as a court.
lose than it is necessarily
It's the same.
Genji's to win, and you're completely right. There's always the possibility of Genji finding those windows, finding that
Trying to make shawarma in a home kitchen? I can do that easily. I do that all the time.
angle, but I feel like the FlyQuest,
They're
with
in a
the
great
composition
spot.
they have all the tools they need. It also
FlyQuest
comes
still
down to
playing
design.
this
In
really
my
well,
opinion,
guys. This is a very impressive game from FlyQuest. Now we're on Soul Point. FlyQuest basically has a chokehold on this game. Like, the Jinx is sort of online, but the Jinx has not been able to get into position to actually do damage in a lot of these team fights.
You've got the carries on both sides on 2-item power spikes, but in the jungle and in the top lane, there are differences. Riftmaker is done for Bwipo. Inspired has completed Steric's Gauge, but their counterparts on Genji are still working towards those second completions. If Genji can find them in time for this fight, they're going to feel much.
I really need to invest making varieties of bulk soups and stocks. It's not really an investment. That's the thing. Stock pots are so cheap. You can get like a 30, like a whatever, 15 liter, 20 liter stock pot for like $20.
Much more confident about trying to stop FlyQuest here for the Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the goal here for Genji has just been making sure that Pays still has farm, funneling as much as they possibly can into him. He's up to 246 farm. We're only 23 and a half minutes into the game. They are getting the Jinx to a strong point.
I'm lazy. Aha! We've discovered the reason.
He's trying to get more, and they know they need to be as strong as they possibly can, as you said, before this fight. Because if FlyQuest gets Soul, that's very likely the game for Genji.
TP coming in here for FlyQuest side. Let's see if they really want to make a move.
Bwipo's behind them. Bwipo's behind them.
Using the,
There's a Bwipo. Bwipo's inside the house.
using the charm, trying to.
What's Keen doing, do you think? What's Keen doing? How did Bwipo get there?
Getting the Jinx to a strong point.
They
He
have
does
no
the IE.
wards.
He has
They have no wards. The only wards that they have are on the top side of the map. They have no
He's
wards in
trying
their
to
own
get
jungle.
more, and they know they need to be as
Keen is
strong
trying
as
to
they
catch
possibly
this
can, as you
wave,
said, before this
and
fight,
they
because
realize
if
that there's
FlyQuest gets
a
Soul,
minute
that's very
until
likely
Drake.
the game for Genji.
KTP goes down,
coming in here for
and
FlyQuest
Bwipo's
side.
just behind them.
See if they really want to make a move.
Bwipo's behind them. Bwipo's behind them.
Using the charm, trying to.
Wow, nice arrow. Forces cleanse immediately.
Engage here. Pays wants to get away.
That means he's gonna just get
Flying over the top.
it up. Oh, he lives thanks to Canyon, but Pays has no HP. Bwipo's doing a lot of damage, man.
Bwipo's behind them. Bwipo's behind them.
Galio build.
Because if FlyQuest gets Soul, that's very likely the game for Genji.
TP coming in here for FlyQuest side. Let's see if they really want to make a move.
Whipple's behind them. Whipple's behind them.
Whippo, dude, when Whippo's ahead, he really does do well in games, guys. He's excellent at, like, pressing his advantage. The problem is when he's behind, he still does the same thing, and then he just ends. Whippo's not, he's a win more guy. He's not a comeback guy. So Canyon has to stop. But look at this equalizer, right? So Rumble eventually gets up here, and they're all in this choke point. So the equalizer goes down, but the shields, look at all the shields. Seraphine, looks like Seraphine shield and locket, and they just don't take damage from the equalizer.
A phenomenal flank from Whippo, almost sets up the kill onto Pays, but it wasn't quite enough damage. But the damage might be enough as Canyon falls. The Baron is on the cards, and FlyQuest are turning their attention towards it.
Exactly, they don't get Pays, but they do get Canyon. 20 seconds now with no jungler here. Chovy in the area, but I don't think they have the tools to contest. There's no equalizer, they're coming anyway.
The only ulti left on Gen G is Pays with a super mega death rocket. There is no spirit rush, there is no equalizer.
This is still dangerous because, like, this is one of those scenarios where if somehow, you know, the Rumble can get into the pit and just deal a bunch of damage, like, you only need one kill to start the insane Jinx resets. Right, Jinx is very, very dangerous when you're doing Baron and the enemy team has Jinx.
But immediately Bussio's going in to try to stop him. FlyQuest making their move. Whipple's into the back line.
Face didn't have flash because of the fight earlier. There's no follow-up damage, but they still get Baron. It's all right. That's good for Bussio to sacrifice himself.
FlyQuest will claim the Baron, but they have to trade Bussio for it. So Gen G will now get the tier 1 turret mid and stop the Soul as a response.
Bussio will pay the ultimate price, but it is a price worth paying. The Baron secured. FlyQuest, they will concede the Dragon, but it doesn't matter. That is bounties that Gen G have to claim against FlyQuest, who are dominating.
Yeah, Masu's been great, man. Masu's really mechanically gifted. He's that, unlike APA, Masu is actually that guy. Masu is that guy. APA will never be that guy. Masu is that guy.
You can see Inspired is trying to wrap around Chovy.
Inspired has Masu with him here as well. Canyon securing the red buff as Inspired and Masu are trying to cut off the Gen G mid. Chovy forced to use the Spirit Rush to get away, but it is enough to guarantee his safety as FlyQuest have all 5 men back on the map, 4 of them wearing Baron, but that Baron power play is already
APA catching strays.
Lehens regrouping with Pays.
Maybe he should actually be good.
FlyQuest maintains control of the red side jungle of Gen G.
Exactly. I'm not.
I mean, there's Team Liquid needs to get rid of that guy. They have an import slot. There is no excuse to keep him. He's getting clapped by the Quid in the quad.
Because they had to sacrifice Bussio. They need to push the pace. They need to get so much with this Baron, or it really wasn't worthwhile.
All right, FlyQuest forces down the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. That would be the first tier 2 turret they claim this game. But the trade for Gen G has been all 3 tier 1s.
Are you a former cook or chef? I have cooked in restaurants, but I also am just very good at cooking, and I like cooking.
FlyQuest, we'll see what else they can do. They've got 75 seconds left on the buff.
I mean, great observation, Azale. Like, the fact that FlyQuest, even with the...
Did you see that clip of SI that they used at the start of the broadcast? Was it from the FlyQuest hype video?
Just goes to show the macro awareness of Gen G. Sure, we ended up conceding that objective, but getting the bounties, unlocking all of the outer towers, there was a lot of stats.
Have I ever been to New Mexico? Yes. I'm from Colorado many times. I love New Mexico. New Mexican food is god tier, man.
Bussio and Lehens getting into a little bit of a scrap. Whippo's here to help. FlyQuest bringing in more assistance as Gen G does not want to overcommit to a fight here. They know there's only 4.
I got engaged to my wife in Santa Fe.
FlyQuest still healthy gold lead and still have a bit of the Baron. Let's see if they can siege onto this tier 2.
All right, Gen G in a defensive position. Bussio over the wall as equalizer used by Keen to try to clear out the wave. Keep this turret standing. Only 25 seconds left on the Baron buff for FlyQuest, and Gen G will hold the line at the tier 2 turret.
And at the end of the day, it ends up being really good for Gen G. You know, this Baron power play did nothing for FlyQuest. It's very unfortunate for them. You know, had they gone for Dragon, you don't have to necessarily sacrifice Bussio, and I don't think Gen G gets so much tempo on the map. The objective bounty's doing so much work for Gen G
I don't
in
like a
this
MonteCristo sandwich
really
garbage.
Right back into the game,
FlyQuest though, man, what an impressive game from them.
Likely coming into this next Dragon fight, whereas FlyQuest could have just taken Soul pretty much for free, and I think set them up for almost a guaranteed win in the
equalizer used by Keen.
Okay, so let's go back and talk about some of this because the trade play we're making here, this is probably not the ideal trade that you want to make. Okay, so the delay here that they cause. Okay, so Busio sacrifices himself, but they don't get Soul and they trade Baron for it. Unfortunately, like, this also costs them the mid lane turret and the bot lane turret and a Drake. So going for this Baron was the wrong call. They still have the opportunity to get it back here, but the cost is like really severe, and probably just setting up for Soul was a better choice.
Inspired has Masu with him here as well.
Maybe they're just not used to playing into Jinx, but it's very, very hard, even when you have advantages, if you're a man up like that, to deal with the Jinx in that situation.
As FlyQuest have all 5 men back on the map, 4 of them wearing Baron, but that Baron power play is already in negative gold. Lehens regrouping with Pays back here in the mid lane as FlyQuest maintains.
Are spoilers allowed? Yes, that's fine.
Exactly. I'm not really sure that going for
if you guys don't want to listen to spoilers, I try not to spoil, but chat is fair game, guys. This is not a spoiler-free environment.
Bounties that were given over off of the lost fight because they had to sacrifice Busio. They need to push the pace. They need to get so much with this Baron, or it really wasn't worthwhile.
All right, FlyQuest.
Ever been by Philmont to New Mexico? I was a Boy Scout dude, yes.
First tier 2 turret they claim this game, but the trade for Gen G has been all 3 tier 1s on the FlyQuest side. It's still about a total of negative 2,000 gold on that Baron take overall, since the objective itself gives you the plus 1,500. FlyQuest, we'll see what else they can do. They've got 75 seconds left on the buff.
I mean, great observation, Azale. Like, the fact that FlyQuest, even with the Baron, end up with a negative Baron power play, just goes to
what do the Avs need to do with their goalie? I haven't seen any of the Avs games this year. I've just seen like that their goalies have like a 75% save rate. Yeah, I don't know enough about their like cap situation to say what they need to do, but like obviously, I mean, it was a problem for them in the playoffs too, right? This team is being wasted on garbage goaltending.
More assistance as Gen G does not want to overcommit to a fight here. They know there's only 45 seconds left on the Baron.
Yeah, the good news is that FlyQuest still healthy gold lead and still have a bit of the Baron. Let's see if they can siege onto this tier 2.
All right, Gen G in a defensive position. Busio over the wall as equalizer used by Keen to try to clear out the wave. Keep this turret standing. Only 25 seconds left on the Baron buff for FlyQuest, and Gen G will hold the line at the tier 2 turret.
And at the end of the day, it ends up being really good for Gen G. You know, this Baron power play did nothing for FlyQuest. It's very unfortunate for them. You know, had they gone for Dragon, you don't have to necessarily sacrifice Busio. And I don't
Seraphine's just online now, has Moonstone Renewer. It's crazy. What am I eating? I'm eating some leftover, like, chunks of spicy fried chicken and an omelet and rice.
Dragon fight, whereas FlyQuest could have just taken Soul pretty much for free, and I think set them up for almost a guaranteed win in the rest of the game.
I will say, though, that Gen G have not shown us a single good team fight so far in this game, and I think that's because FlyQuest have always been the ones to initiate. They're the ones in the driver's seat when it comes to actually starting the play. Gen G, if they can find purchase on this next Dragon, if they can be the ones to find that initiation, whether it be the Leona ultimate, Chovy finding a good flank, maybe
do you have any board game recommendations? Yeah, what kind of games do you like? I've got tons.
And the spawn timers on these neutral objectives are pretty close. This always creates a very chaotic map state where the smallest of decisions can have the largest.
We're just waiting for the next Drake to spawn. You know, not a good. It was a trade down on the Baron though in the end, which was not great.
You can do a lot of damage, but he needs to be with the carries. He needs to be protecting them.
And Gen G, you know, they are going to be pretty scary as they scale more and more of this Jinx. Jinx at 3 items now as well.
We'll see if they can get a proper setup and claim the Mountain Soul. Where Ari then.
I'm a fan of Pandemic. Oh, so you like persistent board games? I haven't played too many of those, but obviously like Gloomhaven or Kingdom Death Monster.
FlyQuest wants to maintain control over this bot side river as Gen G are grouping up in mid, trying to get the wave shoved out, and then they'll have to.
Spirit Island, yeah, Spirit Island's great.
As now over the wall, Chovy gonna get grabbed. The Seraphine ulti flies out, but Chovy's able to dodge away. Now Busio continuing to move forward as Canyon survives. No real sincere pressure on Gen G. It's the Seraphine ulti of Quad. It's that arrow from Masu, but Chovy's ult is the price Gen G has to pay for it.
He has to spend his flash as well, so now Chovy no flash, no ulti. You know, it could be.
The real answer is Twilight Imperium, but not everybody has 5 friends and 12 hours to play one game of that.
You know, it could be worth it for this next fight, though.
Whippo going in, looking for a taunt, but he's not going to find it. Would have only been Canyon and Lehens anyway, the tanky members of the Gen G squad. FlyQuest and Gen G still staring each other down. Keep your eyes on Lehens. The Leona is the engage here for Gen G as FlyQuest make their way into the bot side river.
Okay, really good vision control here.
That Drake up. It's already down to half HP. Canyon's getting zoned out. Equalizer into the back line as Quad sidesteps away from the solar flare. Dragon still the focus coming out from FlyQuest. They're going to go ahead and start that Drake up. It's already down to half HP. Canyon's getting zoned out. Equalizer into the back line as Quad.
Canyon just isn't even on this while they're bursting it. And Whippo just uses Zonia's to avoid the ult. But they don't even go for the flip here. Gen G can't even muscle their way in to try and like steal this.
Dragon still the focus coming out from FlyQuest. The troll is secured, and now they're turning it right back on the Lehens and gaining the Leona tries to flash away, but it ain't gonna work. Masu chases him down. Boostio trying to keep going forward with Whippo as they lock up the.
That's it. That's the game, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go back and look at something. I want to look at that Baron again.
They know that it's smart. Now, against a team like
they're trying so.
Honestly, I feel like that this is more FlyQuest to lose than it is necessarily Gen G.
What about the omelet with the running middle like they do in a Japanese restaurant? That's what I've got. It's what I made.
If FlyQuest takes it,
On the rice.
You've got the carries on both sides on 2 items.
Betrayal House on the Hill is
fun,
yeah.
In the jungle and in the top lane, there are differences. Riftmaker is done for Whippo. Inspired has completed Steric's Gauge, but their counterparts on Gen G.
Jinx to a strong. Very likely the game for Gen G.
More.
So I just want to check out this part again.
No equalizer. Whippo looking to wrap around, but there's no follow-up.
So
dead, and Whippo goes to
this is what I wanted to check. Okay, so they're up like 5k gold and 3 drakes, and they got Baron, and that spawns objective bounties, right?
Will claim the Baron, but they have to trade Busio for it. So Gen G will now get
so they get that turret.
And stop the soul as a response.
When do the bounties come up? They come up now. Wow, so they get bounties off of Drake and off of bot tier 1 that was almost dead?
That is bounties that Gen G have
That's actually crazy. That timing, dude. Remove objective bounties from the game. This is stupid. There's no shot they should be able to close the gold gap like that. They closed it by like 2,000 just off of those objectives.
You can see Inspired is trying to wrap around Chovy.
Inspired has Masu with him here as well. Canyon securing the red buff as Inspired and Masu are trying to cut off the Gen G mid. Chovy forced to use the Spirit Rush.
No, we can't do a barbecue stream because I'm in Korea.
As FlyQuest have all 5 men.
I don't have a smoker here or an outdoor barbecue.
But that Baron power play is
that'll have to wait for when I get back to the States.
Lehens regrouping with Pays back here in the mid lane as FlyQuest maintains control of
Did mid tower count as a bounty? No, but the Drake did. And the bottom tower did. And this tower does. What the fuck? That is crazy, guys. They closed this entire gold gap just by taking those bounties.
They need to push the pace.
Dude, fuck bounties.
So or it really wasn't worthwhile.
All right, FlyQuest forces down the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. That would be the first tier 2 turret they claim this game. But the trade for Gen G has been all 3 tier 1s on the FlyQuest side. It's still about a total of negative.
Hey, that's not good for professional play.
Take overall, since the objective itself gives you the plus 1,500. FlyQuest will see what else they can do. They've got 75 seconds left on the buff.
I mean, great observation.
Yeah, they literally got a negative Baron power play versus because of rubber band mechanics.
Just goes to show the macro awareness of Gen G. Sure, we ended up conceding that objective, but getting the bounties, unlocking all of the outer towers, there was a lot of standing gold ready for them to.
Bringing in more assistance as Gen G does not want to overcommit to a fight here. They know there's only 45 seconds left on the Baron.
Yeah, the good news is that FlyQuest still healthy gold lead and still have a bit of the Baron. Let's see if they can siege onto this tier 2.
All right, Gen G in a defensive position.
For them, pulled them right back into the game because now you're going to be at 3 items here on your major carries, very likely coming into this next Dragon
team fight so far in this game, and I think that's because FlyQuest have always been the ones to initiate. They're the ones in the driver's seat when it comes to actually starting the play. Gen G, if they can find purchase on this next
on the game, the Dragon
to him
As a Seraphine.
Yeah, that's
So
a little
now
silly, but
the
good job to
striking becomes
FlyQuest for winning
all
game one. Very
important
clean
here
game
for
from them.
FlyQuest.
Outside of that Baron play, which I disagree with their priority on that over Soul. And they gave up way too much as a result of that. I think it was pretty good overall.
Gen.G and FlyQuest from the quarterfinals of Worlds 2020.
All right, guys, I got to play some ads. I will answer questions while I'm doing it. Should any other NA teams have not scrimmed Asian teams at Worlds? I think FlyQuest probably did scrim Asian teams. They just didn't do their weird stuff against them. Am I a big hockey fan? When I wouldn't say I'm a big hockey fan. It's my second favorite sport. I followed the Avs pretty extensively in the late 90s and early 2000s, though. Mazathoth. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get your Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much for your Twitch Prime sub. But Gen.G really overforced a lot of those fights, guys. I think they played pretty badly. Are there any dishes you can cook but think it's better to have it in a restaurant setting? I mean, it's just kind of factual that most restaurants are going to be able to cook a better steak than you do just due to equipment. Unless you have like an industrial kitchen at home. I mean, you can cook damn good steaks at home, don't get me wrong, but that's just something. Ramen, almost certainly going to be better at a restaurant because ramen broth is a bone broth that takes many hours to create. And then also, like, do you really want to hand make all your noodles? That shit's like so annoying. You can make good ramen, but ramen is just anything that is done at like large scale is just much better at a restaurant. Smoked brisket, for example. Like the restaurant's just going to have a bigger and better smoker than you. Right? Like aged steaks also. Like you're probably not going to be aging your steaks. I mean, I can smoke a good brisket too, but it's just going to be better at a barbecue restaurant. Indian food. Yeah, Indian food's another one of those ones where like having a tandoor is a big advantage. A lot of it's just like equipment based, guys. Like if you don't have a tandoor, tips to recipe to make a good doenjang jjigae. I will do some Korean food on stream eventually. We'll do doenjang jjigae. We will get that done. There's a whiskey bar I really want to go to the next town over. Any high quality whiskey recommendations? Prefer Scotch. I mean, it depends on what you like. I like pretty smoky and peaty scotches, so I tend to. Bowmore's my favorite, but I think the best Scotch I've ever had was actually Talisker 25. Talisker's another smoky one. But I like, you know, Lafroig, Kalila, Talisker, Bowmore, Lagavulin. That's what I prefer.
just talking about this. What would they drop? Because it
All right.
was the Ivern, the Renekton, and the Orianna were the bans in that previous one.
So we're just actually banning Seraphine now. Genji on the blue side. Okay, we're going to ban Skarner. Are we going to let it through?
Coming into this, Betty, the last time any Western team.
Okay, we're banning Skarner here. Interesting. So is the Renekton just going to go through this game? Nocturne. Okay, Nocturne has been... The reason why we're seeing the Nocturne ban is because of the Skarner ban. And if there is no Skarner, Skarner has been the go-to kind of counter to Nocturne. And Genji has been very dangerous with, like, Callista, Nock, Ahri. That's what they were deploying against Hanwha Life. And so they don't want any of that bullshit. So I'm just going to take the Nocturne because they can't take the Skarner. Ashe is going to be the first pick. That's not surprising because Ashe, you can't, even though I think Pays might prefer to play Callista, you can't play Callista into Ashe. And also Masu had a very good game on Ashe. So they're trying to take away the tools, which I think were very effective in them winning. I mean, the biggest tool was just Genji not inting at that grub fight. But I don't want to make it sound like Fly did nothing and Genji just inted, because you have to catch the throws, and they weren't game-losing throws, right? Well, they were. But normally you wouldn't expect FlyQuest to, like, be able to maintain the snowball. What FlyQuest did was impressive. I don't want to take that away or make it sound like Genji was just inting. Like, FlyQuest had to make plays, and they had to control vision, they had to control objectives, and they had to catch the throws, and they reacted very, very well. All right, so we're taking quads Orianna here. Big Ori prio. I actually really like... I was complaining yesterday about... Or I've been complaining for the last few days about teams not taking ADCs in 1, 2, 3, because we just end up with big pinches on the AD pool. And I think this is just better in this meta. So we're taking Nidalee, Canyon Classic. It's been banned against him a lot this tournament. And we're going to take Jax for Chovy. So maybe we ban some tops here. They take Rakan in response. The reason why they take Rakan here, I think, is because they see Ashe. And if they don't take Rakan, Rakan probably gets banned. And they try and pick Braum. Right? You try and take Braum. Ashe Braum, so then you have really good setup.
Yeah, and we do have that Rakan that you were talking about, Vedius, if you want to lock that in when you have an Ezreal.
And, like, the other problem is that if you take Braum because you see Nidalee Spears, then they take Rakan, and then you have to ban Rakan. But now are we going to ban Gnar? Okay, they banned Trista. Really? So I've been saying that I think Genji should play Tristana more because they were so good at it the regular season. But they just haven't been doing it. I mean, I think they should have prioritized it in their final series against Hanwha. I think it's one of the main reasons they lost, but they haven't been playing it. So that's interesting to me. What are they trying to play mid here? What is FlyQuest trying to play mid? Like, they've already selected the Orianna. Are we really worried about the Trist-Ori matchup? I don't know about that. Okay, so we take away Xin Zhao and Vi. I think they're hoping for a Sejuani, so the Nidalee will be able to harass.
The cheeky hover coming out from Masu.
All right, so the Nunu's back, baby.
Here's the thing, and this is why I didn't think it was going to be a bit of a meme in this situation. One of the real big strengths of Nidalee, and when I've talked to
Nautilus. Okay. So we're getting some more engage / tankiness from our support because we don't have that from either our top or our jungle. That makes sense. What are they going to play mid into this? I mean, I do think the Triss might be good here. But it's been banned weirdly. Really? Oh my god, it's been so long since let me think about this. Kassadin. All right, I think I can see the Kassadin angle here, guys. So first off, Nidalee Kassadin is shit together. Okay? There's no follow-up. Like, Kassadin wants to scale. You know, Nidalee does best into CC setup, which you do have in the other two lanes. So it's not like Nidalee can't go side lanes here. But Nid Cass is like garbage, especially because Cass is a dive champ. Nidalee's a poke champ, right? But why I think they picked this. So first off, your mid lane is Ori Nunu. And Kassadin passive, I believe, reduces all magic damage by 10%. I'm remembering this guy's been a while for the Kassadin. Plus, his Q has Magic Shield. So you're playing into 2 AP champions. So you're going to feel pretty safe in this lane. And then the other thing is, you might be wondering about Ezreal. So the reason why I think he's good into Ezreal is because his E cooldown goes down on enemy ability use. So basically, because Ezreal and Orianna to a lesser degree are champions that spam, he's going to have a lot more ease. Right? He's going to have a lot more ease in this game. And so he's going to do more damage. Plus, the Kassadin should be able to chase down the Ezreal in fights, because Ezreal can't escape. Normally, Ezreal's very slippery, but nothing is slippery against Kassadin. Kassadin can run anybody down. So it seems like the combination of Ezreal skill spam plus Kassadin Void Rift Walk, is that what it's called? Is R? Rift Walk, yeah. That's what it's called. Should be able to chase Ezreal down. And the other thing that's very crucial here is that Q is a channel interrupt, now that I'm remembering this. It used to be a silence way back in the day. Right, it's a channel interrupt, which means that if Nunu tries to ult, Kassadin Q will stop the ult. So I think that's why they're picking it, even though I think as a comp, Nidalee Kassadin is not good. It is actually a very juicy pick into FlyQuest's comp. I said there isn't a silence anymore. I said back in the day there was a silence. It got changed to a channel interrupt. I said that, guys. You can't correct me when I say that. Oh, you were correcting people in chat. Okay. So the channel interrupt is very interesting into the Nunu. So I think, like, low key, this is a very interesting counter pick. Now, has Chovy practiced this? Now, they clearly had this answer ready for the Nunu, I would say. Like, knowing that Quad likes to play AP mids and the Nunu might come back, like, they clearly had this prepared. And the reason why Renekton is picked here, guys, is that we just need AD damage, probably, because if he can't play an AP top laner, and he can't really play a full tank because Kassadin is just too strong versus Magic.
Scaling pick,
A little bit nervous for Gen.G, and I didn't think I'd be saying that. The last time Kassadin was picked at Worlds, we seem to be doing a lot of this because we're getting a lot of new champions, was actually in Worlds 2021. Showmaker picked it.
Gen.G is once again saying FlyQuest.
But it does take a while for Kassadin to get online, so FlyQuest does have an opportunity. And, you know, the other problem here is that you're picking a champion that has no mid lane pressure versus Nidalee, who thrives off, when you have a Nidalee, rather, that thrives off of mid lane pressure and the ability to invade. So, do we lane swap here? If we're Gen.G?
To move into the FlyQuest jungle.
I mean, Gen.G is anticipating a lane swap. The Ezreal and the Rakan want to get out of the 2v2 against the Ashe and all this. So they're setting up information in FlyQuest top side. They're trying to scout out, where is this Ezreal? What are you guys up to? They'll largely just gain control over the top side river. FlyQuest not really going to concede any information. The Ezreal is sneaking his way up into the top lane. The old school plan that you would use is dropping a ward in the top lane to see if the AD carry is heading up there. But they have no read. Bwipo happy to stick around the top side of the map because he's going to be sharing farm alongside Masu and expect Busio to hover around mid, as now the split map will come through from Gen.G.
Oh, but Gen.G are going to re-invade again. So Inspired swap sides because he's saying, all right, you're going to be invading on there, but that's spotted as well. So this is actually crazy how much movement on the map there is being. You know, you can see Inspired, he's actually having to start his Wolves, and he's going to have to leash them and pull up towards that top side. because it's going to be him getting harassed on this camp.
And this is what we saw in game 1, but from the other side.
Inspired, though, kind of getting away with it here.
Harassing Canyon when he
Like,
was on that
he's on a weak side start, and he actually did manage to get the big wolf. It's not terrible.
He stole one camp from his weak side, right? That's the side of the map that you're not actually supposed to have access to. So the fact that he does actually get that is going to be really nice.
Well, there are pros and cons. One of the downsides.
And they've also got Quad and Busio in mid lane here to try and punish the Kassadin.
Going to lose a lot of HP here. Busio's sweeper didn't actually spot out any of the vision on the top side jungle, which means that Canyon still has information as to where Inspired is on the map right now. Securing those Raptors, moving up towards Krugs. Canyon going to be getting level 3 of securing.
Okay, so they know exactly where Nidalee is.
This means that the bot side dive is very real. Busio ticked over to level 2. Inspired's going to be spotted out by the Ashe.
FlyQuest is going to be have to be very careful of this potential dive.
Keep your eyes on Canyon on the minimap. Level 3 secured. Sets his sights on the bot side of the map. And here's the
You know, the thing though is Nunu is a little bit delayed here. Like, he actually hasn't gotten a buff yet, and he's not level 3, whereas Canyon is level 3. Because he did get chased out a little bit.
FlyQuest are going to be uncontested.
And because he had to path, you know, we have a path that's like right here back over, as opposed to him pathing all the way over here. So it just takes more time for him to get into a position with the dive.
On the top side of the map as well.
I mean, Whippo got 3, right? So he got almost all the way there. 1 or 2 minions die after ETBs. He's level 3. That is a very hard dive against that level 3 Renekton who's full HP. There's no chunk on him. There's no chip on him. And again, FlyQuest are playing the lane swap out very, very well. They haven't created those same gold advantages that they were able to get in the last game, but Chovy's not going to be having fun in the early stages of this matchup. He is going fleet, very, very likely resolve secondary. Yes, of course he is resolve secondary, so he has second wind, he has fleet, he has that D-shield.
2v2 here in the bottom lane, though, as Whippo down to 300 HP. The hands dropping the ignite on the FlyQuest top laner. And remember that Whippo had to already use the teleport for the lane swap scenario, so it's not so easy for him to go back and heal, get back into this lane in a better state, as Quad tries to keep the pressure on Chovy early. This is paramount, that this never lets up.
Exactly, you have to be non-stop, getting every single auto attack in that you can, harassing this guy constantly, as Canyon is going to make this so difficult. They're going to go for the dive.
3v2 dive from Genji. Lehen's going to lead the way.
Non-stop,
take a look at this dive.
Every single auto attack in that you can, harassing this guy as very, very
So Whippo actually TP's bot here, which leaves Jax in the 1v1 versus Ezreal top. Thing is, the Nidalee is still lurking around the bottom side of this map.
Right? So he got almost all the way there. 1 or 2 minions die after ETBs. He's level 3. That is a very hard dive against that level 3 Renekton who's full HP. There's no chunk on him. There's no chip on him.
Whippo takes quite a bit of chip here, though.
Very, very well. They haven't created those same.
But if you're not ready for this, the Nidalee can actually just do the shooting fish in a barrel thing. Quad could TP bot, but then it would leave him in a bad position. Like, Quad really just wants to continue to punish the Kassadin. Why is Whippo so far up? Why is he so far up?
Down to 300 HP. The hands dropping the ignite on the.
What is he doing?
Of course, he is resolve secondary, so he is second win.
Like, actually, though, what is he doing?
He has that D-shield.
There wasn't even a flash from Lehen's. Whippo actually just takes a shit ton of damage for free. He sets up his own dive here.
And remember that Whippo had to already use the teleport for the lane swap scenario, so it's not so easy for him to go back and heal, get back into this lane in a better state, as Quad tries to keep the pressure on Chovy early. This is paramount, that this never lets up.
Exactly.
That's actually just Whippo committing suicide right there, especially with his jungler on the opposite side of the map. Okay, his E is down now because he had to E out of the spear, so he's just going to get rooted and destroyed. If Whippo hadn't done that, he probably wouldn't have died there. Or that dive would have taken forever because you have to land a bunch of like spears and volleys first.
Nicely executed dive, and it's ultimately a misplay from Whippo. Chovy getting very low, forced a flash in the 1v1. Remember, coming into this, Quad wanted to show Chovy how much he's grown, and I feel like Chovy is experiencing that development from Quad, but we've got to go back to the bot side of the map because Whippo took a bad trade against Pays and Lehen's. That meant that he ended up losing about half his HP and wasn't able to get the level up. This was the go signal for Canyon, knowing that, hey, stuck underneath your tower.
Keen now going to do a lot better.
Spears are going to do a ton of damage, and even if he didn't connect them, the pressure was enough to secure first blood.
FlyQuest are looking to try to threaten a dive. If he continues to stay, Busio's wrapping around behind him. Remember, there's no flash. He could look.
Okay.
letting that recall run down.
Here we go.
Busio wants to go for the dive. This will be pretty important here for Fly.
Okay, gets the knockup. Chovy gets the Q shield off, though.
Not enough damage
Oh,
to take
it's
him
over.
down, and now Busio's Cougar Food. Canyon shows up for a punish, and Gen G are looking scary in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, Canyon.
Not enough damage to take him down, and now Busio.
Damage, and even if he didn't connect them, the pressure was enough to secure first blood.
So they're at Raptors here, so I think they might be able to make something happen. But again, it's just it's a lot of AP damage.
Recall run down.
Here we go.
Busio wants to go for the dive. This will be pretty important here for FlyQuest.
And you're also playing into Fleet Footwork, right?
Enough damage to take him down, and now Busio's Cougar Food. Canyon shows up for a punish, and Gen G are looking scary in the first 5 minutes.
Good positioning by Canyon, though, to cover on that dive. I think they did bait that one.
Gets down bot lane after Whippo took that bad trade that video is talking about, and gets that kill there. Then is there on the counter gank, and now Whippo getting pushed out.
Oh, Whippo went back for the call. The Meek pays.
You got mana for Q on W auto? Oh, really? I didn't notice that. Yeah, because his W gives him mana back, guys, and it gives him more if you hit a champion. So actually, he wouldn't have got his Q mana back potentially if Busio wasn't there, because he has to hit a champion to get that much mana back.
Shows up for a punish, and Gen G are looking scary in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, Canyon, right place, right time. Once again, gets down bot lane after Whippo took that bad trade that video.
Whippo was on Twitter after game 1? I thought they took the players' phones. What the fuck, man? Why would you go on Twitter in the middle of a series?
After shot, Whippo barely gets away.
What? Like, you have to understand, they literally take your phones away from you. They literally take your phones away from you. So you would have to go to the ref to get your phone back. He could have had someone tweet for him. That's true.
But Gen G looking a lot more confident here in this early game.
Are you being sarcastic, Monty? No. Why would you be on your phone in the middle of a Worlds playoff BO5?
This is massive for them, right? You know, it's actually FlyQuest that were up a significant amount of gold.
Like, no. You should, like, what the fuck, man? Lock in. You gotta dial in, man. Like, why would you be reading Twitter between games? That just infects your mind.
But here is this one more time. There was no ignite on Busio, and Quad is pretty low on mana, hasn't actually phased, so just doesn't have enough damage to actually get through it. With the fleet, plus the Q shield as well that's coming out there from Cassidy, is able to survive. Canyon shows up, cleans up a kill, and is definitely going to be feeling much better about his position this game.
And now let's look at the overall consequences, because when we get back into game, you're going to notice a 2-level difference between the two top laners, and we're both going to be struggling in a matchup that's typically winning for the Renekton early on. Canyon, along with the advantage that he's been able to gain early, secures the third grub buff, and FlyQuest, they're kind of forced to trade. I think wise at this point, when you don't have the same strength in your bot lane 2 versus 2, but you're seeing the difference and the power of Ashe in the early game and what she's capable of.
I mean, look at the EXP difference between the top laners. Whippo just ticked over to level 5. Keen is halfway to level 7. And we're talking about a Jax that you already mentioned it back in draft, Isaac, will be a menace in the 1-3-1 as the game goes on.
Exactly. I mean, Renekton, it's more about, you know, dominating the early game in the lane, you know, being a bully, and then showing up to these team fights and being strong.
Yeah, they're cooked, man.
So well.
They're cooked now. This top laner is just going to be completely, like, Renekton's just useless this game now.
To soak damage, to create space for his carries, but when you're put this far behind, you're going to get run over in the 1v1, and you're not going to get to those core items that you need.
I don't know if the amount of eye contact Monty makes disturbs me is a good thing. It's because I have a teleprompter with Twitch chat on it, guys. I have that Elgato prompter. So it's over my camera. That's why.
Need to really be tanky enough in the 5v5.
Canyon trying to steal
and it's because I love you.
On the FlyQuest side, he's got backup from Pays in the hands, but inspired, better on the smite to steal that one away and tick level 6.
I mean, the
7-minute Cole feels gross to me. I mean, it's super gross. He's super behind. I think it's a very greedy play.
And FlyQuest find themselves at about a 1.5k gold deficit. The biggest problem I find for FlyQuest is that they keep trying to return to standard lanes so that Whippo can lane into Keen, but Gen G won't give it to them. they're constantly swapping Pades around the map to match this Ashe into the Renekton, starving him of more experience, and Masu really can't...
If you gaze too long into Twitch chat will gaze back into you. Look, at least I have a bunch of boomers in my chat. You guys are pretty great. Best chat on Twitch. Most erudite chat on Twitch, by far.
Used there with the arcane shift to buffer through the grab. As Chovy here in mid lane might just find himself on the receiving end of
mercifully free of 12-year-olds.
Level 7, he can still buffer through that knockoff, but nice shockwave coming out from Quad. Surely they get.
Oh my God! Oh no! It's a disaster. So he does get hit by it, but he finishes the Rift Walk, and then we're going under here, and we're trying to shockwave. That's the shockwave animation. So he gets pulled back. But this is the ult that's starting, guys. But remember how I said you can break channels with Q on Kassadin? So there you go. Andy E's, because they've used a bunch of abilities to get the slowdown. And so the turret shot just ends him. Right, they just don't have the damage because he has this shield, and there's the E, and he flashes, but the turret shot's on him, and it's heated up.
The magic shield on the Kassadin meant that he was able to tank up the damage. The null magic mantle in his inventory as well, doing so much work.
So remember the joke in the Hanwha series where FlyQuest played, and it was like, does Doran know what Nunu does? My question to Inspired is, does Inspired know what Kassadin does?
It's just lacking the damage to finish off the kill.
That's my question,
he was
guys.
Down incredibly low, but not getting that kill is devastating. Kassadin now ahead of the Orianna. And this is not going to be good here for FlyQuest. We'll see if they can make something happen on bot side, but now Busio in trouble.
Busio already having to back away as he misses his grand entrance, gets locked up, loses half HP to the Fire of Pays. This early game is going beautifully for Gen.G, not just with the plays that they are making, but the way that they're responding to the attempts FlyQuest is bringing, as Bwipo going in against Keen, needs to try to lock him down here for Inspired to show up in time. That snowball needs to make its way into the Jax, but it ain't gonna collide in time as Canyon now shows up. Keen still feeling fine. Gen.G are loving these first 9 minutes of play.
Gen.G with a 1.5k goal lead. The goal lead hasn't really expanded that much, but as Azael highlighted, you look at the bottom of your screen, and the gold is going to all the right people. A 30 CS lead for Keen with a 600 gold lead. That's 2 kills without him even having any. Can with a gold lead over the Nunu, and crucially, Kassadin with a gold lead as well.
Exactly, and when you can get through these early levels as a Kassadin, these kind of matchups, you get to the Catalyst, you get to the tier, you have a null magic mantle, and all of a sudden you're not running out of mana, and you can't really be pressured out of lane, and that's where things start to get very difficult for the Orianna, because you have more sustain, you have these shields that you can use on trades, and then as long as you have information on where the FlyQuest members are, you can actually start getting aggressive, shifting in with the ultimate, starting to really take over in that 1v1.
The issue is like, not only is the Kassadin just like building, obviously a scaling build, tier, rod, etc., but now he's just accelerated.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything for the Jax.
But he is really hard to kill from that Nunu Orianna, as we've seen. Yeah, that's not happening, buddy.
Just a little bit too late to really make a lot happen. Keen thinking about turning around, maybe trying to finish off.
Oh my God, no gank is working. They're gonna give up grubs on the opposite side of the map. This is a train wreck, guys.
Since the enemy jungler's bottom lane, it means free grubs for Canyon up in the top side of the river. 6 grub gain for Gen.G.
I mean, Inspired is forced to help his top laner push out this wave. Bwipo is really struggling in the 1v1. He's the one that's paid the biggest price in terms of how the early game lane swap has panned out. And very wisely, Gen.G took advantage.
He's the one who's... So, you know, when you say that Bwipo is the one who has paid the biggest price, it makes it sound like it happened to him rather than he did it to himself. Nobody mind controlled him and forced him to walk up to that wave, take a gazillion damage, and then be in diveable HP range.
Just keeping the pressure on here in the top lane. We still have 3 minutes left for Gen.G to use these early advantages they've built to mine some more money from turret plates. Bwipo is going to try to get a little bit back, taking out this first plate down here. But as soon as Keen's back in the lane, this Lizard has to get the hell out of town.
Yeah, it's time to leave. I mean, he's down 30 CS at this point. You know, you said it, Betty. He was the big loser in the lane swaps. You know, that dive put him so far behind because there was no real pressure being put on Keen. You know, that's the difficulty in this situation. is Pays gets a first blood. Dude, he gets a kill there. Chovy's now been put ahead as well. FlyQuest are really struggling to find any purchase in this game. And when you look back towards that previous Nunu game, it was Inspired getting so much done. This time, his ganks just haven't really been able to find any effect.
Oh, they found an effect, all right. Chovy got a kill on Cassidy at level 7. That's exactly what Gen G wanted to see, as Canyon is now looking to repeat his success here on these Nidalee ganks. Keen flashing forward for the stun with a counter-strike. Needs a little bit more damage to kill off Whipple.
Oh my god, he got him.
Survives.
It's a
Canyon
disaster.
will not be able to complete the
Keen! I love you, Keen. You're my favorite player, but come on, buddy. Can we just take the Drake?
As Canyon is now looking to repeat his success.
I mean, maybe we shouldn't do this when we can't throw spears because there's a minion wave in front of Canyon.
Flashing forward for the stun with a counter-strike. Needs a little bit more damage to
Wait, what was that?
Here on these Nidalee ganks. Keen flashing forward for the stun with a counter-strike. Needs a little bit more.
He tried to smite the minion to throw the spear, guys, but he fucked it up.
Forward for the stun with a counter-strike. Needs a little bit more damage
So
to kill off
Canyon tried to smite the minion to throw a spear, but he fucked it up. Canyon was supposed to hit this sphere right here.
Chovy got a kill on Cassidy at level 7. That's exactly what Gen G wanted to see, as Canyon is now looking to repeat his success here on these Nidalee ganks. Keen flashing forward.
I think he hit it with the spear and then smote it. But that was the idea behind this play. I think he just... Because there's the spear animation. He hits it with the spear and then smites it, guys. But I think there was a way to thread this here. I don't think he hits this minion, but he does fuck it up. He does fuck it up. And he does troll Keen. I mean, part of this is like, why are we engaging when the minion wave is coming in? And Canyon also, I guess, just doesn't feel like flashing in cougar form. He should have died there, but
surviving on a knife's edge to get the first kill of the game for FlyQuest.
Okay, a little bit of hope.
He could have flash speared as well. That was bad.
That was bad. Too far, and Bwipo just keeps the minions between him and Canyon the whole time. Canyon can never find an angle to actually get the spear, even when Keen lands the stun. And Bwipo holds his stun for after the counter-strike is down, locks him up under the tower, gets the kill. Really well played by Bwipo.
A rare fumble from Canyon as he throws his Q. It hits the minion, and then he smites it. The idea being that he smites the minion first, then it goes through, and the Q is able to connect. But a bit of an execution error comes through from Canyon, and they're able to, Bwipo ultimately finds the outplay. Now, that is insanely good for Bwipo, because it immediately claws back a lot of the gold deficit that he found himself in. It doesn't really change the game state, though, in that Chovy is about to hit level 11. All of chat is patiently looking at that clock, getting scared and scared as that timer gets closer to level 16.
Yeah, I will say, I do think, as much as people talk about Cassidy as a late game beast, we'll see if Bwipo can get out of this.
All right, now we get to play. Nice arrow. He dead. He has no ult this time because he used it on the last dive.
But Canyon's got the kill secured. Gen G claim 1, but a teleport's ready to try to get something in response. Quad shows up, trying to put the damage into Pays, but he flashes back over the wall to get away, and the shockwave is an airball. Nothing else for FlyQuest yet, as Lehens is now the target, and Inspired cuts off his escape. FlyQuest making an even trade 1-for-1, and Inspired wants to grab the Drake after.
You're right, Flowers, it's a 1-for-1, but look at the mini-map. Mid is being pushed in, top is being pushed in, the Dragon will be conceded as Canyon. The overstaying is welcome.
Yeah, Quad still chasing after him here, but there is Pays to provide a... Inspired trying to put the damage into Pays, but he flashes back
Whoops.
the wall to get away, and the shockwave is an airball. Nothing else for FlyQuest yet, as Lehens is now the target, and Inspired cuts off his escape.
The problem is you trade 1-for-1 and you get Drake, but look at what's going on. Like, the scaling is so crazy on Gen G, and you're just giving up plates.
FlyQuest making an even trade 1-for-1.
It's actually a very, these are the last plates you're going to be able to get. How many plates did we get? There's 5 in mid and 4 in top. So it's a big positive gold gain. He got 2 plates in mid. No, we got 3 plates in mid right before 14 minutes. Okay, he's
Quad's
not
still
dying.
chasing after him here, but there is Pays to provide a little bit of extra peel. FlyQuest don't have
And we got 2 plates in top. They literally traded. Here is the trade guide. 5 plates. 1 kill. And they traded this for 1 kill and Drake. This is a great trade, I think. Because you don't want to fight. I mean, ideally, you don't even want to fight the Drake right now anyway. So being able to trade this much gold for a second Drake, because you'll be confident you can fight the Drakes later on. He's stacking. He has already got Rod of Ages, right? You'll be able to fight Drakes later. That's not a problem.
So it will be Drake secured here for Inspire.
So just getting the money, I think, is very clutch.
They get onto the Caston here on the top side. He's going to get solo gold on that tower. And
Oh my god, and never mind, they get the tower too. They get first tower as well. It's such a good trade for Genji.
Chovy just got paid.
And you saw the gold at the top of the screen. 250 gold worth of plates for FlyQuest. 1,120.3K
gold. Chovy just got paid.
And you saw the gold at the top of the screen.
Where was it at the top of the screen?
The overstaying is welcome.
Lockdown or the damage to complete the kill.
Yeah. So
Jungler. So it will be
how many
Drake
turret plates is this?
secured
Does it
here for
say?
Inspire.
Drake is nice, but they're going to be way
9. So they got 5 out of their 9 turret plates right there.
The Caston here on the top side. He's going to get solo gold on that tower, and it's a first tower going over to this Caston that's already ahead of the pace. Now he's up 1.3K.
They've got 6 scrubs.
Chovy just got paid.
They got 6 scrubs. They got more plates with this fucking Cassidon comp. That is insane.
125 gold in plates for Gen G. Their early game has been incredible. There's your MasterCard lane economy snapshot, and it is just a solid ocean of blue. Every single member of Gen G ahead of their FlyQuest counterpart.
Casual 14-minute 1.3K Cassidon lead. Feels bad, man.
You look across the board, only Marsu's Trinity Force is finished, which means in terms of item spikes, FlyQuest is in no position to force a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very difficult for FlyQuest, and when they do take that fight, if you lose...
Yeah, there's no lockdown for Cass either, and he has Merc Dread, so good luck. Shout out to Whippo and Busio, who are somehow going to have to stun this guy.
Game 1, FlyQuest showed up looking amazing, but Game 2, it's Gen G who played the lane swap better, who created the advantages, and have been slowly pushing that forward further and further and further, as Chovy now stacking up the row, already up to those 3 stacks, and is going to have that Archangels pretty soon as well.
Exactly. He's picking not just the scaling champion, but the super scaling build. He's heading straight for Raid Boss tier, and I don't see who on Fly in the early game uncontested after him there, but will not find enough damage for a kill.
Yeah, critically the arrow misses. He is going to be able to survive as a result, if we're going to see Inspired looking mid.
Finds a knock-up onto Pays, but Canyon's here to peel for his AD carry. Redemption summoned up, Inspired!
The arrow misses. He is going to be able to survive as a result, if we're going to see Inspired looking mid.
Finds a knock-up onto Pays, but Canyon's here to peel for his AD carry. Redemption.
Misses. He is going to be able to survive.
He's coming. Oh, Lord, he's coming. Boom. Airborne.
Finds a knock-up on the Pays, but Canyon's here to peel
and he
for his
just
AD
takes a
carry.
bazillion damage and then dies.
Inspired. Just shot to pieces. Gen G grabbing 1 kill already, and Canyon ain't gonna
Oh my
drop.
god, the
Pays
dive though.
finds the DP.
Oh, straight to Nautilus ult, straight into a stun.
Keen's ready to jump in to make it 3. A triple
Well,
kill for the
that'll do it
Gen
for this
G
game, guys.
marksmen. Those arrows fly straight.
Pays with phenomenal footwork, dancing his way around the fight, dodging the knockup from Busio, and then re-engaging off the back of the damage from the tower and Canyon. Gen G putting their foot down and looking to crush the hopes of FlyQuest here in Game 2.
This one's Dunzo, guys. It's big Dunzo.
Looking like it's going to be a tied-up series. And let's not kid ourselves, there was no way Gen G would ever go down without a fight, and we might see Whippo going down too.
I think it's more than a maybe, Mr. Azale.
Whippo.
Whippo is out of there. They'll give the kill over to Chovy on the Cassidon. 2, 0, and 1 as we take another look at what happened with this play mid lane where Inspired went too far.
He's like, he's got no cleanse, he's got no flash. We can get him, guys.
Spear, but tries to pull back as they can.
And 1 as we take another look at what happened with this play mid lane where Inspired went too far and learned the hard way.
Yeah, exactly. Inspired.
And we've split our focus between targets as well.
So much damage from the tower. Canyon goes in, the flash comes back, but it's Whippo, arriving. He's not able to arrive, from that top lane. It's Keen coming in with the TP. It wasn't able to be stopped. He arrives. There's no chance of the fight after that. Busio couldn't hit the knockup on either the Ash or the Canyon Nidalee. Wasn't able to even get the one kill.
The locket from Lehen's doing so much work as well as we turn our attention to live.
Chovy in a 1v2, and he doesn't seem pressured.
Will Nidalee be a
at all.
permaban
Busio
versus
and
Gen G
Quad
next Thursday? It has
without
been
the
a
damage to
permaban for
really
most of
threaten this
Worlds
guy.
against
The
them.
arrow flies in from all the way up in the river, and now it's Busio under pressure. Shockwave hits both Gen G players, but what's
I mean, nothing's going to save you versus Cass right now. He's going completely fucking bananas.
As well. Gen G,
Seraph's is done. His rod is half stacked. His rod's at half mast, guys. Also, Keen is a monster. It's free.
I mean, they just have so much gold at this point, and the problem with the composition of Fly is it's not matching up well to what Gen G
Why are
have.
people allowed to spoil the winner? Because that's how this stream is, buddy. People are here to watch analysis and to discuss the games. It's not a spoiler-free zone. Never has been, and it never will be.
Keep firing. Unstoppable. 5-0-2 here for the Ash as Canyon throws the spear back over the wall. Whippo's coming in on the flank, looking to lock up Pays, who pops the cleanse, getting away from the Croc, trying to kite it out, but Whippo takes him down. 1-for-1 though, as Inspired is also going to drop with Lehen's falling. You can see an ultimate 2-for-1. Cleanse getting away. Keep firing. Unstoppable. 5.
They don't have the damage to get the hook connects.
Lehen's connect.
The composition of Fly is it's not matching up well to what Gen G have. They're losing in the isolated 1v1s. They don't have the damage to
What?
get the hook connects.
How did that hit Ezreal?
Lehen's connects onto the turret and it sets up Pays.
It didn't hit the turret, it hit Ezreal. That's really funny.
Unstoppable. 5-0-2 here for the Ash as Canyon throws the spear back over the wall. Whippo's coming in on the flank, looking to lock up Pays, who pops the cleanse, getting away from the Croc, trying to kite it out, but Whippo takes him down. 1-for-1 though, as Inspired is also going to drop with Lehen's falling. You can see an ultimate 2-for-1 trade for FlyQuest side as they still continue going forward, looking maybe for Canyon, but it ain't gonna happen.
I mean, FlyQuest, they're going down, but they're going down swinging. Masu, no way out.
No, not from that Kassadin. Chovy is on a
Masu, man,
rampage.
no way
2
home.
items fully completed. Seraph's fully stacked. Farm at Chovy levels. It's feeling good.
The terrifying thing is Chovy doesn't even have the Malignance yet, and that's only going to make things even worse for FlyQuest. The third dragon, because that means that FlyQuest is forced to group because they have to keep the Orianna together. So you're always going to get
FlyQuest overextending in a lot of these situations. Although, you know, both teams have done a very good job of snowballing off of
Exactly. I mean, it's so tough.
small enemy mistakes in the early game. It's been 2 pretty clean snowballs.
The 3v1 play against Keen, but he's buying enough time. Pays arrow isn't going to hit the target. Keen is down. FlyQuest commit enough players to get the kill on the Jax.
I just love, though, that Inspired is continuing to force these plays. FlyQuest, no, you can't just sit back and wait for them to scale, wait for them to crush you through the side lanes. You've just got to keep looking for fights. Overload from Inspired.
The best case scenario for FlyQuest is just keep overstacking one side, wait for someone to overextend, and Keen will be an easier target to lock down than Chovy as he finds himself 2 levels away from level 16.
Exactly. We are entering the 14th day. 2 days remain until the end of days for FlyQuest in this second game. If it's already difficult, it will become impossible once Chovy hits that spike. There's the Malignance that you mentioned, Vedius, going to give him all that extra ability haste. All Gen G has to do is enable him. And we're just talking about one guy. Let's not forget Pays, 5-1-2 on the Ash, having an amazing game here so far. We've talked already in this game about the early power, the early presence this champion has, and it's night and day compared to the Jinx that was so inactive in game 1.
Absolutely, and this is what people have come to expect from Pays. This guy has leveled up time and time again. He is such an impressive player. FlyQuest looking for a potential fight, but aren't going to be able to find it. I mean, Pays has just been rock solid for this team. If you get him into a good spot, he is going to dominate the team fights. He's going to dominate the game.
Pays is just the NPC of this team, guys. He's just the janitor. He's a very good janitor. He might be the best janitor in the world, but at the end of the day, he's still a janitor. He's not a main character.
He has the opportunity to get that kill. He will not kill Whippo up there on the top side, but he takes him solo.
And he gets the Sterix pop, which is actually really big.
Oh, Busio jumps in through the Hex Gate, and immediately Lehen's and Canyon are ready. The Rakan does escape, but this is just the confidence Gen G are playing with. Look at the wards, man. It's a damn Christmas tree, and Gen G are the ones sending gifts.
I mean, Gen G are making a statement after...
All right, Flowers may not have totally landed that one. Look at the wards. It's a damn Christmas tree because the Get it? Because the words are supposed to be like lights on the Christmas tree. And Genji is the one sending the gifts. Ah, we flubbed the landing, guys. That part doesn't make any sense.
Tree and Genji are the ones sending gifts.
I mean, Genji are making a statement after game one. They are absolutely dominating. Masu slightly oversteps and Chovy sees an angle.
Chovy not afraid to continue going forward. Inspired the target down to about 1/4 HP. Heals up a little bit.
It's all right. Every caster's like that. You start a sentence and sometimes you just can't finish it right.
Slightly oversteps and Chovy sees an angle.
Chovy not afraid.
Happens to everybody.
Forward, inspired the target down to about 1/4 HP. Heals up a little bit with the chomp. Redemption keeping him alive. Boostio fires back going in with the quickness, but Chovy's so tanky. Genji's so far ahead. Bwipo's gonna be your target here next as the shockwave doesn't do much.
Nice flash from Keen.
Genji just cutting.
Here's where Kassadin kills you all. There is no fleeing from Kassadin, guys.
As Quad is the only one left standing. Genji 4-0.
All right, it's time for the generation of gamers.
I mean, it's
Genji.
unfair to say that he's overextended here, but he is. He can't even approach his tier 1 tower. Chovy's just playing with his food at this point. Look at how durable he is with the amount of shielding coming out from the locket, the amount of resistances that the champion has. Lehens is the only one going to get hit by the shockwave. As good positioning there from Genji, and then they turn it into a clean.
Bwipo sacrificed himself.
The only thing was the bit of a bait, as Flowers highlighted. The Ash arrow connects, and he thinks, oh, maybe this is a kill. But I mean, Bwipo recognizes it's okay. It's best of 5. It's totally fine to drop a game here or there.
Yeah, I mean, Bwipo definitely having a laugh, but Masu looking very different there on cam, looking very frustrated with how things have gone in this game. Hasn't really had much of an in so far in the game, as it felt like mostly it was decided before we ever really got to team fights, and that can be that situation that sometimes AD carries find themselves in, where your job
Optimal
is
rest time between sets, in your opinion, 3 days.
Already done.
I mean, it's the exact opposite story of game
Gives
1.
you time
Now, there
to
were 2 games in
adjust
this series,
your
and this one
strategy
is
and scrim.
essentially done, except for walking it to the Nexus for Genji. Both AD carries have had a game where they were on the Ash, they were in the driver's seat, and they were determining how this game would be played, while the other guy was sitting back saying, all right, boys, I
often prefers red side. You know, they're one of the only teams that will lose a game and actually pick red side over blue side, which is
Thank you
kind of
for your
almost
happy belated
blasphemy.
birthday.
But, you know, will that change going into game 2?
Hayes putting some damage into Inspired here as Chovy is ready to approach from the flank. Level 17 Kassadin, fully ready, fully locked and loaded. Those 3 items fully complete alongside an unbroken armband. He is fearless in this game state.
I mean, he has nothing to be afraid of. FlyQuest, they just don't have the money to really support any play they want to make. It's simply a matter of time for Genji as the base continues to experience the siege. Level 14 now for Pays, pushing bot, pushing mid. The Baron power play nearing 3,000. As FlyQuest are very quickly running out of options.
Yes, the tier 3 turret in mid lane, now about to fall. Genji forcing the issue. Lehens with a flash over the wall, going into the dredge line, ain't gonna find it. Inspired, having a pop.
I like how they can't even just, they just literally can't even hurt Kassadin, and now he has arm guard, so he especially can't be hurt.
Keen just set it up perfectly with the timing on the wave, and now Bwipo will get locked up and shot down. Sterix will not keep him alive long enough, and Genji will not be stopped. Boostio drops next, and the remaining 3 FlyQuest players fall back to the last bastion of the Nexus turrets, but Pays will not stop. He continues leading the charge, and Chovy's dominating. Another dredge line misses, but it won't matter. Quad and Masu trying to stay alive, but a step outside of the fountain steps is certain death. Genji clear the Nexus turrets. FlyQuest head back into their base. It's a tied series. Genji take game 2.
This is the full Game 3 VOD of the matchup between Genji and FlyQuest from the quarterfinals of Worlds 20.
All right, I go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be back in just a minute. Getting more coffee, be right there. Monty, is water a good enough stock substitute for stock for Duancheng Jjigae? Yes. Most Duancheng Jjigae probably is just made with water. Hey, you should come by my university, Korea University, and give guest lecture. Okay. My professor also watched your movie videos. I don't know what that means. But sure.
24.
You wanna if Korea University wants me to give a guest lecture, I will.
On the blue side, Genji's first ban is what we were talking about, the Ash.
Yep, so it is going to be the Ash, and now it gets really tricky because they have to drop something. So what are they going to drop is the question. Ivern, I maintain, I think is a super smart ban. I do think it is in.
Okay, the Ivern it's not really a Canyon pickup.
For FlyQuest, and this pick in general is really powerful for Inspired, but it still now means, do you ban Seraphine? Do you ban Yone? Do you ban neither?
I think they're going to ban Seraphine. I think that they're not.
It's interesting that Aurora getting banned on this side right now.
Yeah, I think it's
So basically they're saying we don't want to play Aurora ever. So are they going to ban the Yone, or are we just going to leave all three up? Like, this was the conversation.
FlyQuest beat you on meta picks, and I think that thing, I definitely agree with you.
So they do ban the Yone. The Skarner is up. They are going to pick that. They basically have to take the Skarner because it goes like this, guys. They're definitely going to take the Skarner, right? If you don't, if they don't take the Skarner, you're gonna have to take it here. If you don't, then they're gonna ban it. Then they're gonna pick Nocturne. So.
Spirits are still high on the FlyQuest side, and why shouldn't they be? 1-1 means that we're guaranteed 2 more games.
Yeah, and you can look at it, kind of glass half empty. It's like
Whip over.
Okay, we're still taking Sejuani, Ezreal, trying to take away some of these picks. Looks like a dive composition potentially coming in. They take Rakan. I think they're just concerned about Braum picks.
As the Silas being hovered and locked
All
in.
right.
Silas does like the Rakan ultimate. You can also kind of have a get out of jail free card, an emergency panic button if you steal the Kaisa ulti.
80. What champions are we gonna?
Okay, we're taking away the interesting. We're taking away the Olaf here, which is the Blippo pick we talked about at the start of the series. Yeah, I do think it's smart to take away Cassante from Keen. He's the best Cassante player in the world.
I was gonna say.
And the Renekton takeaway is we have the Renekton Sejuani combo. The thing is, FlyQuest always has some bullshit into this. It's the Urgot once again. Really? We're playing Zeri in the mid lane. I mean, Quad did play a lot of mid ADs. And they're going to take the Braum here. Even though the Braum is bad into Rakan, they can lane swap it. And then also, they get double AD. What's in mid? Is it Kaisa or is it Zeri?
So it's up to Quad to pilot this
Zeri.
not just correctly, but without help.
I don't know, like, it feels pretty low range, and the problem here is that they don't have really a lot of engage outside of Sejuani ult. Like, they have a fat front line, but this guy's melee, and you're trying to play into the Skarner who's going to be able to grab multiple people. Like, the Ezreal basically has to do work here, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be a lot of threat on double ADs with this composition. You do not have really backline access.
So it's
And the other thing about Urgot is he builds Black Cleaver first, so he's going to be able to apply Armor Shred for double ADC.
Genji have an incredibly powerful top side with the Sejuani pairing nicely.
And also provide executes.
I want to make sure that I
Oh,
can
it's
stay in
Grasp
lane.
Zeri, okay.
Changed nerfs to fleet footwork. Grasp has become the I want to make sure that I can stay in.
It's not super surprising or anything.
Healing power to get through the early game, scale up to becoming that late game monster.
What backline access would benefit the most? So remember that Zeri does not do well into targeted CC. Right? So things like not ult, Maokai, W. Nautilus was like a lane counter to Zeri, right? It gives you these abilities via ult. But they did kind of get baited. I mean, it's a good draft. Like, they picked the Sejuani early and the Renekton early to kind of take this away, but I think this enabled them to play the Zeri mid.
This is FlyQuest's first time on blue side in this series, tied up 1-1 against Gen G. This series so far has been delivering. I'm hoping this third one continues with the excitement. Chovy on the Silas, huge playmaker champion on that one, and we know that Chovy can make things happen.
I mean, Chovy's always been a joy to watch, but in terms of international stigma, Chovy
In the MSI title.
I mean, frustrating for many LCK fans, but the expectation is, I literally saw a post the other day of, surely this is the freest worlds for Gen G now. All they have to do is
Favoring, leave the number coming into this Worlds.
Okay, we actually have standard lanes here. Wait, what's going on with this?
Just beat T1 the defense.
What's going on with this level
international
1?
stigma. Chovy yet to make a World Finals. Since joining
It
Gen
feels
G,
like
the
Gen
highest
G was
accolade
anticipating
we've
some
seen
sort
has
of
been
lane
Golden
swap
Road
here.
for Gen G. Falling short in the
Because you
LCK
see the
denying
Renekton
that,
like checking around in the jungle,
frustrating
like
for
trying to
many
get
LCK
information
fans,
right now, but he's
the
actually
expectation
late
is,
to
I
his
literally saw a post
wave
the other
as a
day of,
result.
surely this is the freest worlds for Gen G now. All they have to do is
I believe the number coming into this Worlds of all-time games, North America versus Korea, it's like 15 to 85 favoring Korea. So we'll see.
More about the quality of games than the quantity.
Well, we
There were
definitely
15
didn't have the
really
quantity.
good,
Okay.
really good games.
Well, hey.
Those 85 games, those were like no-name brand. Those were nice games.
Well,
Who cares
FlyQuest
about those
added
games?
So they are going to be
another
dominating this
total
lane in
here
the
to
early
kick off
parts,
the
like
series.
very difficult for Fly.
We'll see if game number
They're
3
outranged and they have to
can be
respect
another
Braum
tally
passive.
there on that long, long road to redemption for North
Chovy going to have a
America
difficult time in this
against
lane, just
Korea
waiting
in
for the wave to
international
crash into
competition.
him.
FlyQuest, they've got
We're really
control
going
of
for
the
any
mid
of
lane here
this.
nice and early, as Quad will crash the wave into Chovy's turret, but it's Lehens and Pays getting the early push in bottom lane. As
Renekton a little bit behind as a result of being late to lane.
In the 1v1's top side, so controlling that push as well.
And I really want to see what Inspired can get done, because you have the push in mid, you have the push in top, and you know that gives him some more freedom to move around the map here. Quad slowly chipping away on Chovy, did take one tower shot, and really that's only the return damage he has taken. But bot lane, it has been all Gen G pushing in. You can see they're stacking up this huge wave, and they're going to look for a dive here. This would be devastating if FlyQuest died.
Masu and Busio, they got to play this one right. Canyon going in. They already popped the heal at the very start from Gen G. Busio taking a ton of damage here. Canyon's getting locked up. Lehens eats another turret shot.
Wow, really? All right, so let's take a look at this. Because Keen was late to lane, and because it's an Urgot, you know, Renekton matchup, Whippo is ahead, right? It's pre-10 minutes. He's got his TP. He's actually started to proxy farm just to be as annoying as possible in this matchup. And so because they have pressure in mid and top, Whippo decides that he's going to be able to try and go down. Because this is an unconventional pathing, right? Unconventional pathing from Canyon. Because Canyon starts here, and he goes down, and he's level 3, right? He's level 3 because he takes enemy raptors.
Having issues
Sorry.
in the game, so that
I'm trying to get back into this part. He takes enemy raptors as his first camp, so they get the invade down because they have pressure on bot side. Takes blue Gromp,
gives him some
hits level 3, and then goes for a level 3 dive in standard lanes. This is very unusual.
For a dive here, this would be devastating if
But they're trying to counteract this pressure
They got to play this one right.
by
Canyon going in.
TPing
They already
onto
popped the
bot
heal at the very
turret.
start from Gen G. Busio taking a ton of damage.
And Lehens tanks this up. It's a good dive, actually, but they have to abandon it, obviously, because of the TP that comes in.
Whippo goes forward. Canyon's still trying to get away. The Urgot not going to get a kill on anybody.
Gets stunned.
As now Whippo's in danger.
Ease.
Face shifts forward. Busio
Somebody blocked the E damage here. Whippo actually, no, he took the E damage. But they don't respect the ignite. Oh my god, 1Q kills both of them. What is Gen G doing, man? It's like Chovy was overextending in the last one. This is a good dive, let's be clear. This is a good dive, right? And we're going to TP back. We're going to TP in. At this point, this is a massive W for Gen G. They get out of this, right? Canyon doesn't take a turret shot there. Bwipo is going to get tagged by BromQ, and then he has to walk out or he's just dead, right? And they can literally walk away here. They can literally walk away. Pays can E out. You know, he still has barrier in case they chase. They can back off. And if they back off at this point in time, right? The question is, what happens? Well, Renekton's going to bounce back from that entire lead. He has TP advantage. Bwipo accomplishes nothing besides saving his bottom lane. This gets pushed up. Renekton probably gets a plate here, if we're being honest. And all of these guys live. So, yeah, you didn't kill anybody, but, like, they greed so Pays, man. Pays fucks this play. Pays, you are an NPC. You are not the main character. Do not try and make plays. It was huge that they got that TP. And now they just fed double kills to Masu instead. Hindsight analysis? No. No. You can know this in the moment. Because the thing about Pays going in there is that you are disrespecting the fact that they have all summoners, they have Ignite, right? You're playing into a PTA Urgot. What you guys tell me, what is the best case scenario here? 1 HP on Canyon, 1 HP on Lehens. Best case scenario is he kills Bwipo and dies. Best case. And death timers are so short now that it actually probably gets Bwipo back to lane faster. He should have just left. They should have just walked away. It will literally take Bwipo longer to get back to base and to heal than fucking dying.
What a counter engage there from Busio, punishing the shift from Pays. A great TP comes in from Bwipo. It looked like he was going to get killed though as he TP'd in. He flashed forward.
It's an absolute disaster.
But FlyQuest in the 3v3 make it happen, and the wave is being pushed towards Busio, and it's
if they walk, is it a guarantee they live? Yes.
Let's watch it one more time.
They can't deal. The Urgot is so low that they cannot deal with him, and there's still BromQ and Sejuani. Like the thing is right here, they're trying to chase, right?
At this point, you're thinking, oh, Bwipo might be in danger. Good.
Right. This is the point at which you leave. He still has barrier. He still has full HP. He can actually just disengage this, and if they try and follow up, he just uses his abilities at range and he spams QW at them.
The Ignite was held on to. The barrier comes through. The double knockup into Q. Beautiful.
Great play by Busio and Masu, though.
As 700 gold goes into the pocket of Masu.
Beautiful redemption for Busio. Isaac, you talked about it in game number 1.
By the way, Bwipo should not be happy here. He completely ran this. They should have taken a fat ass like L here. Like they should have taken the fattest ass L ever. But it's okay, due to mind control, they win, I guess.
Beautiful redemption for Busio. Isaac, you talked about it in game number 1. The struggles that he had during MSI, the comeback during summer, and now to be the enabler of the early double kill from Masu against Gen G 4 minutes into the game, just huge.
It's a fantastic TP from Bwipo supporting the
It's not a fantastic TP, Azale.
And that is the fate that they have.
It was literally a fucking L TP.
Masu and Busio. The team knows if we get Masu
that was such a low probability play.
They have that confidence in him, and Bwipo is willing to make sacrifices to his own game to enable this young AD carry.
Good little trade there from Chovy in the mid lane to try and push out that wave. Quanto should be.
I mean, look at this. Look at this, guys. These guys would have had to have gone back. Look at this difference, right? We would have had, if they just don't follow up on that, Keen gets himself back in the game. No 2 assists here. No 2 kills here. We still have a huge lead in the bot side, and we have pressure everywhere. The fucking dumb TP.
The stacked wave that you were talking about earlier, Azale, now going to be caught as Inspired hovering around the bot side of the map. That's the other consequence of that failed play from Canyon. Inspired has been full clearing the whole time. This man, for those that don't know...
So the advantage, though, is like, you know, this is a pretty jungling 101, but when you see this play going down, right, and the enemy jungler shows at level 3, you know that one of their quadrants hasn't been taken. And in this case, he knows it's top quadrant because he knows where he started, and also he has a ward there on Raptors, and he hasn't seen him. So the advantage is you get 3 quadrants as Skarner, so the Skarner gets super ahead. And that's the other thing that the Genji players do not respect the fact that there is a price to this gank for Canyon. There's a price to it, which means you cannot die. You cannot both give up 2 kills if the jungler shows up. Like this is completely fucking illegal from Genji.
At this point, you're thinking, oh, Bwipo might be in danger. Good block.
It's so greedy.
Comes in from Masu, but that E from Pays to reposition ended up being his death sentence. The ignite was held on to. The barrier comes through. The double knock up into Q. Beautiful.
Shout out to Lehens for using his flash to then ensure that they both die. So now he doesn't even have flash.
Struggles that he had during MSI, the comeback during summer, and now to be the enabler of the early double kill from Masu against Genji 4 minutes into the game, just huge.
It's a fantastic TP from Bwipo supporting the team, and that is the faith that they have in this NA talent bot lane here, Masu and Busio. The team knows if we get Masu in a position, he can win us games. They have that confidence in him, and Bwipo is willing to make sacrifices to his own game to enable this young AD carry.
Good little trade there from Chovy in the mid lane to try and push.
Is Arrow Fly Quest Coach? Yes.
Set up a decent freeze. The stacked wave that you were talking about earlier, Azael, now going to be caught. As
so is Damonte. Damonte, Mithy, Arrow, Nuke Duck.
The whole time. This man, for those that don't know, loves clearing caps. He did it in EU.
Of full clears.
Yes, he did it in EU. He immediately went over to NA and did the same thing. And if you try and make that haphazard play, you aren't able to execute. Inspired is going to punish you for it. And now look at that. Level 5 completed for him. He's back out.
If you make that haphazard play. I like how in this... What the fuck is with these casters? Seriously. In their minds... The haphazard play was Canyon's dive and not the insane haphazard teleport that Bwipo did. If I was to describe a part of that sequence haphazard, it would be Bwipo's TP. Not Canyon's fucking dive.
You can see though Chovy trading well with Quad in mid.
It was a good dive.
A little bit dicey as they both are getting a bit low on health. You also have to wonder, you know, could this TP get punished from Bwipo? If he gets ganked without that TP, if you die without that TP, all of a sudden plates go over, all of a sudden you lose all the minions. The wave becomes very difficult. So Canyon still has an opportunity to try to have an effect.
If Bwipo doesn't TP at all, isn't the dive successful though? But Bwipo had it, guys. Bwipo had an advantage in topside. I don't think you understand how hard the throw is of TPing there if they don't get those 2 kills. And, like, it's okay. The situation is okay for Bwipo because if he TPs just to prevent the dive, then he was proxy farming up here and maybe he can get back into lane, right? But then he throws his advantage either way, right?
Is there when he goes for that gank. Another play goes bad in the early game.
They give 2 kills and lose wave bot? No, they don't give 2 kills, maybe 1. I don't think you get 2 kills with a 3-man dive on a 3rd wave crash or whatever that was.
Just to get a bit of information. Yeah. Lehens using this opportunity to roam mids as the grub started off. Good awareness from Canyon knowing that Quad wants to go back to base. Doesn't have the TP available. Lehens is already here to the play. Chovy has the power, but they dive bot.
Bottom lane, Pays at 200 HP. Masu has to get rid of the turret aggro now as Pays is still fighting, but it ain't gonna matter. Acathian Rain buries Pays underneath the tier 1 turret, and FlyQuest claim a 3rd kill for their marksman.
A crucial set of sequences happened on the map. While Genji gained the advantage on the grub, they did so by bringing Lehens up. FlyQuest needed to make a cross map happen, and they rightly do it. We talked in game 1 about playing with the nameplates off. They didn't look at FaZe's names, they just saw an Ezreal that should have died.
Whippo in trouble is Canyon.
Okay, this is a kill.
Known up here with the top side. Whippo's locked up, beat
There's the
down.
power of the Sejuani Renekton, so now they're able to leverage the advantage that they got because Keen just TP'd back in, and Whippo had Cull
Keen is going to get this wave in,
and not really anything else.
At least one of these turret plates, and he's going to be in a pretty big advantage.
The thing is, I just don't think Keen can carry this game because even if by some miracle he kills one of the AD carries, he doesn't kill the other one.
Towards mid as well. With the grubs gone, typically you'd look for those neutral objective trades, but Inspired not really been in a position to play for that dragon just yet. He has to cover the top side of the map. He's going to catch that whole wave, and as you rightly said, Azel, the top side of the map now a big advantage for Gen.G, with Masu finding himself with a 1.1k gold lead. Yep,
that was always the risk. When you TP down to bot, you die without that teleport, you are in trouble. So Bubbo sacrifices for the team, but it's not nearly as dire as it was in that last game. The situation that he was in was so much more difficult, and especially against a Jax who really does scale incredibly well. Bubbo's still in it, and Masu has been set up for success. This young Canadian AD carry trying to make his name known on the international scene. Has talked so much about, how the support of his family has really meant the world to him. He comes here, he has so much backing from his family. They're always watching the games. They're always sending him supporting messages, calling him after the games, and he wears that necklace as a reminder of his uncle, of his family.
Yeah, if only there was somebody here to tell stories about Gen.G. Because, Masu's the only one who has a player, his family supporting him, by the way.
No neutral objectives to their name just yet. 2 minutes until we get the next set of grubs. The first Drake being a Chem Drake doesn't have a lot of individual value itself, and it looks like neither one of the teams are super concerned with it right now. Canyon is on this bottom part of the map. He is level 6. However,
because we just have 2 NA and a European caster here, we just got the fucking FlyQuest human interest story. And then Riot's like, I wonder why nobody likes the good teams after Faker retires. I wonder why. Maybe it's because we do this.
Move into the bot side river, clear out some of this vision. Inspired, also hanging around, farming Krugs up himself.
Masu with good control over this wave. Nice W connects, but an immediate trade back from
Gen.G has no family. They're all orphans.
Both AD carries with very similar stories, but of course along different timelines. A big ultimate connects from FaZe. Dragon's still available. Canyon on the bot side of the map, likely ticking over to level 7. Oh, no, not quite enough experience. May set up for the objective, given the pressure that he has on bot. He could even be looking for a dive.
I think it's round 2 here, and this time there's Whippo still having that teleport, so they do have to be careful about that if they overcommit.
They want to connect to the NA audience. What? Guys, less than 50% of the English stream audience is North American. So why would they try and connect very with this minority of their audience? It's so small. Like, if you told me that on the English stream that North American viewers, and this was on at 4 a.m. by the way in North America, were 25% of the viewers, I would believe you.
The same play could happen.
1v1 in the mid lane though. Quad firing back on Chovy, who has some quick side steps to get away from some of those Zeri Qs. Chovy still wants to keep it moving forward. Quad getting every little bit of extra HP he can there with the grass procs. Inspired waiting around in the brush. This Skarner has not yet had a real meaningful impact on the game.
Yeah, Quad is trying to bait Chovy forward. If Chovy E's forward, Inspired will look for the play. But it looks like Chovy is just playing this too smart, too safe, and there's not going to be an opportunity. So now it is going to be about the grubs here. They rise in importance, as we are going to see Gen.G claiming the first dragon, claiming the first 3 grubs. You definitely do not want to give 6 over. But Masu now, with the Shiv completed, so strong at this point of the game, and it's going to be his turn to pay Whippo back, to be able to have a big impact on some of these fights.
He's going to be making his way towards the top side of the map. Pei's going to be sticking around on bot, his base delayed. He does have an experience advantage over Masu, thanks to being able to push in that extra wave, which is not going to be caught by anyone. TP committed now, bot lane from Whippo. He's not going to be able to get much of that farm, but a nice trade comes in from Quad, means that Chovy going to be delayed in terms of contest for the grubs. This means the FlyQuest should have advantage on this objective.
However, teleports are now unleashed, and Chovy does have his cooldown ready to fire. As soon as he gets back to the base, he could join the fight in that 4-second moment's notice. Masu clearing out the ward, Canyon and Lahens both making their way up to this topside river as well. Gen.G ready to commit for the second set of the grubs as Quad continues backing away from Pays. And
Obviously very good game state, right?
They're not going to contest. Whippo has no TP. He actually did go down towards bot with that teleport, so they're just making the call.
They're basically now, because of what Whippo did, they are now in Whippo triage mode. This is actually very dangerous for FlyQuest, by the way. This is a precarious position because they are opting in. Like, Whippo was ahead, then he put himself behind, right? But he got his bot lane, who was behind ahead. So he basically just traded the advantage. Now, we can obviously argue that Masu being ahead is much more important, right? But he could not have known when he TP'd that that would be the result of that play, and indeed, I would argue it should not have been. And we commit TP into the bot side, right, while Keen is top, and we're walking, Gen.G is walking their AD and support, so they're going to be 5 players all on the top side of the map. So basically, because Whippo needs farm, we now have to sack grubs.
That is risky business, but if you can deny them from getting to those towers, then hey, it can really pay off because the grubs are only potential power. If you're getting shoved in those lanes, they don't do a lot for you.
FlyQuest is hovering around the area here a little bit, but they are not going to go any further forward. Inspired and Busio's feet never touch water. As that's 6 grubs for Gen.G.
So, like, now we give up 6 grubs. Like, is that worth it? It's probably okay because their wave clear is very good and the siege is pretty bad on the side of Gen.G.
But I guess the logic is, against Renekton this early on, it's not worth it. And given that Whip already TP'd to the bot side of the map, Renekton versus our double AD carries at this point in the game, no, we're good, we're fine. But conceding so many objectives in the early game is a dangerous thing to do against Gen.G.
It really is, right? And if they get access to those towers, they are going to punish you. Chovy's going to be playing heavily through sides on the side list, so that is a concern, as Whippo will get jumped on, but should be able to walk it out. And I think the thing is for FlyQuest, their read is we outscale.
Whippo gets tagged by the stolen ulti. Chovy going in, trying to get the execute threshold. Remember, it's 25%. But they don't do the damage.
Like, the only time that people, I think people are like, oh, 6 grubs, auto win. You actually do have to be able to siege. You know, if you're playing a low range composition that can't siege, then it doesn't really matter if you give up grubs.
And we'll get to a point where you can't contest us in the 5.
For FlyQuest, they've got steps though, but because Kai'Sa
until the Herald spawns. FlyQuest having already given away the first 3 neutral objectives with that first Drake, and all 6 to get value from the Herald.
Exactly, and the grubs amp the power of the Herald. You drive it in, you have 6 grubs, you're going to get 12 Void Mites popping out of that thing. It's a clown car, and it feels like you get so much damage down on the tower every single time. FlyQuest are basing now. It is going to be a little bit late if they want to actually contest here. We'll see if they are going to be looking for it. You can see Quad has no teleport. He's just going back to base now. So again, I think they're just content to keep farming, keep playing it slow, maintain the status quo, and that is, for now, a 2.4k gold lead.
A Black Cleaver being finished on Whippo is a nice spike, but no TP available on him. Rakan is making his way up, but Inspired...
Like, Whippo now has a lead, so they basically traded 6 grubs.
With the Stride Breaker finished for Quad.
Now, them giving up the 6 grubs and the Herald might be a problem, because this is where they could actually potentially get value out of that, even if they have a garbage siege, right?
Get a lucky steal. But when you're playing against these 4 melee champions, you do have that slow that you can apply if they are chasing in onto you. It makes it more difficult for them to actually stick onto him. It is pretty interesting, and he's going to be a lot tankier. It's 450 health, plus all the grass procs he's gotten. Maybe you can check how many he has, Betty.
And I also want to point out that we're talking about Whippo hitting that Black Cleaver, the way that Whippo has come back into the game.
Oh, he built Stride Breaker? Interesting.
Hold on 1 second.
I guess this is just anti-dive in case they go into the back line.
Whippo did complete his call and then sell it off after to hit that power spike there to make sure that he could buy the Black Cleaver.
Makes him a lot tankier, too.
You can see the gold in the top lane, despite the fact that we talked about Whippo's self-sacrifice to enable the early double kill for Masu. The gold is now not even 100 apart, still favoring King.
I mean, Quad has 2,400 health right now, so quite a lot. It's as much as Silas, but you're playing an AD carry. So he's not going to be the easiest to burst down. I think he's going to be posturing aggressively, trying to utilize that extra health to be baiting them in onto him, to try to make them overcommit, and then to try to kite them out in the fight. We'll have to see if that is going to be able to work, but FlyQuest, again, they are masters of playing towards what they believe their win conditions.
What's Lahens doing? Like, is he trying to bait this? What's he doing?
Into fights that they don't 100% believe they're going to win, because they're going to say, you know what? Sure, we might win this one. Maybe it's 55-45. But guess what? In 10 minutes, it's going to be 70-30, and we'll fight you then.
Well, the second Drake of the game goes FlyQuest's way, so they will not allow Genji to continue stacking towards a soul that critically is a Hex soul. This always tops the rankings, all the tier lists of what matters the most. And when you have
I mean, with double 80 carry with Hex soul, it's really good for FlyQuest.
Lightning is going to be massive for kiting out these team fights. So FlyQuest working towards that. On the other side, though, Genji, it's also an amazing poke tool to have the Hex soul, and you know Pays will be delivering the Mystic
You're wrong
shots.
about the on the dive again. You're wrong about the TP being bad because Masu and Busio misplay at the start by not insta-flash following Blippo's initial flash. If they follow up with it at the start, they get lethal on both Canyon and Lehens. I think that depends on how Pays reacts in that situation.
He's significantly closed the gold gap, giving himself.
I'm not sure
advantage.
it's insta-lethal, as you say.
We're at a 3K gold lead.
Yeah.
Securing that second dragon did a lot, mainly because it just slows down Genji's ability to basically.
Regardless, the
game.
real problem was
And
just
we're
the
getting closer to those
re-engage with what
fights
was
where
actually going on.
Zil and I already talked about it in the draft. It's an interesting situation where I have some concerns around FlyQuest's ability to gain access to the backline. However, both teams are going to be looking to play a front-to-back composition. And when you have 3 melees into double lady carry, that's a
LV Merci. Sorry. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
good situation for both an Urgot and the 80 carries to be playing.
I mean, it's 4 melees into double 80 carry, right? It gets
True.
even harder, and there's a black cleaver that Urgot purchased up, which I think is so smart. Shredding the armor for your 80 carries, applying that to everyone. You also have to remember, you want to be pretty tanky here, but guess what? You're minus 20% HP because the Urgot ultimate. So I think what FlyQuest is going to do in every single fight is they're going to Urgot ultimate one person, hit that on the front line, try to get that kill, and then utilize the fear beyond death, that fear that comes out onto all these melee champions to buy space and take over the fight. That is going to be the key thing. And the question is, can FlyQuest get that first fight to set up for success in the rest of the 5v5?
Well, Genji is going to get their first turret of the game here in the bottom lane. Canyon came down to apply enough pressure to force Whippo to step back so that Keen is able to secure the turret. But now it's Keen under pressure. FlyQuest going in for the fight. Whippo will lead the charge as Inspired on the approach right next to Busio. Keen doing a good job kiting these guys out for now, but his goal is only to buy time. There is no escape here for the Crocodile, and Quad gets the 4th kill for FlyQuest, but the trade in mid lane is there. It's the Rift Herald summoned up by...
Yeah, okay, so we're collapsing on the bot side here onto Keen, but Keen's going to buy a lot of time, and the Rift Herald is there. So actually, Gen G might get 2, maybe 3 towers for this. Mid-tier 1, top-tier 1.
Here for the Crocodile, and Quad gets
It's actually, and they're going to get another charge onto the mid lane turret. I mean, they have 6 grubs. I think it's really kind of crazy to make this trade if you are FlyQuest.
Now Inspired and Busio show up to force Lehens back. So ultimately, Gen G do close the gold gap despite FlyQuest getting the pick down to the bottom
TP
lane.
flank.
But a TP up in the top side now as Chovy could be in trouble. Whippo moving in, still moving towards this guy, slows him down with a grenade, and now trying to get that extra little bit of space. Disdain with the flash! Whippo finds Chovy, but where's the rest of the damage? Busio wants to go in, but he will not get his man. Inspired still hanging around here. Farsight trinket from Gen G to Whippo finds we could be in trouble. Whippo moving in, still moving towards this guy, slows him down with a grenade, and now trying to get that extra.
So they all
little bit of
rotate
space.
top to try and
Disdain
punish
with the
Chovy's
flash.
pressure.
Whippo finds Chovy, but where's the rest of the damage? Busio wants to go in, but he will not get his man. Inspired still hanging around here.
Okay,
Farsight
so they
trinket from
see
Gen
Inspired with
G
a
to
ward, and now we're just going to
stop the
counter
FlyQuest
TP.
juggler. Canyon showing up, and another TP is
in
coming from
response.
Gen G. Inspired is way too far forward.
Whoops.
And surely he dies. Gen G with a beautiful punch back.
An overstep from FlyQuest as Whippo finds a great trade onto Chovy, but ultimately it's a net gain for Gen G. They might even be looking for more as FlyQuest is forced to retreat. Sejuani ultimate is not available as it was used on the Skarner, but FlyQuest, they got a single pick onto Keen in the bot lane. Gen G
Why
got
doesn't
a
Gen G
tower
just pick a
top,
Timberwolf and
tower
obliterate
mid,
FlyQuest?
and
Yeah,
then
why
got a
didn't they
kill
just
back
take the
for
Timberwolf and then
themselves?
alpha
That
strike them
3K
with
gold lead that
2
FlyQuest had
LRM
is now
10s
on
and
now.
And to
ERPPCs?
make matters worse, not only was it the trade of flashes, I think the initial play from Whippo is good, but Busio spent his flash
Shimmer is
damage
asking the
trying
real
to follow
questions.
up there. And then Inspired, when he sees the TP coming through, I think his idea is to try to time that ultimate maybe on the TP, but he mistimed it. He wasn't able to connect onto Chovy, wasn't able to get it on Keen. So it's a swing and a miss, and that means they were always going to lose that fight. So FlyQuest do get a bit aggressive here and are punished for it. Gen G, we saw this in game number 1 as well. You make a misstep, they will take the map and they will close that gold lead.
What is it, Timberwolf? It's a
Genji
mech
play on their
from
side
BattleTech.
lanes is- it's
I
one of
was
the
playing
best in
Mech
the
Warrior
world.
5 clans on
50
stream.
seconds until the Dragon. They're going to have the push in mid, thanks to the fact that FlyQuest don't have that tower anymore. Chovy keeping pressure in bot, has a slight level advantage over Quad, which means that contesting this Dragon, maybe FlyQuest just say, we'll concede it, maybe look to cross-map that.
Who is the
tier
best
one down
caster in
top
your
lane.
opinion casting today?
Also, you
Atlas.
Look at the item power spikes. Not fully completed second item for Quad yet compared to Chovy, who is at the mark. Down to the bottom lane. Chovy going in with the stolen lightning crash. Quad with a sidestep away from multiple ultis as Busio. Completed second item for Quad yet compared to Chovy, who is at the mark. Down to the bottom lane. Chovy going in with the stolen
Look how
lightning
tanky
crash.
Quad is, by the way.
with
This is
sidestep
hilarious.
away from multiple ultis as Busio
They actually just get
countercharges with the
baited by
quickness,
the
but
existence
Genji
of
still got
Zeri
more
in the
men.
side lane.
Inspired wants to go in and find some sort of an angle here for the ulti. He only gets Canyon. Another knock-up, but the Genji jungler's way too tanky. Inspired's gonna die again if he's not careful as Keen kills Whippo down in the corner. Lahen's still retreating. He's got the
Oh, Masu's still at ult.
but how breakable is he?
That's
Masu
huge.
goes to the rampage,
Good patience
and
from Masu on that ult.
keeps running. Canyon regenerating with the Warmogs now, and that could be the difference. FlyQuest now feels.
So Canyon is doing, yeah, that's a good notice by Captain Flowers.
Gonna die again if he's not careful as Keen kills Whippo down in the corner. Lahen's still retreating. He's got the unbreakable, but how breakable is he? Masu goes to the rampage.
I mean, just leaving combat to trigger the Warmogs is so huge here because it actually prevents any further engage and allows them to poke back in.
Keen can't join because he doesn't have a teleport, but Genji's feeling confident.
It's good kiting there from Genji.
And now we
Keen
have
has
Keen
reached
soloing
and they couldn't
Whippo
get Keen
because
on pace. He is
Keen
from
got
low,
an advantage
but
in this
so
game
difficult
again.
to reach that Ezreal. Not going to be enough to kill Quad there, but narrowly Quad was able to escape. They do turn around, they do get one kill, but at the end of the day, you commit a lot, you just kill Lahen's. Genji will take the Dragon, and again, I think come out ahead.
There's not a lot of lockdown on the side of FlyQuest. Their overall crowd control is surprisingly limited, which means that in these extended fights where FlyQuest can keep hitting...
The thing about
there's
FlyQuest
worlds
is
where
they also
can
have
win
no
out on the fight,
non-committal
but
engage.
trying to burst
They
down
only
that
have
single
committal
target,
engage
they
via
couldn't
Rakan
actually
and
keep
Skarner.
Canyon still enough
So
for
it
long
is
enough
harder for
to
them
allow the
to
AD carries
fish
to do the damage
for
needed. Dragon
engages,
secured there for
right?
Genji.
There's no Leona,
That
there's
second
no
item, this is
Sejuani,
what
there's no
might become
Maokai, none of these kind of
synonymous
champions.
with his gameplay. It is the Sterix. He plays so heavily around this. If you ever listen to FlyQuest comms, he talks all about the Sterix cooldown, about creating space with that, about buying time with that.
Lahen's in danger as Busio jumps over the wall to knock him up a little bit, but Lahen's can easily just regroup with Chovy, right back over that terrain, get himself to safety.
And Masu is going to be going the AP route here. This is standard for what he plays. It is going to give them a lot more range, a lot more ability to poke and prod and harass back here, as we'll watch this fight one more time.
So we look back at the 1v1. Whippo ended up getting outplayed, able to get the knock back, but
It's empowered W, then to empowered Q, and we're just freaking out. We got Sterix Gage. Not even close, baby.
Going into that fight. Oh no.
No, I think he got caught. I think he got caught before.
Is there any
he
chance we can
actually
see you
did.
casting events?
Sorry, I
No.
meant Keen already
Oh,
had
yes,
the
yes,
Sterix.
yes, Keen
Yeah,
did,
so
absolutely.
the shield advantage ended up giving him the advantage
Exactly.
there. So just the atomization difference allowing Keen to win the 1v1.
Keen also doing a great job playing around those shotgun knees, avoiding the extra angles. Whippo is critically at the Urgot breakpoint. Remember that the cooldowns for each individual knee are at their lowest value once you hit level 13. It's 2.5 seconds per leg, so very easy to get those back up and have a lot of extra damage in these fights. 1,500 gold lead still for FlyQuest. Yes, Baron is on the map, but now we got to see the pressure here on Canyon as Busio's trying to lock him up, but he's just so damn tanky.
Yeah, and they're not going to overcommit to chasing him in. You can see critical item now completed as well there for Busio. Has the Mikhails, and the Mikhails is going to be a big deal when you look over and you think, okay, what is the main engage? It's really Canyon looking for an ulti here, as Keen may go in, but Masu is close enough. He could get back down here.
Yeah, if Whippo can stop Keen, okay, I was going to say if Masu gets close enough for a plasma mark, you Killer Instinct in, all of a sudden it becomes a 2v1, but it ain't going to happen. Keen knows better.
Hayes. There's a 1.2k gold difference between the AD carries, but in terms of itemization, they're pretty much even.
Monty, any
All
thought
AP
on the
damage is
upcoming
gonna come
November
from Masu,
elections?
but
Dude, nothing I
it's
say
a
is
scary
gonna
spot
do
for
me
this
any
Ezreal. Once he
good.
completes this show
You know what I
it's
mean?
cute, basically
Somebody's
doesn't
getting
have a
mad no
cooldown
matter
anymore.
what.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
So no, I don't have
It's like
thoughts
on your team.
that I'm
It's
sharing
funny
with
when it's
you.
on the other team.
Yeah, enemy team, it becomes very, very threatening. Well, you guys talked a little bit about, we've seen the LPL.
No good could come of me
so far
talking
Worlds,
about
and
that.
Just the damage charts at the end of the fights, once Ezreal hits these power spikes, it's incredible. He's always the largest bar on that graph.
Exactly. I mean, when these Ezreals are positioning really well, using the shift perfectly.
Let me put it this way, guys. I think both sides suck. I would consider myself an independent. I think both choices suck.
You know, getting that bonus damage in, as they're going to look for a pick on Bwipo. If he goes forward, he's probably dead.
Yeah, Bwipo's in some danger here, flashing out, but Keen's ready to flash follow. Bwipo getting stunned up, chain CC'd by Canyon there with a Glacial Prison. Bwipo's buying a lot of time, but it ain't enough. Steric's Gauge won't keep him alive in that one. And Quad's here, but now he's got to be a little bit careful himself. Tries to throw the zap over to continue getting a little bit more slows. Masu just barely not going to land the Void Seeker. It expires at the very tip of the range. +1 for Gen G.
Pretty surprised that Quad even TP'd there because it was so late on the play. You know, maybe he was too close to Silas and had to actually back off before the TP could get interrupted or something like that. I didn't actually see on the minimap, but very late TP. Masu was close to actually connecting with that W, and if he had, maybe they pile in and try to actually get that kill, but Bwipo getting punished in the side lanes here has been a problem for him at times.
Keen level 16 now, the highest level in the game. This Renekton is going to be an incredibly difficult front line to have to deal with. FlyQuest, you're seeing how they're conceding a lot more on the map. These objectives are getting harder to contest. Gen G are doing a good job of manipulating the side waves once again. Chovy has the push in top once more. They still hold on to their mid and top tower. And FlyQuest, it feels like the pressure is continuing to mount.
Back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of the game when FlyQuest got that double kill in the bot lane.
Canyon's behind him.
Canyon coming in. Gen G making their move. Inspired's going to be the target here, but he tries to force the enemy front line back. The Skarner's locked up in the front. He's got that double kill in the bot lane.
Wow, Quad really trying to push forward here.
Canyon's behind him.
Canyon coming in. Gen G making their move. Inspired's going to be the target here, but he tries.
Okay, we have TPs coming in. Inspired actually getting picked off of the front line here. Okay, nice charm though. Nice charm onto Chovy the instant he comes in from Busio.
Inspired flashing away to barely stay alive, but now Bwipo's going to be in danger as well. The first kill.
Oh, he stole the or got ult. That's fun.
And Chovy puts Bwipo in the grinder. Now Pay's got to be careful. There goes your Void Seeker. Pay's still getting away for now. Masu trying to fire.
Masu still has ult though. They have to be careful about this.
The rest of FlyQuest trying to get at least a little bit of mid lane pressure here. They're down a man. They got to be careful as they continue retreating. Inspired went back to the base to heal, but now Masu's got to be careful. There's your use of that cleanse from the McHales. As again, Gen G continue the chase, but Masu's unstoppable. Went in too far.
He still has ult. Masu still has ult. Oh, he just used it.
Cleanse from the McHales. As again, Gen G continue the chase, but Masu's unstoppable. Lehens went in too far.
I didn't even see where he used it. He used it right there.
Be careful. There's your use of that cleanse from the McHales. As again,
oh, he's it there, okay.
But Masu's unstoppable. Lehens went in too. Inspired went back to the base to heal, but now Masu's got to be careful. There's your use of that cleanse from the McHales. As again.
Oh, Lehens flashed for this.
There's your use of that cleanse from the McHales.
Lehens flashed. I think he thought. So he has one stack of Braum passive on him. And I think he thought that he was going to be able to get the second stack. But the stacks fall off. So he goes back in, but he only has one stack on him. And he's not, and because he still has ult, he's not able to actually get the stacks. They neither get the permafrost nor the Braum stacks down. Wow.
Oh, ye of little faith, believe in Masu and the AD carry. Chovy still trying to escape. He dashes back over the wall.
Now, let's talk about this. For Gen G, is this a fight? Like, you see the 5 versus 3, but they still have that ult up, and this Kais is extremely fed. And I think, yeah, they were trying just to finish off the stun here, hence the flash Q. But the previous stack had already fallen off, and they get 2 stacks of permafrost and 2 stacks of Braum buff, or Braum passive, but they never actually proc it. Great play by Masu, though. And the thing is, Inspired actually does managed to get back. And honestly, guys, this is because of Hextech Rift. Because Inspired is able to take the gate. Otherwise, Inspired isn't part of this fight, by the way. It's only possible because of Hextech Rift that Inspired is here on this engage. Like, if Inspired isn't here with a full HP bar, I think FlyQuest get wiped. I think they got trolled by Hextech Rift.
Still trying to escape. He dashes back over the wall, and FlyQuest take a huge fight.
And they're going to go to the Baron Flowers. They're going to go straight for it here. Bwipo is chasing for the kill. He has his ulti up in a second. He'll see if he can find Chovy, but it's Masu, the Canadian sniper, stepping up and getting the triple.
And Bwipo even finds Chovy. He damages him with the grenade over the wall. Chovy's death.
Oh, he got him.
To be certain. It is going to be delayed. And FlyQuest.
Now, the real question here is why don't we just go to Baron?
Careful. There goes your Void Seeker.
Right, they're kind of low, but Genji probably has an opportunity here just to go ahead and take Baron when Inspired is low and recalling. And also, the reason why they're able to do this fight, guys, is it's the same shit as before where Warmogs heals Canyon up pretty significantly. Because Canyon runs away, gets out of combat, sits here, the brush they've got vision in, procs his Warmogs, and if he doesn't get his Warmogs, then they don't go after this play. But I do think it's potentially possible for them to go ahead and try and do Baron here. And attempt the turn.
As again, Genji continue the chase, but Masu's unstoppable. Lehens went in too far. Zap shoots out of the wall, and Key's gonna be careful. So much pressure. Carry. Chovy.
Up in a second, he'll see if he can find Chovy, but it's Masu, the Canadian sniper, stepping up and getting the triple.
And Bwipo even finds Chovy. Quest.
Justify reappears, and now FlyQuest
with the confidence. It's Masu taking over the fight.
On for this team.
Then Masu, why they put the resources into him, why Bwipo is willing to give
Wouldn't
up
Kaisa and Zeri be very menacing to deal with in the Baron pit? Sure, but I think you can still turn there.
He can carry the game.
7-0-1 with a
But I understand why they went for the chase down. They're like, oh, Skarner's out. We have a 5 versus 3. It's just they didn't count on the Hex Gate.
He has all the tools he needs, and his team is ready to play around him.
Genji uncharacteristically prioritized the fights and the kills over the objectives. Dragon, during that fight, was about 30 seconds off, and they chased with nothing left. No ultis, all the engaged tools were gone. They invested everything to get that kill onto Inspired, and they paid the price. Now Inspired looking once again.
Inspired's got to be careful here. Remember, this is the same spot of the map that he overextended previously.
They also have, Genji also has really garbage wave clear because they've got 4 melee comp and an Ezreal. So, like, you basically just have to dump Ez ult into wave clear.
It is a 5-man push through the top lane towards the tier 2. Keen waiting on the flank, but Busio's marking him, making sure the Renekton does not have a path into the carries of FlyQuest. Quad, 3-item power spike now as well with his Blade of the Roof.
Chovy just poking up, trying to get tier 2. He really needs Zhonya's because he broke his arm guard in that last fight.
Takes a tier 2 over in the mid lane. Genji is applying split pressure. They're making
FlyQuest, a team that no one had any expectations of, are forcing these gods from the LCK to have to take a knee. The pressure that they are exerting, the team fighting that they are demonstrating, they are going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world. 6K is the gold lead. The Baron will wear off.
Zeri 3-item. I think the Zeri build is really interesting, actually. It's like tanky. It's like lifesteal tank. And she's going to be really, really strong in 5 versus 5s eventually. It just takes so long for this build to come online.
So Genji will be able to much more easily clear these waves. Look at Keen, split pushing up in the top lane. That tier 2 turret is barely standing on FlyQuest's side, so he'll almost certainly be able to knock this one down. You're already seeing the early recall coming out from Bwipo, and now a TP onto the last remaining.
Can you go over to marinara pasta sauce recipe again? Yeah, I'll do that on stream at some point.
Inspired should be the first
Like, I'll do
one
a cooking
there,
stream
as
on that.
Whippo should make it so that Keen cannot find an escape. He tries to run into the alcove, but a nice use of the Scryer's trinket to make it so Keen doesn't have a chance to teleport away in time. Masu waiting on the tanks to lead the way first, and immediately Inspire just slams Keen right back into the wall. They put the money where the money belongs, and Masu gets kill number 8.
Masu grabs another kill. This one only cost them the teleport here. Thankfully for Keen, he didn't use flash, didn't use teleport, no big waste of resources there. But it's gonna come down to these next fights here, and Gen G is up against it.
6K, sorry. The gold lead for FlyQuest now. A minute and a half until both neutral objectives spawn. A nice pick found by FlyQuest, but not really going to convert into much for either side outside of another kill. The Void Staff finish from Masu means that his poke from the W is going to be that much more scary. And it's a valuable tool at the start of these fights because you've only mainly been seeing like the all-ins, but now poke from the Ezreal, poke from the Kai'Sa is going to be crucial to how these fights kick off.
Absolutely, and when you look over at the Gen G frontliners, they don't amping them.
Bound, fly, knock it down, and extend the gold lead to 7,500. 45 seconds on the timers for Baron and Dragon both, as Lehen steps forward and tries to get the smallest amounts of vision for Gen G inside their own blue side jungle. Masu gonna continue poking with these Void Seekers. Once it gets to an objective standoff, Canyon will need to be the one to eat those. He's the one with the Warmogs, he's the one who can shrug it off. FlyQuest now moving back into mid, getting this wave shoved up, wanting to make sure that Gen G are always on the defense.
Clock ticks down. We take a moment to breathe. We'll give Flowers that opportunity to get his breath ready as we build closer to that ever important fight. They both take placement in the mid wave. They contest, and here we go.
Okay, Whippo actually just flashes in. Who does he get here? It's hard to see because he flashes into a ball of people.
They both take placement in the mid wave. They contest, and here we go.
You got Canyon.
Canyon's gonna be your target here in the front, but a nice counter.
Beautiful ult by Chovy, though.
Beautiful stolen Skarner ulti. Isn't enough? Masu's low. Killer instinct to give him the shield.
Thing is that this Renekton's just useless. He can be kited forever at this point in time. Quad also gets a lot of shots here. Keen tries to get on top of Masu. Masu insta-cleanse, by the way. And then he flashes after Keen flashes. Masu plays this so well, man. Wow, crazy that was only a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and Masu has no resources here. Are they even going to try? Who makes the difference?
Chovy stepping up when Gen G need him. To win a fight down 7,000 gold is absolutely insane. Gen G secure soul point.
Gen G
won. From Chovy. Beautiful stolen Skarner ulti. Isn't enough?
Oh, Inspired only ults the Braum.
They contest, and here we go.
With the flash disdain, Canyon's gonna be your target here in the front. But a nice counter. From Chovy. Beautiful stolen Skarner.
Oh man, Inspired just doesn't do anything, and then he turns around, throws a rock that doesn't hit. He's actually not peeling, and he's not getting any valuable targets at the same time.
Yeah, and Masu has no resources here. Are they even going to try to stay around? He's got no summoners. They got to go back to base. Gen G win the fight off the back of that Chovy ultimate. Inspired tried to get one of his own, but it was only on Lehen's. It's Chovy who makes the difference.
Chovy stepping up when Gen G need him to win a fight.
Why would Whippo flash there? Why force that? Again, they do not have non-committal engage. This is a form of committal engage. You know, Whippo flashing in is committal engage. This guy going in, Skarner going in is committal engage. Somebody has to go in for them to engage. They can't just like chuck a Sedge ult out there. You know what I mean?
Quad pushing out mid here is going to be able to get this tier 2, so the gold lead does extend. But soul point for Gen G with the most powerful soul in the game. FlyQuest tried to go aggressive on that play, but Chovy shutting them down with the big two-man ulti really made it difficult.
This is a great opportunity. I mean, good awareness from Gen G. They realize that they haven't actually committed to a base yet. Keen still huge ult flashes in to get the knockback.
So like Whippo calls that he's going in right here.
He connects
like Inspired has to flash ult here, by the way.
Onto the front line. The way in which Gen G want to play this.
Right here. Right here is the ult.
Pays dishing out good damage, and it's just that
But
front-to-back team fight. But a
he doesn't
huge
actually
ultimate
follow up
comes
very
in from
well.
Chovy
I
to
think if he
split the
flash
fight
ults right
up,
there, they
giving
just win the
Keen
game.
access onto the back line. And while Bwipo is left isolated, the same is said for Keen.
All right, we're back.
Because both AD carries are autoing on that cluster as well.
Wanted the impale, but Pays was close enough so the Hens could jump to
He got
Bwipo's left
stunned.
isolated,
He
the same
did.
is said for Keen.
All right, we're
Back
Guys,
team from
he wasn't
Bwipo,
stunned
who
for a lot of
flashes
this
in
look.
To get the knockback, he connects onto the front line. The way in which Gen.G want to play this, Pays dishing
He gets stunned there. He can absolutely flash ult.
out good damage, and it's just that front-to-back team fight. Bwipo, who flashes in to get the knockback.
Like, he can flash ult, guys. I don't know what to tell you. He can.
Gen.G want to play this. Pays dishing out good damage, and it's just that front-to-back team fight. But a huge ultimate comes in from Chovy to split the fight up, giving Keen access onto the back line. And while Bwipo is left isolated, the same is said for Keen.
all right, we're back into it. Lehen's trying to get away now, inspired.
He was in the middle of his Skarner. Yes, he pressed E.
The way in which Gen.G want to play this, Pays
He is Eing
dishing out good damage,
there.
and it's just that front-to-back team fight.
But
a
he can
huge
flash
ultimate
R.
comes in from Chovy to split the fight up, giving Keen access onto the back line. And while Bwipo is left isolated, the same is said for Keen.
All right,
And then
we're
he
back
grabbed
into
Lehen,
it.
so he actually
Lehen's
didn't
trying to
do
get
anything
away
in the
now,
fight.
inspired.
That's just
Wanted
unfortunate.
the impale, but Pays was close enough so Lehen's could jump to safety. The Braum, however, down to 1/3 HP. There is no Warmogs on this Gen.G support, so FlyQuest will, if nothing else, have
He should have
control of
flashed
the
R
topside
after
river to secure
Bwipo flash.
vision
That's
for
what
the
I'm saying.
Masu now on true 6 items here. FlyQuest starting up the Baron.
TP coming in from Gen.G. True Shot Barrage flies out from Pays. Only hits inspired. Baron down to 60%. Keen is on the flank, and FlyQuest.
Okay, Keen has a really
do
good
not
flank
know.
here.
They
How'd he get in
FlyQuest
there?
starting
His
up the Baron.
TPs.
TP coming in from Gen.G. True Shot Barrage flies out from Pays. Only hits inspired. Baron down to 60%. Keen is on the flank, and FlyQuest do not know. They've got to be careful about this one as they continue DPS here with the Baron. Kane and King gonna step up.
Oh my god, that's so good by Masu.
Pressure. And immediately. Keen is
The
on the flank,
instant
and FlyQuest do not know.
Zonias.
They've got to be careful about this one.
Because Keen, look out, Keen's not in vision, guys. And he waits till his rage is up at the perfect amount to get empowered W off. He has such a small amount of time to react to this. Oh my god, Keen got played! What a great play by Masu. And great turn by the rest of FlyQuest. His Masu also has ult, so he ults out of the danger range right after. Right? He still Zonias, and then he immediately ults into the back of the fight. Nice flash forward by Quad. What the fuck was that? He eased forward. Oh, Pays. Oh, buddy. He tries to get out, but he gets flipped. Because he flashes out there, then he E's forward, and he has his E on a short cooldown because he's level 17, right? And he's got 5 ranks in E, but he actually still gets caught by it.
They're back on the Baron.
FlyQuest has knocked Gen.G to their knees. David is...
Wow, great fight by Masu, though. He had such an insanely small amount of time to react to that Renekton flank. I bet Keen was really surprised.
Everything went wrong for him at the start of this fight. He has no vision on Keen around the corner. Look at the reaction.
That's crazy how fast he reacts to that.
Off. When he has no cleanse, he's able to get it off. They stun him up, and then he ults to reposition. If he doesn't get that Zonias, he is stunned. He is dead to start the fight. Gen.G win. Gen.G take the Baron. Gen.G take the game.
Such a crucial difference in the target focus.
Masu, man, what a great
Pays
player.
and Chovy were focusing Busio, whereas the rest of FlyQuest turned their attention to the top side. Bwipo connects the knockback, sends Pays to space, brings him back down to reality, where the rest of FlyQuest are ready to send him back to base.
David and Goliath mentioned again for the 7th time today by Azael. You see, Azael just really likes the Old Testament. His name is Isaac, after all. He's just all about the Old Testament stories, you know.
as FlyQuest with a 5-man push. Now in the bottom lane, trying to crack the base of Gen G. Keen and Chovy on the side. Chovy with the stolen recon ulti, look for the quickness as Busio jumps in. Turret's already down. FlyQuest forcing the issue, but a true shot barrage over the top of 4 is going to try to hold the line for Gen G. They continue backing away. FlyQuest took a couple of hits, but they claim the inhibitor.
Gen G are not just bleeding, they are falling apart as FlyQuest into a
Chovy for the Gen G fans. Remember, when Gen G won the fight in mid lane, it was Chovy's stolen Skarner ultimate that made it happen when they were 7,000 gold behind. Now, at a 10,000 gold deficit, they're gonna need something even greater. True shot barrage with no results this time. Chovy eating a little bit of damage as Inspired moves forward.
Good games from FlyQuest, though, man. Like, there were a lot of moments to really like about FlyQuest in these games so far.
The Silas ultimate, Ezreal's damage, a lot of it thrown onto this Rakan, who was happy to lose his life so that on the other side, Keen was being shut down. In this battle of front to back, this becomes a
Bells to buy time to buy.
Double unending despair on the 2 meatballs for FlyQuest.
The unending despair. 4 melee champions around you. You absorb.
deserve to be in the quarterfinals, knocking out a. They didn't beat anyone
Infinity Edge
recently
now
to get
for
there.
Quad.
Well, there is no room for question here. This has been nothing but a spectacle. Thought they could.
Absolutely.
Very
And
fun
when you
series
think
so
about
far,
the
though.
fact that they pushed HLE
So
to the
glad we
brink
got
as
this
well,
instead of the
almost able
3-0.
to take that best of 3. It becomes that much more.
Do you think
impressive.
Masu is the
FlyQuest
real
now
deal? Yes.
trying to close in on
Masu
the
has
fight.
it.
You can see Supers coming in bot, Supers coming in mid. That
Masu's
is
got
gonna
the
be
right
moment
stuff,
where
man.
FlyQuest can try to pounce.
There's 1 minute left until the bot lane inhibitor respawns. 2 left on the mid lane inhibitor timer. Tons of damage from Pays onto Inspired. The Mystic shots bringing him low as Bwipo buffers through some of the CC. Mikhail's to try to get him further back. Gen G doing a great job forcing FlyQuest away. Bwipo barely getting away from that last Mystic shot that would have triggered another Winter's
Ulti, Pays ulti, Lahen's ulti. The TP comes back in.
Oh, it's crazy that he actually recall is TPing in here.
Third inhibitor turret under pressure.
Feels like they might be overforcing this a little bit, but they have supers, so I guess let's go back, get another Baron.
Chovy has lost a good chunk of HP here in the approach. The FlyQuest squad just trying to buy a little bit of time to secure the Baron, but Bwipo might die.
Quad is just free firing it.
GG are dying. FlyQuest have already killed
Just look at Quad's positioning here, man. He's getting so much value. He's got Runins. He's full build. And look at this. Lightning Crash. Oh my god, just a slaughter, man. The outscaling is real for FlyQuest for sure. All right, guys, on to game 4.
This is the full
I do have to play ads. I'll do Q&A while we do that. Masu had no cleanse there. Yeah, I saw that. And that's where it ends. Can Russell lead the Steelers to a Super Bowl? I don't think Russell's leading anybody to a Super Bowl, guys. I mean, beating the Jets ain't that impressive. The Broncos did it too. Can you put milk in my coffee? Fuck no. What's wrong with you? If you put milk and sugar in your coffee, you just don't like coffee. I like coffee. You drink coffee for weird-ass reasons when you don't like it. They're asking if you really love the Azael growls. Yeah, I love it. I love the Azael growl. I think it's hilarious. It's iconic. What do I think about JoJo being imported to EU? It's fine. Dancing Blades XO, thank you for your tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. You? My wife and I put on a loop of Azael growls to spice up things in the bedroom. That's right. And she's coming. That's how it goes. Vaccine TV. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Is there a place with all the sponsor codes? Why, yes, there is. On the Last Free Nation Discord, we have a sponsor channel. There's a hashtag. It says sponsors. There's a bunch of codes in there.
Full Game 4
What players do you think stay on T1 after Worlds? Faker. Everybody else, I mean, Keria, I think Keria and Zeus are probably the most important ones. Ads be gone. Thank you. Yes, you can subscribe for ads. I will be here doing these VOD reviews for the rest of Worlds, and by that I mean only 3 best of 5s over the next 2 weeks. But I will also be doing cooking streams and other streams, so you don't have to watch ads during that too. Have I ever played tic-tac-toe on your forehead? No, but I do have a giant forehead, so I would have ample room to play it.
VOD of the matchup
All right, let's get into it.
G and FlyQuest from the quarterfinals of Worlds 2024.
Into the draft. Let's go ahead and see what's going down. Gen G back on the blue side for the 3rd time in this series. They will ban out the Ivern, the Skarner.
Not a horror movie fan, but watched Session 9 today, enjoyed it a lot. Dude, Cure is better. Cure is amazing.
And the Seraphine.
Okay, we're still banning Seraphine. Gen G back selecting blue side. We're taking out the Skarner. We take out, so we are first picking Ashe. Looks a lot like Game 2's draft.
FlyQuest responds.
What did they?
And we're taking the Ezreal away. We're taking the, it looks a lot like Game 2's draft. All right, we're back to Nidalee again. Yes, Tristana, we're doing it. We're picking it. Finally, I've been waiting for this day for Gen G. I think it's such a good pick for them.
And that's when we ended up having, these kind of different wrinkles in the draft, but instead it's going to be double AD carry here for Gen G. But pairing with the Nidalee means they do need some frontline. They do need some support.
Okay, so we finally have an AD mid laner where we're able to push. Like, the reason why this is so good for Gen G is because Gen G is so good at, like, side lane pushing that Tristana, especially because Chovy's always inside, allows them to create so much map pressure for objectives. Really good. He's also just extremely good at Tristana in general.
Fall to the wayside. It's been banned quite a few times by FlyQuest. Wouldn't be surprised to see it banned again here as Busio locks in the Rakan. But so far, an identical draft to what FlyQuest drafted for themselves in Game 2. A little more.
Bayard's pick in the Game 1 when FlyQuest first shocked everyone.
Chovy Soaker confirmed, always inside. That's right. Chovy's Mormon fan club, the Chovy Soakers.
Absolutely, and I think rightfully so. It did look really, really strong.
Hashtag Mormons for Chovy.
Very well on the pick. And not all is going to be that ban, so they are really trying to lock down some of these engaged supports that could cause problems here for Masu, for Quad as well on these carries. Trying to make sure that they have the protection for them.
So the Rakan is also a Braum deterrent.
Are you willing?
And we're still banning Jin Zhao and Vi, so we don't have any pressure on the backlines. Also limits ball delivery options. Rakan's already here, so that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense.
What are we doing with the jungle here? Are we really? I would have thought they would have saved R5 for top.
To me, it was either you take this or you.
Okay, so what weirdness is happening in jungle? Is this a weird AP jungler?
So I do like the denial. We'll have to find out
is this a Fiddlesticks?
Because Renekton taken away. We have the
is this a
ban.
is this a Amumu's not banned? Is this an Amumu?
Especially for the Ashe.
Amumu doesn't feel very good here, but
so you don't just get ran down on it. Definitely one of his
okay, so we actually get a good Cassante matchup here as well. Maokai support into Rakan. Okay, that's good into Rakan. I see that. Prevents him from dashing around when you have a targeted CC.
Also, Lahen's just known for his unique...
So what is this? Why did we just blind Renekton?
The Maokai before. He's going to be bringing out again primarily with the role of providing that extra utility for his team.
Because you have 2 AD champs, so you could play AP jungle here.
the picks here.
Really?
for
We
Gen
say
Z.
we just R5 Sejuani? All that
Really
for
the only
this?
setup that they have for the Nidalee Spear is the Mount
Okay,
Guy, right?
we're just
Which
gonna
makes
play
you believe they're
super
gonna be
standard.
targeting down that bot lane.
Super
It is
standard
Rakan
into
as
Gen.
your
I feel like playing
very
super
weak
standard
early
into Gen G
2v2
is not
here,
the play.
and
I
that's
like
been
the
drafted
little
for FlyQuest, which
curve
makes you
balls
really
that
think,
FlyQuest
okay,
was
is it a lane
throwing.
swap? And if it is a lane swap, can you avoid?
I also feel like when you're up 2-1 in the series, you have this game to kind of fuck around with. So I would fuck around here. I would R5 something weird, either top or jungle.
Giving over that intel to Gen G to try to dodge these lanes that could be problematic.
One of the big problems I feel FlyQuest ran into in Game 2 was that Whippo kept running into Pays. The Ashe into the Renekton matchup was doing so much damage to Whippo. And I think that they need to do a good job of kind of getting him out of that matchup as quickly as they can. The early swap is going to be incredibly important. You talked about it works.
The early swap is good for Cassante, though. That's the thing.
To try and avoid this Ashe lane for the Ezreal.
We also have to
Yeah, but,
remember,
you know,
in that second
swapping is
game,
just good
you
for
went to
Cassante,
G,
that's the
really went
thing.
over them, and you're gonna fall.
Crack FlyQuest.
Or
Not expected to really do that well at the tournament, and yeah, I mean Gen.G, the reigning.
I think this is
MSI
disappointing because
champions,
like this
while the
is
second seed
this
from
is
the
the
First
like
stage
totally
looked at them
send it
and said,
game because you have the
perhaps
safety of a
this
game
team really
5.
is the stronger
So
version, they just lost
you
the single
probably
best of
don't,
5.
even though you're up 2-1.
But
If you're
FlyQuest,
FlyQuest, you shouldn't be
they're
thinking,
poking
oh,
holes
we're
in
definitely
Gen.G's
gonna close
traps,
this
they're
series.
finding
Like you're still
creative
the
angles,
underdogs at the end of the
and quite
day.
frankly,
So I think you
they
actually
are
just have to
executing better on a lot of the
like
team
put your
fights, which
dick,
is
slam your
their
dick on the
biggest
table in
strength
this
throughout
game.
the year.
absolutely, and that's one of the things where we, you know, as the LCS kind of representatives here, have never really had that. It's always felt like if you get into a good position against the LCK or against the LPL, you're just going to get outplayed in the team fight, right? And watching some of these fights, it really does feel like really...
And
Interesting.
yeah, I
I'm
mean, Gen.G, the
surprised.
reigning
It
MSI
looks like
champions,
Gen.G's trying to call the swap
They're
here.
poking holes in Gen.G's drafts. They're finding creative angles, and quite frankly, they are executing better on a lot of
Ezreal
the
slips
team
a deep
fights,
ward
which is
into
their
enemy
biggest
jungle and
strength
doesn't
throughout
see anything.
or against the LPL, you're just going to get outplayed in the team fight, right? And watching some of these fights, it really does feel like Quad and Masu are stepping up, and Busio and Inspired and people are all
I got
playing to a
brainwashed into
level
making
where you're
coffee,
like,
but
you know what?
you're
If the
not
game is
drinking it
even,
with milk
maybe
or
we
sugar,
just
right?
win. And I think that is a feeling that I haven't really had before.
Chovy immediately jumping in on Quad, seeing Busio show up.
What
You're
is
like, you know
Chovy
what?
doing?
If the game is even, maybe we just
So he's trying to do that
win.
thing where we just
And I think
aggressively
that is a
trade
feeling that I haven't really had before.
early in the game, but he sees Rakan. What, really?
What? If the game is even, maybe we just win. And I think that
He sees Rakan here,
is a
and
feeling
then he
that I haven't
W's?
really had before.
Chovy immediately jumping in on Quad, seeing Busio show up to apply some pressure.
I guess he
Here's the mid
figures
lane,
if he
Chovy
tries to
losing a
W out,
flash,
then he
but
still has to flash, and then he doesn't
I
get
think
trade
the important
damage.
thing to remember is FlyQuest. Oh, Whippo, that is not a good trade, my friend.
No, sir.
Oh.
What is
And
Whippo
Chovy
doing?
losing the
What is
flash
anybody?
on
What is
Quad.
everyone doing right
I
now?
think the important thing to remember is FlyQuest. Oh, Whippo, that is
Why?
not a
Why
good
is
trade, my
Whippo
friend.
walking up
No,
in
sir.
these scenarios
He's a
and
very
taking
bad
so much
He was trying
damage?
to give up his health to
in these
get
lane
experience,
swaps.
So he's trying to stay in range of that XP, and that's why he was that far up. But it does make it pretty dicey. We can see, though, we have the knowledge that Canyon is down on bot lane. There is a ward that's down there as well, so FlyQuest also has that info. So I don't actually think that they are worried right now about a dive, thanks to that ward. You can barely see it on the minimap. that
Yeah,
does
they
spawn
did
the
know
middle.
where Nidalee
Okay,
was,
recall
so
game
it's not so
2,
disastrous
that
because the
was the one
Nidalee
that
isn't
Gen.G
here,
won.
obviously.
These
But
two
and the
FlyQuest
Sejuani's
players were
covering
the
on
exact
this
same
side.
champions in that game, and Whippo taking bad trades early on, sacrificing too
But
much
Nidalee has a
HP
chance maybe to
is
make a
what
play on
enabled
bot
Gen.G,
side here, or
who
just
were
to
also
invade
playing the Nidalee for Canyon in that game
blue
to
quadrants
facilitate
of
dives, to
FlyQuest.
get early leads and snowball that game. Now, immediately.
Wow, we get
Busio
another
again
flash
going
for
to
free there,
claim
I guess.
Another flash from a Gen.G carry.
I mean, how about this play? And now Lehens, he's going to have to flash or he's in trouble.
Yeah, Lehens, victim of the Arctic Assault, as Inspired, just trying to make sure that that Summoner spell is committed there too. That's 1, 2, 3 flashes in 3 minutes.
Exactly, 3 minutes in, 3 flashes.
They couldn't
forced.
follow Lehens because
FlyQuest
Chovy has
now
pressure in
playing
mid and they
Gen.G
don't have
on
enough
the map.
damage
They
to
got
kill
the
him quickly, I
preferential
think.
lanes as well. It's Masu laning against Keen's Cassante. He's just having a free farm down there. We can see that Pace is getting sent down towards bot now. And
This
Chovy
Nidalee
is
is really
getting
far ahead,
pressured
though,
here
because of this
by
invade. So
Quad.
they're actually just
Chovy,
trying to
of
get
course,
Canyon
up
ahead.
CS, as he always seems to be.
Busio lanes have now been returned to.
And we talked about it a little earlier in the series, but again, I just want to praise Busio. for this absolute growth as a player since the last time we saw him on the international stage back at MSI. MSI was the first time a North American team was eliminated in play-ins at an international event, and it was FlyQuest. That's a tough pill to have to swallow. Busio had a really rough tournament, and now he's bouncing back here in Worlds, having some amazing plays. Masu has carried so many performances here for this team, and they're both North American players. North America has always had this stigma of too many imports. Where's the NA talent? It's right there in FlyQuest.
That's actually crazy. They got 3 flashes down through like pretty much unforced errors on Gen G.
This is
really quite a bad start for Gen G.
And is now 1 game from taking away Gen G's semifinal slot, from knocking out a heavy.
So they basically had to sacrifice, you know, the Ezreal got a lot of farm because he was in the 1v1 versus the Cassante. And the mistakes that were made on the top side, like Pays having to play back because he was in a 1v2 lane because Lahenzo's wandering around the enemy jungle. But the price of this was that Canyon got really far ahead.
How hard they have worked to be able to get where they are.
Certainly. And it just goes to show the amount of pressure that's falling onto the shoulders of Gen G. If we look back to MSI, not even BLG pushed them to 5 games. It was only top esports at that tournament. They won most of their series 3-1, and now they find themselves with their backs against the wall. Their composition gives them some decent early game strengths. Once again, getting their hands on the Ashe. Nidalee is a jungler for Canyon, is someone that, I mean, just look at the farm already in the jungle. Canyon has been running around the map, stealing camps away from Inspired. He's about to tick over to level 6, and it's the downside of this matchup for Inspired.
That absolutely is. I mean, Canyon is just farming up a storm. You can also see Chovy is pressuring heavily in mid lane. That is where the gold advantage is coming from, but it is slight. And the concern is, look at the gold there on Pays. Look at the farm on Pays. He lost his flash early. He's been running around the map trying to find good lane assignments, and he is really falling very far behind.
I think it's more, if I had to, you know, I think it's more important that Canyon is ahead, though, than Pays is ahead. Ashe is still going to be able to be useful, right, with utility, but Canyon being behind isn't. And Canyon having an advantage really does give him run of the map.
If you don't catch her completely by surprise, Canyon level 6 in this Nidalee, no troubles at all securing the first set of grubs. Gen G going to get 2 of those immediately for themselves, as you can see Whippo coming down to try to.
Okay, so Canyon gets 3 grubs. I mean, I think FlyQuest, this is a game where, unlike previous games where the siege potential was limited, you absolutely cannot give up 6 grubs in this game to Tristana Nidalee. You know, the siege and split push is so crazy that the value you get out of that is very, very high.
It's a really good trade from Inspired. Right place, right time. You don't want to concede all objectives. We've seen that from FlyQuest in Game 2, and that's one of the big annotations we are seeing here in this game. Again, though, you see Pays matching into this Renekton, and he's having a bit of a rough time, but ultimately he's still in a fine position, has the level advantage, hasn't died early.
Oh my god, Keen is actually so cracked. Wait, does he actually kill him? No way. Man, Keen is so good. I didn't even know you, like, I don't even see that, man. Like, I don't even see that angle. I don't even see that angle, and Keen just knows. He's like, I got the chain vest, guys. It's fine. Goes forward. Busio comes up, tries the knock up, and Keen just buffers it with the W. And then he has Q3 lined up to pull him back in. Forces cleanse, gets him under the tower. He starts taking turret shots. Comes back up. That is crazy. I did not think he had... I can't even see that kill angle, man. Wow, Keen played that well.
He's able to just find a massive play. Masu doesn't even commit the
Busio going for the knock up when he had his Q3 charged and was able to W the knock up was the death knell. Damn.
I mean, that is just absolutely
I don't know why Masu didn't flash, because Keen would have flashed, and then they both don't have flash.
He has the Q3 charged up.
It was a combination, guys. I think it was a combination of seeing Masu use E and then also being able to buffer the knock up with his W. I think those 2 things convinced Keen to go in.
I'm actually just dead. Flash is there on Keen. He has too many dashes when he is in the all out. The flash would not do anything for him, so he elects to hold on.
Yeah, I agree with this, Ale. I don't think you flash there. It doesn't save you.
How
Start having
many
flash next
times
time, mate.
have I seen players, usually it's top laners, disrespect Cassante with his third and Tofo strike primed with all outs cooldown available.
It was a
close to
combination
his
of
turret.
Ezreal
It is
using
one of the
E and then the
deadliest
W
combos
on
in
the
League of
Rakan knockup.
Cassante is what the copy pasta was made from. He's already doing great work for Genji on the Rift, but it's important to always add that caveat of the overall gold state, and the reality is, even with that kill, Pays finds himself about 550 gold behind. As El was talking about it earlier, the experience and gold deficit that Pays has found himself in is a pretty significant one.
Absolutely, and a lot of that credit, is deserved by Busio, who moved around the map, put that pressure on. They were able to get a lot done with him. Inspired and Bwipo trying to put on pressure where they can. Canyon has maintained his about 500 gold advantage, but is not growing larger at the very least, therefore Inspired. We'll see how Bwipo does hang on now in this 1v1, because despite the farm advantage, he's actually down gold, and Keen has a really good buy after that 1v2 kill.
Yeah, Keen's feeling great.
He doesn't have a mid laner to help him. Bwipo comes down and
Be dead.
Chovy.
The Arctic Assault flash.
Gold, and Keen has a really good
Wait, what just
buy
happens in mid
after
lane right
that
here?
1v2 kill.
Yeah, Keen's feeling great about his current place in the game as Inspired showing up here after Chovy. Arctic Assault flash to lock up.
Oh
Genji
man, bad
mid,
flash.
and
He didn't even have a
Chovy.
chance to W.
Keen's feeling great about his current place in the game as Inspired showing up here after Chovy. Arctic Assault flash to lock up.
Nice
the
flash from
Genji
Inspired.
Mid, and Chovy with a late flash wastes a summoner spell to still be dead.
Chovy caught completely off guard there with a great gank from Inspired. Canyon wants to try and contest this crab, but he doesn't have a mid laner to help him. Bwipo comes down. Another objective, a small one, albeit secured
Baby
for
objective.
FlyQuest.
And you can see the pressure mounting on Genji. That is not normally a mistake Chovy would make, wasting the flash with no health remaining. He knows he is one.
A top-tier talent for many years, and even last year, falling short in the quarterfinals to BLG. Genji are trying to eradicate the history.
We were talking about it earlier, right? We're talking about how Genji has been so domestically dominant, but internationally, they've never hit the level that they aspired to. They've gotten to the second highest step, but never that final step, never the world finals, never the world title. And now being this close, we'll see if they can bring it to a game 5 against FlyQuest as Bwipo tries
he's
to flash
dead.
away, going into dominance here in a 1v4. But surely Genji just get it done. Bwipo can't stay alive.
Bwipo.
Dancing with death there, but does stay alive. Now Genji are just gonna drill through this turret health bar.
And you look at the minimap, there's not a lot that FlyQuest...
So this is the freedom that having 3 grubs gets you guys, is like, the enemy team's going to be hyper-focused on whatever is going on in the top side, so it gives you an opportunity to make the choice to make a gold play on the bot side instead, right? And so you're basically, you force them to go to grubs, and then you have the chance to really like magnify your gold lead here by getting a million plates, killing the Renekton.
Are just gonna drill through this turret health bar.
And you look at the minimap, there's not a lot that FlyQuest can cross-map for. They don't have a wave stacked up for the top lane tower plate. They will be able to get the grubs.
He could have buffered the Oriole.
It's just
Oh,
kind of
Jovi's gang, but he could have
small
flashed it
advantage
too.
gained as crucially,
He just didn't respect the
Pays'
chain
goal
CC with the
difference is gonna
Sejuani
be
there.
reduced significantly. Getting the kills, getting the plates. Now that lead that Mazu had built has all but dissipated.
But they are going to be trying to trade back on this top side, giving the local gold here all towards Masu, farming up some of these plates. But it is going to be first tower here, down on that bottom side for Genji, and establishing themselves a nice early gold
lead in champion.
And FlyQuest, I think, are going to do what FlyQuest sometimes does best: slow down the pace of the game, play towards their win conditions, look towards some of the really powerful.
FlyQuest is going to do what FlyQuest does best: slow down the pace of the game and play to their win conditions. You're describing Genji, literally the best team in the world, doing those things, Azale. I don't think FlyQuest comes out on top when they slow down the game and play to their win conditions. All Chovy wants to do is sit in the side lane and get giga-fed. Nice flash from Pays.
Quad with the threat with the shockwave, but now Genji coming right back in. Quad's gonna get locked up after flash away to try to survive. Canyon on the chase. Quad's about to die. 50 HP remaining, but an ice shield keeps him alive. King coming in with the all-out. Busio flashes back over the wall. FlyQuest somehow live, but Genji easily win the fight. They're going to use that tempo to put more damage into the tier 1 turret over here in mid.
They're getting a
Keen
lot of
overstepping
plates,
his bounds a little
Gen G.
bit here, has to try to step back away. Busio still hanging around too with about 300 HP. TP coming in from FlyQuest to reinforce the turret after losing 2 plates.
And look at the map pressure that Gen G has as well. They're keeping top pushed in. There was no wave for Bwipo to really push in on the bot side, and they collapsed in mid.
They also
Losing
forced
nothing.
both of
They
Quad
get themselves
sums
more
because he has to
plates too.
TP
A
back
clean
into the mid
collapse
lane.
that should have really resulted in a kill. I think it was a bit of a misclick from Keen. I think he wanted to hit Quad, but he ended up hitting Busio.
If they ever catch him, he'll just pop instantly. Looking at the items coming online here, you can see first items completed for a couple of different players. Leandri's there for Canyon. Yes, Inspired has his first item fully completed as well. It is the Locket. This is an advantage of playing a tank jungler versus a carry. You just get to buy the thrift store stuff, much cheaper price point. But when you also look at the mid lane, Quad is 3/4 of the way to a fully stacked Seraph's Embrace. That'll be a big power spike once he can get those last 80 or so stacks.
Certainly will be. We turn our attention now to be available. And so he has another wave that he can catch and push out. The problem for FlyQuest is there's not really any big points of pressure that they have access to right now. It's difficult to send Orianna off to a side lane. They keep that top tower available to him, but the risk of a collapse from Gen G is something you have to respect.
MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing that yes, it's a small lead for Quad and for Busio, but the big story being told, Keen building that lead. Again, a big part of that was the outplay in the bottom lane in the 1v2, and then Canyon naturally just using the pace of the Nidalee, the tempo this champion can guarantee to stay ahead of Inspired the entire time. Rift Herald now the target for Gen G, and FlyQuest can't really contest it. They just got to back away, so Gen G is going to enjoy another neutral objective.
Yeah, they are, and I think that is kind of the advantage that they have earned for themselves with some of this early game power. Nice Scryer's trinket.
Guys, is really huge though. You're gonna go ahead and use it immediately because it looks like the tower's in kill range.
Drops the Herald immediately. They know that the mid tower is very low. There's no wave for Masu to really contest with.
Okay, they try and ensure that it gets down there. A couple extra autos.
Herald should just knock it over by itself. Kaboom.
What?
All right, needs one more auto attack to do it. Oh wow.
Are you fucking
Okay.
kidding me?
Masu saves the
20
day. The turret has
HP?
Literally 20 HP out of 5,000.
Calculated.
It's a Shockwave top lane.
Quad in trouble though. Inspired shows up to try to block it for him. Chovy flashing over, making the outplay.
Chovy's
Guarantee they
aggressive
get their
flashes
man.
on
But now
Tristana are
Inspired
so
and
good,
Busio
guys.
still looking to lock up the
He's gonna die
Gen
here, but
G mid.
he
Masu's there for a
pulled
little bit of extra
everybody
damage.
up and he
Chovy doing
continues to
everything he
live,
can
so they're gonna
to
get
counter
mid
it out,
turret
but
for it.
Inspired secures the kill.
Should have gotten mid turret
Cannon
earlier,
flash
but
away.
it's
Grand
okay.
entrance from Busio. FlyQuest make it an even trade mid for mid.
And at the end of the day, they got more summoners, actually, because they forced the flash off Chovy and Canyon. Quad didn't have his, so it's just that flash there, traded by Inspired. Nice punch back here by FlyQuest, but again, it's the map play from Gen G. They are the masters of macro. They play the map so incredibly well. So meanwhile, they're pushing in bot, they're pushing in mid, they're shoving these waves, and they're constantly taxing your resources elsewhere.
Quad gets spotted on a wards. He's thinking about heading back to top lane. Bit of indecision as the collapse comes through from Gen G. A nice shockwave to buy himself some time. The flash comes in from Inspired to help keep his mid laner alive. It's a really good ultimate, but then the flash follow through from Chovy as he sidesteps that Ezreal ult. It's unfortunate for Masu that he can't get the kill here. Chovy going to throw out the ulti to create space between him and Masu. Means that Inspired's forced to take it, and then Canyon's able to get away to safety.
Yeah, nearly got it with the red buff burn there, but just didn't quite have enough damage to actually finish him off. And Chovy, at the very least, does deny the kill from the Ezreal, but Inspired getting a little bit of gold back, which is important for him to stay relevant in this game. You know,
How does Riot determine the
maintaining
caster
a
schedule?
very large advantage.
They have actually a simp score, and whichever caster has the highest Riot simp score gets preference.
But now it means there should be no way for him to get away from this. Quad will keep on chasing. Ball delivery complete as the enemy support is down. And again, we talked about it back in draft, boys. That's the main engage for Gen G. Without that setup, there's not really a way for them to safely approach for something like this dragon. Meanwhile, an arrow flies out. Keen going all out underneath the turret, but Whipple's looking to outplay here with the dominance.
I mean, the real answer to that, guys, is that there are some producers who are morons, and then there are little goblins that are talent managers. And even though the talent managers have no fucking clue what they're doing, they are the ones who will decide that, right? And the producers. And because none of these people have actual game knowledge. It is actually just the closer you are to them, that's what gets you the best casting assignments.
But Whippo gets away for now. Canyon.
And they don't care about things like, do these people have knowledge of these teams?
Back up. The spear connects. Whippo with a flash away. And the TP is going to be way too late. Quad goes in to find the shot.
So basically the answer is Riot has a bunch of little shit goblins that make those decisions.
Gen.G maintain a 1-kill advantage as Quad and Busio have to retreat. The tier 1 turret is down. And Gen.G are holding the wrecking ball.
And so when I say you have to sim for it, it means, yes, you have to make the right people like you, and that is actually the #1 criteria.
Such a critical spear there from Canyon. If he doesn't land that on Whippo, I don't think they can actually go for the dive, but of course he does because he is Canyon.
We're not done yet. Inspired, having to get away now. Dashing out of the river, throwing back the Glacial Prison. Looking to lock up Pays, who uses the cleanse to try to escape. Masu still firing back. FlyQuest is down 3,000 gold. They've got to be very careful about these fights that they take because Gen.G are at a point of comfort.
Gen.G continue to demonstrate their mastery over macro as they lose lands and immediately, without hesitation, turn their attention to the top side of the map. Whippo, thinking that he can just catch this wave, does a good job of surviving the initial dive, but 3 members wasn't enough.
Isn't that true everywhere? Networking trumps all? No, in fact, most people want to make the best entertainment product possible, which would require putting the right people in the right games where they would maximize their knowledge.
Gen.G had committed.
So no, Riot is just committed, actually. They're hard committed to making a worse product based on cronyism. Which is Riot in a nutshell. And that's just what Riot is. It's a cult. So the more fealty you show to the cult, the better you'll do.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really big, but Whippo played well to clear out the wave. If he didn't get attacked by that spear, I think you can just walk out the back and Quad can come in and actually TP in and save the wave, and Whippo knows that one hurts because not only does he go down, it's the flash, it's the TP, it's the ulti from Quad, it's
everything. That's a big mistake by Whippo.
Actually go.
Busio, he's going to be way too late. Quad here with the dom.
Like
that setup, there's not
right,
really
they're
a way
going
to
for
something
the play here on the bot side, and he's just under the turret when the counterplay can be made, and Chovy has TP up, right? And Whippo would never live through this, by the way, because Canyon would just hunt him down on the backside. Nice, very nice. Zhonya's there onto Quad.
He stays alive. Gen.G maintain a 1-kill.
And so it's a trade up in terms of gold for Gen.G, especially for Chovy.
And Gen.G are holding the wrecking ball.
That was such a critical spear there from Canyon. If he doesn't land that on Whippo, I don't think they can actually go for the dive, but of course he does because he is Canyon.
We're not done yet. Inspired, having to get away now. Dashing out of the river, throwing back the Glacial Prison. Looking to lock up Pays, who uses the cleanse to try to escape. Masu still firing back. FlyQuest is down 3,000 gold. They've got to be very careful about these fights that they take.
Top side of the map. And as Azale said, that spear was crucial. You look at the minimap, Canyon already making his way up. The Ash arrow, the TP commitment, just this level of awareness of where Gen.G can play on the map to at the very least get something back for the Dragon was masterful.
Yeah, I mean, it was really big.
No, I don't think he can. I don't think he flashes that. He doesn't live even if he flashes it, I don't think.
And actually TP in and save the wave, and Whippo knows that one hurts because not only does he go down, it's the flash, it's the TP, it's the ulti from Quad, it's them losing the tower either way.
Yeah.
That was a critical moment in the game, and Whippo
Lead they built so far for themselves. Now Keen, yeah, he's far forward in the enemy jungle, but more importantly, he's Cassante. He has to commit the flash to get out, but he still stays alive and doesn't even lose a meaningful amount of health.
Gen.G, you just turn your attention to the minimap and you look at how much blue there is. FlyQuest barely have access into the river as the mid is being pushed in, top is being pushed in, Lahens is continuing to extend his vision line forward. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Keen with a full level over Whippo is this immovable object, and who's at his side? Canyon. They're literally playing through every single part of the map right now, which usually shouldn't be possible.
It's just a giant snowball that's forming, right? How do you actually play the map right now with the amount of pressure that they're able to put on? God damn, another great arrow from Pays.
Through the heart, and Canyon's taking the payday.
It's Pays from downtown, back-to-back arrows, nailing Whippo. Pays from downtown, back.
And Canyon's taking the payday.
It's Pays.
It's
He's going
space.
downtown,
We got the Azael growl, guys. We got it going.
Nailing Bwipo. FlyQuest trying to look for some sort of a counterplay on top side, but they just can't find it. And Gen G are punishing Bwipo time and time and time again.
Beautifully done from Gen G. FlyQuest, let's see if they can find anything here. Inspired's gonna wrap around a little bit. Interrupts Keen, but he can go all out, just immediately using that as the escape lever. Inspired, continuing to try to lock up the Gen G top laner. Masu behind him here for the chase. Glacial Prison finds the mark, but it finds the mark in the middle of the minion wave, which makes it that much harder to find your maximum DPS with the Ezreal, the Mystic shots, just colliding with this trash instead of finding the target you want in the
Converted in.
Constantly on this Tristana, and Keen utilizing
Gen G1. It looked like they were doing a lot to FlyQuest lead for themselves.
it absolutely is. You know, the bright spot for Fly.
I mean, this game looks pretty over. The scaling from the Tristana is going to be absolutely crazy. Like, who is supposed to kill Keen in this game? Like, a million of them, I guess, at once. But they're just going to TP into the side lane. Chovy's here. He's just got Flicker Blades. I like how they're trying to kill him, and they just can't do any damage to him whatsoever. Chovy buffers the... Chovy buffered the Orianna ult there. Here we go, reset time, baby.
Gen G are ready to punish, and they want even more.
Oh man, can't even flash it in for that. Oh no, he can't get it. Oh, he can. Just kidding.
It's nothing but a black and white screen for the FlyQuest solo laners, and Gen G want to take us to a game point.
FlyQuest kept fishing, but they did not like what took the bait. The rest of Gen G were quick to collapse as Chovy TPs in and buys time for the arrival of Canyon. FlyQuest fall, another dragon to Gen G. And gentlemen, I feel like we're going to Silver Scrapes.
I think so too. Gen G are just playing this game out so incredibly well. Fly
Not allowed to show up in
so much armor, so Masu's not going to... It just takes no damage at this point.
Hey guys, do you think the overwhelming Arcane ads are gonna start in semifinals, or are they saving the 20 minutes of Arcane ads for finals? What do you guys think?
And honestly, that's all he's gonna need with what you're talking about with the Orianna.
Do you think the blunt force of Arcane is going to hit us in semis or just in finals?
In this game is if it goes really, really, really long, right? You know, they need to get to this point in the game where Quad has Magic Pen, where he has a Death Cap, where he has all these items in the AP behind that Magic Pen, and where Masu and him can actually threaten the front line. Because
it already started. Has it already been on the broadcast?
I don't think Gen G's going to give you that time.
Have they mentioned Arcane? I only watched the game, guys, so I actually don't know. Has the Arcane spam begun?
Little room for FlyQuest to come back, and crucially, we think back to FlyQuest's team fights. That has been their avenue to victory, and Gen G have denied them any sort of option to get those in this game. It's not been about the 5v5, it's the skirmishes, the 3v3s, the 2v2s, the fights that happen before the objectives even spawn. Perhaps a Baron could be FlyQuest's way back in.
Bwipo looking for the flank on Pays. Dominus pop with the arrow to immediately try to stop the FlyQuest top laner. Sterix Gage to keep him alive.
Don't like Arcane? No, I like Arcane just fine, guys. My college roommate was one of the writers on Arcane. I think Arcane is good. It's not that I dislike Arcane. What I dislike is I do not want any of the Arcane garbage on the World Finals, the match where we should be celebrating the best players in the world first and foremost. And what they do is they turn the entire pre-show into an Arcane ad, and then we don't actually get any story building.
A Baron could be FlyQuest's way back in.
Bwipo looking for the flank on Pays. Dominus pop with the arrow to immediately try to stop the FlyQuest top laner. Sterix Gage to keep him alive. Keen's ready to keep on pushing forward here with the Pathmaker going in, looking for a little bit more damage onto Quad. Bwipo's going to be dropped first. Quad's going to go right. Arrow to immediately.
This is just nice kiting by Gen G. True Shot Barrage does nothing. We're trying to get a flank here. Baron's not actually started, though. So it's really easy for them just to dive onto Bwipo. Pays still has both of his thumbs up. He goes ahead and uses them. Bwipo's in no man's land. They have no follow-up. Sejuani ult actually misses. And we Q3 and we kill Quad.
Bwipo and quad. The solo laner's down. A double kill for Chovy as Gen G do not stop here. They keep chasing the remaining FlyQuest players with Keen leading the charge. FlyQuest disengaged successfully, but Gen G runs.
Does Elephant plan to give review for Arcane 2? Yep, Doe and I will do it on Nerd Legion.
At this point, the wallet difference is just too big. The idea from Whippo there, providing a gate for Busio to get onto the back line. The shockwave combo connects, but it just doesn't do enough damage. Another Baron begun by Gen G.
FlyQuest knows they can't afford to give this one away, but what else is even gonna happen? Chovy and Gen G chasing after FlyQuest, killing Monster.
The advantage.
As Keen
All right, that's the end of that one, guys.
Better.
Damage.
It's not really much to replay there.
Going back to the blue side here. About how are you feeling going into game number 5? What are the picks going to be? What is the draft going to look like?
Masu looks like an owl. Masu looks like a Middle Eastern John Oliver. And you can't unsee that.
Because FlyQuest likely will be going back to the blue side here, which we have seen so much success on in Worlds.
Hens using the blast cone to get away as FlyQuest just trying to get any sort of a pick they can, just trying to slow this down any way they can. It's only 26 minutes on the clock, but it is a 12,000 gold lead for Gen G's side as they
It's not on Cuisine Class Wars. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it's good.
Between his own rapid fire and the buff from Canyon's Nidalee is an absolute machine gun on this Tristana. The DPS is out of control. He's got the quick blades, he's got the armor penetration on the Mortal Reminder, and he's got the rest of Gen G beside him. FlyQuest going in for their final Hail Mary. True shot barrage over the wall. Lehen's tanking up as Chovy gets back away. Inspired down to 300 HP, and Whippo does nothing. Shockwave on 2 won't matter. Inspired's about to bleed out. Chovy's dominating, and Keen won't stop. Double kill. Back over to Chovy. FlyQuest are gonna have to be ready for game 5, because Gen G are ready to clean this up. Masu and Inspired trying with everything they've got to defend the last 2 Nexus turrets, but Gen G
Busio
is
just
full.
chugging coffee as the Nexus
Too
sides.
powerful. Lahins and Keen making the space. FlyQuest trying to hold on, but it's not gonna work. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Silver Scrapes.
It's time for Silver Scrapes.
This
No,
is
it's
the
not.
full Game 5 VOD of the matchup between
All right, I gotta
Gen G
be
and
back.
FlyQuest from the
All right.
The quarterfinals of Worlds 2024.
Completely by this game.
It's an interesting parallel because you gentlemen.
All right, here we go. Aurora banned on blue side again. FlyQuest back on blue side. And we're just leaving everything up. Skarner's up. Yone's up. So we're picking Yone, right?
The question is, do you have to take Yone to deny it from Chovy?
Yes, you
or
do.
is it
You
okay
don't
to
have an
take
answer
Skarner?
to the Yone. So they have to take Yone, which is something that, I mean, Quad did have a good Yone game.
They've already banned away the Amumu. They're locking in the Skarner,
But-
and they've paired it up alongside the
Oh, baby. We're going back to it.
We saw this in the Swiss stage as a means
Yeah,
to
this
deal with
this
the
was
Yone because
this
the
was a
scaling
lot of
power
how
of the
Genji played
Smolder.
it towards
But if
the
you
end of
get it
summer and
early,
also in
you
Swiss,
can
which is
quickly
just we're
shut
gonna
down
let you have
Smolder
Yone
down,
and
and
play
it's building
Smolder
a
and
farm
outscale
up
you
into the
and
late
beat you
game.
in lane.
Now this is going to be so
Okay,
interesting
so
here. Quad
surely we're taking
is a
some
player
other
that has
backline
made
dive
his
here, like a
career
Vi.
playing control mages. That is what he is known for. He has really not played a lot of Yone at all. He has played it only 3 times his entire career.
Oh, the Fiddlesticks!
Okay, so they are going for backline threat. I don't know about taking the Fiddlesticks this early, guys. Is this good? I don't know. I don't feel like this is some secret Skarner counter, and even though it provides backline pressure, I think I would rather see, like, if we're really going for this, like, Skarner is obviously very good in anti-dive, but don't we need, like, Vi Kaisa? Right? The Fiddlesticks is weird.
Back in the day, it was a rare pocket pick available for Inspired, and they needed an AP jungler, so they bring it out here in Game 5.
And they take Callista because the Ashe is banned, and Pays has preferred that champion as well.
Callista for Marsu. FlyQuest are throwing
So now they have to ban
everything into
Renata
Game 5.
Glask, probably,
You
Genji.
can criticize FlyQuest if you want, but you cannot say they lack confidence. This team knows no fear.
And I hope all of you at home can hear the crowd
Okay, we're blinding
here
Rumble.
in Paris roar.
We have to ban Renata, surely. So they ban Galio Renata. Yeah?
Form of move the rel,
No, they
meaning
don't
that
ban
Leona,
Renata.
Alistair, Renata can become your
I
key
guess they're not super
engaged
worried about
supports,
Renata because they're not going to
right
play
now,
dive.
FlyQuest, they have great follow-up. It's an old school pick for him, but we'll see. So
So they're trying to take away the MF because it might be able to answer the Callista in lane, but they should just want a lane swap here.
Oh, Ziggs for
Yeah, the
Pace.
Ziggs pick is huge. I'm glad we're getting to see the Ziggs pick. The Ziggs has been falling down priority in the draft, but the Ziggs just has excellent wave clear, and we can take Ziggs Leona. Why are we wait, really?
I think he's going to lock it.
So locked.
Come on, Blippo.
In Game 5 of the quarterfinals against Genji are playing 2 picks that have not yet been played in Worlds 24.
This is incredible to see, and if FlyQuest can pull it off, not only would the upset be one of the most incredible of all time, if not the most incredible of all time, they would do it in such a unique fashion, in their own style.
Why don't you do
their
some
own
analysis about what
game.
the set means?
What am I supposed to think about a set?
You're supposed to think, hell yeah!
Okay, we're taking... Man, this is such a huge amount of disengage, though. The Maokai support coming back in. So we're not actually taking Leona and Ziggs. Probably a lane swap here. But the thing about it is, like, what FlyQuest really wants is to provide pressure to get Set and Callista ahead. But they're going to be losing the mid lane. Fiddlesticks should do well in the lane swap, but it feels like Chovy is just going to be in isolation versus the Yone getting an advantage. And, like, the Set on low economy just doesn't feel like that's going to be that good. So we'll have to watch level 1 and see if they can get a lane swap, because I feel it's pretty advantageous for Genji.
Has the potential to do what so many thought was unthinkable.
CLG in 2016, C9 in 2018, and Team Liquid.
But, like, when you look at Genji's composition, you know, we're trying to dive in here, right? We're trying to dive in. We're going in with Alistair. We're going in with Callista ults, Yone ults, you know, these ults. We're all diving in. Dude, you are playing into Skarner Maokai. That is hard. You're going to get double ulted, and you have this Ziggs kiting backwards. Also, who is supposed to kill Smolder? Who is supposed to CC this guy? He can E out of basically anything.
Comfort here
And kite you. Like, the kite is just so good from Genji's draft, and they have such good wave clear as well. You know, they've got, if there is ever pressure on their turret, which would be hard to do because this comp is shit at Siege. This comp, oops, it cannot Siege. They're basic, I mean, it's very low range. They have no wave clear. Genji has infinity wave clear. They can turtle until the end of time. Like, you can't dive a turret because of Maokai Skarner. They clear wave with Rumble ult. They clear wave with Ziggs ult. They clear wave with Smolder ult.
Be very useful against the Fiddlesticks.
Yep.
Inspired also with a Summoner's Spellbook, though. That's something.
Tricks is for key fights.
It is tough,
you need
man.
to maintain vision control.
Yes.
You have to be surprising your opponents. You will always be getting reacted to if you are, on vision, if you are on wards. So controlling space, controlling fog is massively important. And we'll see if they can do that against Genji, who is known as one of, if not the best.
Yuda Truth Monto Carlos. What a sentence.
Expert at stopping that sort of play.
Well, here we go. We're getting into it. The laning phase. Nice knockback. Exhaust already expended.
Yeah, Masu hit with that Summoner spell means FlyQuest will just accept that as a win. No lane swap, importantly, in this 5th and final game.
All right, Azael, I'm going to rely on your expertise here. Do you know much about the Set Rumble matchup top lane?
I mean, Set is just really difficult for a lot.
We are witnessing history. The most crucial moment in North American League of Legends history. Let's enjoy it so we can tell the tale to our grandchildren of how FlyQuest beat the tournament favorites in Gen G. Let's go! That was my bad Yamato impression.
And the passive autos do so much damage. It is very difficult to deal with him, in these early levels. I do think Rumble will struggle if you get in these committed trades. For Rumble, it's going to be about keeping distance, using the Electro Harpoon to slow him down when he pops the Q to walk forward, and just looking to scale, looking to not get caught into a full-on team fight.
Well, that wave is a bit of a horrible spot for Quads.
Yeah,
all the
rough.
minions are just at slightly awkward HP. He's going to lose a lot of farm there. This is kind of the idea behind.
Can I
the
explain
small
what happened to the
units
overlay?
stand up
It broke.
against
So
the
now we
Yone,
just don't get
and you can just
information,
kind of
guys,
bully him out of
because
the laning
Riot's
phase.
tech
At a
sucks
certain
and it just
point,
breaks. The
it will
overlay
be
just breaks all the
possible for Quad
time.
to win out on the 1v1 trades, but in this early phase, he's just going to have to accept the futility of the matchup.
Exactly, and remember, it's not just the last hits for the stacks. Every time Chovy hits Quad with that snot,
Inspired said they forgot about Smolder? What?
Those critical breakpoints for making sure the Smolder can become that.
I mean, even if they forgot about him, he was literally B1, B2, or R1, R2 in this draft. So they had 4 picks to adjust to the Smolder. They had 1 pick. They picked Yone. And then they had the rest of the draft to adjust.
He needs it to be.
And Chovy is just making their a nightmare for Quad. He is playing past the minions as far as he can up, without getting hit by the tower.
But also, like, that's been Genji's thing, giving up Yone and counterpicking with Smolder. That's been what they do.
When you back off and you're limited in where you can go, you're going to get hit by the W. It is very difficult for Quad in this position.
And I can even tell you how they do it. He plays Grasp, and he builds like a top lane Smolder. He gets Spear of Shojin. He gets an early Shojin, first item Shojin. That's what he does.
Because he needs to get as much farm as he possibly can. He's falling extremely behind, and it is only 3.5 minutes in. I mean, this is...
I mean, and Chovy will farm the shit out of you for stacks as well. He has 15 stacks.
Dominating a lane.
And this is what he needs to do. We've talked so much about how Chovy considered the best player to never win Worlds, considered potentially the best player in the world right now, but always coming up short in these big moments. He's got to step up now when it matters.
Look at the potential dive in top lane. That is a mega stacked wave, and Inspired has made his way back towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Whippo, though,
we actually did get standard lanes this game, though. I guess it's fine because you're playing into Alistar, and it's okay because you're going to be able to bully early with Ziggs.
Hard to die because of the Haymaker. You absorb all that damage, you put it right back around on them. And so they can't look for it. They only really could have gone for that play if Whippo overextended, and he didn't.
All right, Whippo happy to just fall back here as Keen gets the wave shoved in. Whippo is also down in farm.
FlyQuest is cooking. Best draft in Worlds.
About here.
Could have gone for that
Who's this? Who's this person?
play if Whippo
They
overextended, and he
definitely
didn't.
do not have the best draft in Worlds. Can we just stop putting pleb messages on the screen?
Whippo is also down in farm about the same amount as Quad. Of course, he will have more to collect up here as the wave crashes into the turret. Canyon
No
showing up
plebs.
down
No
here in front
pleb
of him towards the
messages.
Tri-brush, but does not make his presence known as Masu and Boost.
We've got an alert for that. This is for that guy. That was the pleb alert was for that guy.
That is breaking even with their counterparts on Gen G, but winning both solo lanes is a very good omen early here for the Korean team.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, Whippo not able to land the center of that haymaker. So you miss out on that true image, miss out on that bonus damage, and Keen is really making this difficult here for Whippo. Zed obviously does have a lot of health regen. You can be pretty durable, but when you get put that low, it's time to go back to base.
I mean, Keen finding advantages in the 1v1. I imagine the big advantage of Set is when you're looking into a Smolder and a Ziggs, they can be difficult to lock down. But when you've got a Maokai diving into you and a Skarner, they're great backline delivery tools.
Yeah.
So that's where Set thrives. And so if he is the person that Gen G becomes scared of, what does that draw your focus away from? Inspired in the jungle, who typically when you're coming into these team fights, so much of the conversation is care for the fiddle, get the exhaust ready for the fiddle, get ready to lock him down, CC him, whatever. But if you've got this Set just drawing all this attention, it can create a lot more chaos and panic that Gen G have to deal with.
And I mean, it's going to be, tough here for Whippo.
Canyon looking for the enemy top laner. Whippo using the showstopper to get back away. Remember, once he goes into that animation, you're not going to cancel it with CC. So nicely uses Canyon as an escape mechanism.
But even with that, he was losing minions during that time. Inspired was moving up towards top, and they will spot Canyon. He's trying to get behind Lehens.
Lehens should be able to retreat in time from this one. And I mean, just look at the farm. It continues to be massive for the Gen G solo laners. As Busio could be in a bit of a rough spot here, but Chovy has no way to lock him down. Gen G coming to challenge here for the first set of grubs. Inspired not level 6 on this fiddle.
All right, so what are we doing here?
Canyon. He's trying to get behind Lehens.
Lehens should be able to retreat.
Whippo's just walking around.
And I mean, just look at the farm. It continues to be massive for the Gen G
Whippo do
solo
be
lane.
walking. Remember, Pays has TP though. That's the thing is Pays actually has TP here.
Busio could be in a bit of a rough spot, but Chovy has no way to lock him
We do
down.
actually have to be
Gen G coming
careful
challenge
about
here
the
for
fact that
set
Pays has
of
TP.
grubs.
And we just have Inspired and Whippo up here in Narnia.
Inspired not
They're
level
just
6
in
on this
Narnia.
fiddlesticks. Whippo has already used his ultimate.
And
FlyQuest
they
don't want-
this is by the way, this is what should have happened in game number 1 of this series is we chunk them with Rumble ult and then we just take the objective. Very good job, Genji, you learned.
Yeah, I think Inspired was really hoping
Also Pays TP to top side just to provide cover. He's not level 6 yet, but he's there just in case.
Yeah, I think
A lot more chaos and
Where did
panic that
Whippo's
Gen G
ult
have to
go?
deal with.
and I mean it's going to be
Oh, he ulted away.
Canyon looking for the enemy top
So they
laner.
absolutely
Whippo,
could
you
not contest this,
massive for the
basically.
Gen G have flash.
well played there by Whippo, but it is Gen G with full control here. 800 gold ahead. All of these have to be picture perfect. Commits to a team fight. It's going to be all about having the.
Then we're
perfect
just gonna hide in
execution
hide in the
first
brushes
moments of
here.
that fight.
Yes.
Fiddlesticks ult, Yone ult, Set ult. All of these have to be picture perfect, or Gen G is going to disengage, and then they're going to kite you out, and they're going to burst you down.
Oh,
in
he
the long
used
run.
he used his
Alright, here we go
head
again.
smash or whatever it's
Lehens
called, his
and
stun,
Pays
so he's just dead.
versus Whippo using the haymaker early to try to nullify a lot of the upfront damage. Whippo exhausted now, flashing to try to get away. Canyon coming around from the side.
Goodbye.
expecting a nail here from the Skarner.
Oh my god, he missed everything. Never mind.
Beautiful footwork to get away from the 3v1.
Face breaker, that's
Genuinely
right.
thought Whippo was dead there. He didn't flash until the exhaust came through to create enough space between him and the bot lane of Gen G. But he's doing a good job of
Sad times
soaking
for
up
Canyon.
a lot of this pressure to provide space for FlyQuest on the bot side of the map.
Exactly, and look where that gold is going. It's going to Masu here, pushing in that wave, trying to farm these plates. Whippo really stepping up. They have pressured him hard. Gen G and a lot of their wins have been able to prey on Whippo in the side lanes. They've been able to put him really far down. And clearly,
Thing is,
they're
it's
seeing
still
that
good.
as the
It's still
recipe
good
to
play because Whippo
success.
just has
Whippo's
no.
not giving it to him this time.
I'm actually very
He just
surprised to
has
see
no
that he's
TP
caught up
right
in
now, so
farm
it's going to be
to
really hard
Keen.
for him to do anything.
I'm curious as to what Keen was doing in that window because I wasn't keeping track, but the fact that that gap is closed, Whipple was able to get a bunch of waves on top side, and I guess Keen was at risk of getting dived, so he must have been zoned a lot with that heavy investment from FlyQuest on the bot side of the map. Because I was getting worried for FlyQuest. The thing about their comp is it's exciting. It's cool to look at. The idea behind it is good, but they're
74 stacks at 8 minutes, guys. This smolder is going crazy fast.
And that's why
It is
very
going
quick to find
crazy
these advantages.
fast.
So finding that punish on the cross map to deny Keen that
Because
farm and
stacks are
experience
just going to accelerate, guys, when he hits the 125. Because it's easier for him to get stacks after that, after his like evolution. So
he is trying to look for some sort of a
he's
fight. We'll see if he
doing
can
really
find it during
well.
this window.
Canyon up top again.
He's also just bodying this Yone in lane, and Yone got a cull. Oh my god.
But it's not going to work. Busio is level 6 now. Unbreakable Will available on the Alistar. We're talking about wombo combos a lot for FlyQuest in this composition. Part of that includes Fate's Call from Masu, throw Busio in there, the Bowling Ball of Destruction, the original Callista buddy in the Alistar to try to, again, have
More
that
stacks.
massive AoE
He also
CC.
he obviously
Back on
also
Genji's
stacks
side,
grasp
they've still
super
got a
hard.
pretty even state in terms of gold. They're still stacking.
Look at
on
dude,
this
dear
smaller
god.
Quad. Again,
Just
gonna be
stack
safe,
City in
but
mid
under
lane.
pressure from Canyon.
And quietly, we have to note, Inspired is creating a pretty big farm advantage. It's been Canyon nonstop looking for these plays, but not really finding them.
He's
And
trading
Inspired
into
is
bone
just
plating.
farming away. Fiddlesticks can be such a threat in these team fights. You find that good ultimate, you can decide the whole game for yourself.
All right, the thing I'm still looking at, first 3 grubs did go the way of Genji. That was back when Inspired was still only
Generation
level 5.
gamer.
We'll see if FlyQuest can secure any kind of a neutral objective for themselves now, as the second set of grubs is not yet alive, but the Drake is still around, that first spawned Drake, and that's going to be Genji's property. Canyon will take it no contest.
Being able to secure those grubs would be a big deal for FlyQuest. I think that something worth noting is, as Zale has mentioned so many times this series, FlyQuest are willing to show
Really late first Drake. By the way, shout out to the absolute shit overlay that is showing us the Baron timer. Yep. That's very helpful in-game
if they feel
information.
they're not strong enough to fight, then they will just concede the objective. And to their credit, in the games that they've won, they've been more than happy to do that. They've fallen behind before, and they've leveraged their strong team fighting to claw their way back into games. So the fact that they find themselves at these deficits, sure, is a little bit concerning. It's understandable, but at the end of the day, they're playing for the fights. They're playing for the 5v5.
Grubs are up again, but no prio really from Genji.
When you consider that it wasn't that
Looks
long
like they're going to
ago
try and make a
that
bot
there was
play
this
again.
narrative about North American teams at Worlds that would do nothing and then just lose
They're
the game.
they're going to be
outplayed in
so
the
happy,
fight where you
Genji,
have
to
a
be in
shot
this
and then the
situation,
game
though.
would be
Like,
over.
it's just free
FlyQuest is
scaling for
changing that
Smolder this
narrative.
entire
FlyQuest is
game.
showing that, no, you
And they
can
don't have to
go
worry
toe-to-toe
about really
with
any
these teams in a
pressure.
5v5. If you draft
They got
correctly,
first
if you
Drake.
play
The first Drake is super
point
late.
position,
There's no
if you
soul. They
execute
have
on
3
the
grubs.
highest
They just
level,
don't have to
you
fight
can
right now.
take on Genji head-to-head and
They
beat
can
them.
just Genji can
Right
just
now,
totally
that
chill and
head-to-head
wave
is
clear
still
forever.
Very close. A few hundred gold favoring Genji overall. Still about a 10 CS lead here for Keen over Whippo. Still about plus 25 for Chovy in the mid lane. 125 CS here on this Smolder. Just a little bit over 11 minutes into the game. Stacking up a storm. We'll see hopefully so soon whenever
124 for Smolder at 11.5 minutes. Just Chovy things.
Here comes the fiddle.
Okay. Inspired
They don't
on the
have to
approach,
take
but
this.
he
They
is
can
gonna
literally
walk
just
over
take one and
Ward.
leave.
The Sapling's going to see him there as well.
They don't even
Back
take
up
one.
there,
They literally
Chovy
just
at one
they literally just walk it
already
off.
here.
Okay.
11 minutes in, that is a ridiculous
Looks
pace.
like
He's going
Callista
very
ult was
fast
used in the
at this
top
point.
side
He's just
alongside
gonna speed up
Busio's
and speed
Ignite
up.
just
I
to
mean,
push him
as
back.
much as any CDR, so to be at that point is very
Yeah, they
impressive.
could just
Like
leave.
so
I
overall
love
the
this
grubs
choice by
here.
Genji. Like
Genji
they've spent a
moving
lot
to
of this
pushing
series
back.
trying to overforce
Inspired
things.
working on all
And they're
of
just
them.
not
He
gonna
can
do it
use
right
that
now.
W to drain them all down. There
They
comes
tried.
Rob.
Tried to steal one, but it's all right.
FlyQuest look like they're just going to secure all 3 grubs. No Void Mites for either team in Game 5.
FlyQuest is grateful for the leash, 2 ultimates invested, and easy secure from FlyQuest. You can see the idea there from Genji, use those ultimates to try and steal, but great patience from FlyQuest to resist the urge to lower the HP enough to allow the steal.
Exactly, no panic there. And Quad, yes, he is behind, but the disadvantage has stabilized, and he got a call, and it's about to cash out, and that's going to eliminate actually a lot of this gold disparity in the mid lane. So,
Yeah.
you know, Quad hanging on, you're laning against Chovy, it's range versus melee. Of course, Chovy is going to be very far ahead, and now with that call cashing out, he is dead even. He is down less than 20 gold behind Chovy, so the mid lane lead is nothing.
Which is crazy, considering he's, what, 30, 25 CS down.
Goal's not bad.
Yeah.
Works out, works out. The gold itself for the entire game is now also back to dead even between the sides. We've talked a little bit about it.
It doesn't matter. This is such a good game state for Genji. Gold being even is very advantageous for them.
But it hasn't resulted in anything.
I really want to
for
know how many
Genji.
stacks
We are
Chovy has at the
13
moment.
Minutes into the game, gentlemen. 45 seconds left on the clock till plates fall. No kills.
And this is the game 5 we wanted. No early snowball from either side. It's going to come down to the 5v5s that we wanted to see.
This is the game we wanted. No early snowball from either side. Just Genji acquiring a massive lead based off of composition. Okay.
Into
Okay.
FlyQuest's meta. A meta where they have been experimenting, exploring, and deciding for themselves what they think the strongest champions are on the patch.
And I truly believe this series, this game, could be something that completely changes how people perceive draft, how people perceive champion strength, and how people perceive the meta going forward in League of Legends. If FlyQuest is able to take down Genji, utilizing champions that no one else is playing, doesn't that just mean that people are not evaluating champion strength correctly?
Oh yeah, I completely agree.
But it does come down to winning. If
It
you get
does.
close, that doesn't get you semifinals.
People can wipe it away, say it's a fluke, it's a couple games, but you couldn't seal the deal.
The narrative shifts so dramatically right around the win versus the loss.
It
'Cause at the
does.
end of the day, people remember the results,
Yes.
not the nuances behind them. And North America don't want to be in a situation where they were close. They want to be in a situation where they can hold their hands up. I mean, they should be proud of this performance regardless. But to get a win would be, I mean, as many have already
Historic.
said, one of the most historic, if not the most historic upsets in world history.
We brought it up in game 1, but to remind everybody, or to let you know if you weren't there for it, it was all the way back in 2020, the last time that a North American or European, a Western team at all, took a single game off of a Korean team in a best-of-5. It was all the way back
We're at the point in NA desperation where we now have to say that even taking a single game is a victory.
In a best-of-5 series. That is
We're NA are such losers
ago.
that we're just reminding everybody of how big of a loser they are.
Of that international ignominy and put themselves in a spot where they can make other teams respect their presence here at this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, it's absolutely incredible, you know, for the journey of these players, and not just the North American players, the European players and Quad, who retired after, you know, a disappointing performance in the LCK where he couldn't even come close to touching the likes of Chovy. Now here in North America has been really showing up.
Like, remember that this is the first seed from NA and the second seed from Korea. Okay? In any sane world, this would be a FlyQuest favorite series. This is the series we should be seeing. The fact that this is an insane anomaly is not saying good things about NA.
Looks like Genji is not interested in contesting this Drake. FlyQuest gonna take that one.
0 stacks on the hard steal so far from Canyon. He is, of course, only recently bought it, but Genji are conceding these objectives. The gold is swinging into FlyQuest's favor. Blade of the Ruin King, double on the side of Quad and Masu. These are big spikes for both these champions, and now the side lane becomes a lot scarier for Chovy.
And it is going to be a Chemetech Soul here on the table. Not one that, you know, people are really prioritizing very highly whatsoever.
But in team fights,
it can be valuable.
I think we've seen the difference before, right?
I agree.
It's I want to say that it was FlyQuest in their series versus HLE where they had the soul, and then it was thanks to those additional resources that helped keep football alive so many times. But point is that 1-to-1 in Dragons right now.
Yeah.
No first blood. We have to be approaching. No one's pinged me in my ear yet, but we have to be approaching the longest first blood of worlds.
I think it already is, because I remember in an earlier game it being about 13 minutes in when we were called for the longest first blood at Worlds.
Well, they want Quad. It's going to be TPs coming in from both sides. Fate Sealed arrives, but he buffers back through the Impale with a soul unbound. Mom roars in. Quad is low, but he ain't dead yet. Keen's in trouble, but he turns. TPs coming in from both sides.
All right, what are we doing here? We're trying to counteract the dive that we know is going to be coming in. Chovy has 190 stacks at 16 minutes. Holy shit.
Well, they want Quad.
Okay, so we're double TPing in. We get the smolder down. Quad actually just pops back so he doesn't get hit by the ult. Got a bad ult there by Canyon. Keen comes in and he gets ulted by Set under the turret, but he still has flash, and then Quad goes in and dies.
TPs coming in from both sides. Fate Sealed arrives, but he buffers back through the Impale with a soul unbound. Mom roars in. Quad is
Keen gets a good ult there. Busio flashes in, but right here Busio flashes in, but Keen flashes the pulve. And Quad tries to dash in and then just gets cooked.
First blood over to Jovi, and Gen G get their moment.
An intense play that's not over yet.
It's a good flash by Keen, though.
Get a little bit more Busio. Oh, he's so very close
202
to
stacks
death.
at 17 minutes. He is definitely hitting 225 at 18, guys. This is terrifying, by the way. Now you just gave him a kill as well. This Smolder is unkillable. This is the freest Smolder stacking of Worlds so far. It has been absolutely free. Completely free 225
I want to
stacks.
see it one more time. I mean, he used the E to immune the Skarner ult. He nails the ulti in onto Chovy. Snap
Completely free. Free as a bird, these Smolder stacks.
I'm not sure if it was a failed combo or if he did get disengaged.
Are we gonna
going
spin
on
this game,
in that
casters,
little
as if
moment.
this is a close game? We're gonna be like, the gold is even, the gold is even. And not that there was a completely free Smolder laning phase.
Game number 5, slow and steady. Both teams all too aware of everything on the line in this one. Chovy continuing to stack up down here in the bottom lane as Inspired will move up and look to secure the Rift Herald for FlyQuest.
I think that, oh, Whippo needs to be careful. Doesn't have the ulti
Bwipo really wants him to have some more Smolder stacks, guys.
available.
He's like, I don't know if you have enough Smolder stacks yet. I don't see that 225. Here's some more Smolder stacks for you.
So as this objective is going down, we'll do a very quick stack check. 212. 18 and a half minutes into the game.
Back in the mid lane, no! Masu caught out of position, pays, and Lahens.
Stack check. 212.
Lahens just flashes on him. Flashes on him, walks behind him, cues him, ults him.
Back in the mid lane, no! Masu caught out of position,
I think he ulted first. I think what happened was he ulted from brush, then he flash W'd him to make sure the ult landed, and then he walked back and queued him this way.
And Lahens getting the kill in the FlyQuest carry.
That was the missing flash. Lahens forced his, his cleanse. He forced his cleanse down in that bot side around that skirmish. This time, uses the flash, flashes forward, catches him out with no cleanse. There was no shot for Masu to get out of there.
And that's 2 quick towers secured for Gen G. Bottom mid going their way. They forced Whippo back. And Chovy, I mean, I think one more minion.
Yep, he gets the 225 off that wave. 18 minutes, 19 minutes.
Very quickly finding an advantage here as we enter the mid game.
Yeah, but still, the game is very close. It's not even 1,000 gold between them. It's just 900 and change there. Gen G do open up the first real lead of the
But why
game.
does he need to be there? Remember how I said
within distance here to make their mark on this, and we're gonna have to find out. Will it be a fight around
remember
this next round?
remember
It's
how
gonna be
I
spawning
said
in
that
120
they
to
just
fair
don't
enough.
have wave clear?
As we enter the mid game.
Yeah, but still.
Like, the thing is that the
Back in the mid lane. Gen G have to back
the
up.
Callista is
So as this
here
objective is going
because
down,
the
we'll do a
Ziggs
very
is
quick
threatening the
stack
mid
check.
lane tower.
212.
And they think they have priority, right? They think they have prio because Fiddlesticks is at Herald, but this guy literally just gets flash W'd on
Minutes into
and then gets hit by Malkyle. It's a good play by Lahens.
Position pays, and Lahens getting the kill in the FlyQuest carry.
That was the missing flash. Lahens forced his, his cleanse. He forced his cleanse down in that bot side around that skirmish. This time, uses the flash, flashes forward, catches him out with no cleanse. There was no shot for Masu to get
time. They need that setup to find the good fight.
This game
Remember,
is
that
over.
siege, it's really hard to
FlyQuest
siege
doing
into
nothing all early
Smolder
game
and the
really
Ziggs.
hurt them.
These champions can stall for days. So finding good fights, securing objectives are going to be crucial to find an advantage in this game.
And I feel like this Smolder is just working out so well for Chovy so far. The game being so low octane, just giving him all that room to farm. You're talking about a player who is known so well for farming that if you have Chovy farm,
what's this
it means
Fondle
you're farming
Stooks gonna
way more
do?
than you ever should.
Do
He's
something.
already at
Do
that final
something.
stack mark before 20 minutes into the game. He's already
20
on
minutes, no
plus
ult.
Muramana.
Oh, and he's
This guy
had
is set up to
Spellbook.
be the
Oh, he finally
carry.
got Smite back, guys. He finally got Smite back. He
Whoever
ignit.
should. He's
He got
already at that
Chovy.
final stack
He got
mark
him.
before 20 minutes into the game. He's already
got him.
on Trinity Force plus Muramana. This guy
We did it. We feared him.
But inspired with the ult to get to the wall, immediately into the showstopper coming out from Whipple.
They used everything, though. They used absolutely everything for that.
Chovy is down. Quad goes with the fade seal, looking for Canyon now as well, but he's going to have to snap back here in just a moment.
No TP. It's a good bait. It's a good bait, but what objectives you get? Okay, so we killed Chovy, but he didn't flash. They didn't use any sums, and we used everything.
As much as you like, FlyQuest will take the kill on him anyway.
We used everything, but there's no.
For the next dragon as well.
Oh, there was a dragon to be taken. Okay, never mind. Just kidding.
We'll see if he wants to do anything on the map with this TP, because for now, it's Gen G heading out towards top lane, looking to take some more gold as the response.
The biggest downside is that the kill went onto Busio. 500 gold into the Alistar.
Yes.
Not optimal,
Alistar,
but you'll still
gold.
take the kill.
Plus, we got cross-mapped.
I'm surprised FlyQuest chose not to go for the Drake, but ultimately it just ends up.
I mean, they can't go. Here's the reason why they can't go for the Drake, guys. They have no ults. Okay, they have no ults. Keen's TP is coming off cooldown, right?
Looking to set up for this tower on bot,
and Chovy's going to revive with TP.
The rewards do grow, but
I don't even think that, like, honestly, Gen G might be able to just 4v5 this when they have no ults up. I think that's completely reasonable.
The biggest downside is that the kill went onto Busio. 500 gold into the Alistar, not optimal, but you'll still take the kill. Bot lane tower secured.
We'll talk about it after we do the replay.
So, Inspired, sitting in the brush, managed to make his way in here. Look at how long this little dragon is terrified for. He then gets CC'd by Bwipo into the follow-up from
Actually, it lives for a surprisingly long time, though.
Pick.
Nicely done there from FlyQuest. The thing I wanted to point out, the 500 gold that you're talking about the Busio got did allow him to complete his first item. He has the Abyssal Mask on the Alistar because you're up against both a Rumble and a Ziggs, and this is going to amplify the damage of the Fiddlesticks in the middle of the fight.
Absolutely, and even the Smolder does some magic damage in there, plus there's the Maokai, so I do think it's actually a pretty effective buy. The question is it better than something like a...
Okay, we're 2-manning. This is actually a good call. It's a good call from FlyQuest because you can 2-man this with Fiddle Callista.
Guys, we have FlyQuest
this is good.
Going for a Baron sneak. Gen
this is
G
good.
Are none the wiser.
So they have to be suspicious, right? Pays.
No, but look, they shot off the Scryer's Bloom. Okay, finally, Pay's going to throw the Mega Inferno.
Keen is going to drop ult.
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's going to come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. Keen's looking to take Inspired out of the picture now, too.
Okay, Chovy kills everybody.
Inspired also drops. 2 for 1.
Oh, the cone? The blast cone?
Now the teleport's going to come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. Keen's looking to take
what happened with that blast cone?
But Keen's going to die. Inspired also drops.
What? He kills himself.
FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's going to come out.
Masu killed the blast cone.
King's looking to throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in there.
Can he finish?
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's going to come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. King's looking to take Inspired out of the picture now too. But King's going to die.
Watch.
Inspired also drops.
Oh my God.
Gen G. FlyQuest went for the crazy play. And Gen G are ready to punish. A double kill for
I like the idea.
None the wiser.
So they have to be suspicious.
No, it was quad. It looked like he was autoing it.
Okay, finally, Pay's going to throw the Baron sneak. Gen G are none the wiser.
So they have to be suspicious, right? Pays.
No, but look,
dude, the Chemtech map betrays them. Look, you have the bloom on it. I mean, they would have seen it anyway with the ult. But it helps that they had a really long view on them.
FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's going to come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. King's looking to take Inspired.
FlyQuest knew that this was just over. Like, basically, they hadn't done anything, and Chovy is enormous right now. And so I think they felt like they had to take the risk. And no, it's Masu who autos that. Like, you can see Masu's auto right there.
Also drops. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's going to come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. King's
that you only meant well, cause you did.
Keen's gonna die. Inspired also drops. 2 for 1 for Gen G.
What you say?
With the crazy play. And Gen G decided this. What you say? A double kill for Jovi.
Tragic.
Everything falls apart for FlyQuest. The idea is so good. What Gen G is setting up for the Dragon, they can steal away the Baron, they have the damage, but they get spotted out. Pays reads the play, and the response from Gen G was way too fast.
I really wonder if the vision plan on top side actually kind of tipped them off. You know, I know that they realized then people are up on the top side. I think the idea from FlyQuest is you hit the vision plant and they say, oh, they must just be clearing out the wards. They're checking if it's there. But I do feel like immediately once that went off on the minimap, Gen G started moving up towards the top side. And I think that might be the
Well, they sniffed this out. They were also already ulting.
They get put so low by
with
this
Ziggs.
Ziggs ult. They're tanking the Baron. Keen gets the equalizer, and he just goes straight in on him with the blast cone.
That control ward as well to allow for the TP. So much damage done by Keen.
By this Ziggs.
By the way, shout out to Keen. Look at this fucking play, dude. He pink wards in, gets vision, provides the TP target, does a gazillion damage to them, flashes forward, forces inspired Zhonya's.
And then he ends up dropping, and then remember the stacks. Oh, the blast cone gets hit as well, knocking Masu back.
And I like at the end, Busio just dies inside. He dies inside Masu, and he's like, okay, I'm just leaving.
Allowing Chovy to get a double.
Ah!
That blast cone was massive. I don't think they were expecting Masu to flash over the wall and be in that spot. So I think it was Quad that hit it, trying to blast himself into a better spot to make a play. And instead, Masu goes back into the river, and now Gen G with a 4,000 gold lead. It's 23 minutes into the game, and they're bulldozing their way to the FlyQuest Nexus. The bottom lane inhibitor turret falls. Bottom lane inhibitor next on the menu. Whippo trading back a tier 2 turret up in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, the wave clear for FlyQuest is really, really weak here. You've got Kalista, you've got Yone and Set. These champions cannot deal with the Baron Siege, and that's why they've made the choice to just try to play.
Yeah, this is the low range, no wave clear composition. So now it's nightmare time, where the excellent siege and turret killing capabilities of Gen G are empowered by the Baron. I really just think FlyQuest was desperate because this game was out of control. I think that's the narrative that we're not actually getting in this game. Was this game was doomed at this point in time because of how well Chovy was doing and the scaling, and so like they had to do Baron. And look, you can do sneaky Barons. Like I like the Kalista, you know, Fiddlesticks 2-man Baron attempt.
They find the pick onto Keen with 2 ultimates.
I mean, it's a good pick for FlyQuest. These are the type of plays they need to be finding. They can't afford to give up just yet. They're still.
But I honestly think I want to go back and look at this again. Because they pull, what's interesting here is they pull off the dragon.
Did allow him to complete his first item. He has the Abyssal Mask on the Alistar, because you're up against both a Rumble and a Ziggs, and this is going to amplify the damage of the Fiddlesticks in the middle of the fight.
Absolutely.
Like Quad and Busio show here.
Does some magic damage in there, plus there's the Maokai, so I do think it's actually a pretty effective buy. The question is it
so they're playing really cautiously, and they don't really have any information.
We have FlyQuest going for a Baron sneak.
I think Whippo doubling back is a mistake there.
Suspicious, right? Pays.
No, but look, they shot off the Scryer's Bloom. Okay, finally,
I think the real tell was Whippo leaving.
Got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane hail.
Better than something like a Locket.
Hang on.
Guys, we have FlyQuest going for a Baron sneak. Gen G are none the wiser.
I think if Whippo stays showing top, maybe they don't sniff this out.
Bloom. Okay, finally, Pay's gonna throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in there.
Can they finish?
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit.
Whippo also just doesn't do anything.
Whippo is already dead. Keen's looking to take Inspired out of the picture now too, but Keen's gonna die. Inspired also drops.
Whippo attacked the plant and they saw it on the minimap. That's not really a tell though, because Whippo going back here, it's not that he hits the plant. Like, if he's, like, checking Baron for vision, because he could have just been clearing wards, right? It doesn't mean they're doing Baron if you hit that plant. It's more the fact that he went back that's suspicious.
they shot off the Scryer's Bloom. Okay, finally, Pay's gonna throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in there.
Can he finish?
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's gonna come out from Chovy. Whippo is already dead. Kane's looking to take
hitting the
Inspired
blast
in
plant
picture
wouldn't
now
have
too,
saved it because
but
Keen
Keen's
had
gonna
flash.
die.
He would have just
Inspired
flashed into the pit.
drops. 2 for 1. Faber and Gen G. FlyQuest went for the crazy play, and Gen G are ready to punish. A double kill for Chovy. Church is in session.
Everything falls apart for FlyQuest. The idea is so good. What Genji is setting up for the Dragon, they can steal away the Baron, they have the damage, but they get spotted out. Pays reads the play, and the result.
Inspired Inferno Bomb in there.
Can he finish?
Like, they do need to back off, though. I think the problem is that they greed for this play, and they can burst this at about probably 2.5, 3K with Callista, so they feel like they're really close, which is why they don't back off. But they never actually get it close enough.
Keen's looking to take Inspired out of the picture now too, but Keen's gonna die. Inspired also drops. 2 for 1. Faber and Gen G. FlyQuest went for the crazy play.
And also, I think the question is, what if they back off here, right? They can't. The other problem is they don't have TP on Quad, so Quad just can't get to the fight. Quad just cannot get to this fight. And the TP advantage is for Chovy. But it's like, they probably feel like if they back off of this, you know, if they back off of this, then Gen G is just going to have, like, they're going to go get Drake. Maybe they go for a Baron attempt of their own.
Are none the wiser.
So they have to be suspicious, right? Pays.
No, but look, they shot off the Scryer's Bloom. Okay, finally, Pay's gonna throw the Mega Inferno Bomb in there.
Can he finish?
They've got the Baron down to about 5,000. FlyQuest going from an insane Hail Mary right now. King going into the pit as now the teleport's gonna come out.
Like, and honestly, if FlyQuest get this Baron, I still think they lose this game.
But Keen's gonna die. Inspired also drops.
Because the question becomes, what could you actually do with the Baron? Again, the wave clear is so good on Genji's part. How much of advantage do they actually get with Baron? This siege is really bad. Like, maybe you can split push a little bit with the Yone and get something done, but even then, all it takes is like a Ziggs or a Ziggs, a Rumble, or a Smolder ult to clear out the wave. So I honestly just don't even think they do anything with Baron.
And Gen G are ready to punish. A double kill for Chovy.
Probably could dive side lanes. Can they? Because Gen G will just like use ults to clear the wave and then just walk away. Like, they're not going to be defending the turrets under turret. That's the problem.
But they get spotted out. Pays reads the play, and the response from Gen G was way too fast.
I really wonder if the vision plan on top side actually kind of tipped them off. You know, I know that they realize then people are up on the top side. I think the idea from FlyQuest is you hit the vision plant and they say, oh, they must just be clearing out the wards. They're checking if it's there. But I do feel like immediately once that went off on the minimap, Gen G started moving up towards the top side. And I think that might be the deciding play here of this 5th game. They get put so low by this Ziggs ult. They're tanking the Baron. King gets the equalizer, and he just goes straight in on him with the blast cone.
That control ward as well to allow for the TP. So much damage done by Keen alone. He forces the stopwatch out from Inspired, and then he ends up dropping. And then remember the stacks. Oh, the blast cone gets hit as well, knocking Masu back in.
The betrayal of the cone.
Chovy to get a double.
That blast cone was massive. I don't think they were expecting Masu to flash over the wall and be in that spot. So I think it was Quad that hit it, trying to blast himself into a better spot to make a play. And instead, Masu goes back into the wall and be in that spot. So I think it was Quad that hit it, trying to blast himself into a better spot to make a...
This is also how I react to that, guys.
play, and instead Masu goes back into the river, and now Gen G with a 4,000 gold lead. It's 23 minutes into the game, and they're bulldozing their way to the FlyQuest Nexus. The bottom lane inhibitor turret falls. Bottom lane inhibitor next on the menu. Whippo trading back a tier 2 turret up in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, the wave clear for FlyQuest is really, really weak here. You've got Callista, you've got Yone and Set. these champions cannot deal with the Baron Siege, and that's why they made the choice to just try to play through sides, try to get gold back elsewhere. For now, they are down just above 3,000 gold. It is still within striking distance, but the problem becomes Gen.G have full control of the map. Gen.G still have the Baron. And
Get your thoughts on T1 versus Gen.G. Did Gen.G reveal anything in this series picks-wise? I don't think so, because I don't think they play that Kassadin. Like, we knew about the Smolder. I don't think they play the Kassadin unless it's like AP mid plus Nunu. We know they play Nidalee. We know they play Ziggs. Maokai support is a little bit weird for them, I guess, but it's not that weird in general.
They can't afford to give up just yet. They're still too close to that spot in semifinals to reign in the towel. 3K now the goal difference. Still 3 minutes away from these objectives. Quad getting that kill is also very valuable, as this Yasuo can be a turning point in the game.
Yeah, Yone definitely very strong in these
sorry,
later
Yone,
stages.
my apologies.
Chovy, though,
Same family, you're good.
has the QSS now, gets that much harder. He's approaching that rapid fire cannon as well. As Canyon will
Who's
live
T1's
this, but
current
that is
coach,
the
Koma
being
and
procced,
Tom?
now FlyQuest
I'm sure they have different picks. It's really hard to evaluate T1 just because top esports like lost to themselves. And like T1 played super well, but there was basically no resistance, and it was like a bunch of unforced errors by top. So Gen.G definitely didn't play well in this series, but I expect them to play better in the future. Maybe this was a condition of... Also, it has to be said about Gen.G, they have been very cocky at times. You know, a lot of their losses, they come in as heavy favorites, and they just, like, troll. Think about Esports World Cup. Think about their loss. Probably a lot of this was underestimating FlyQuest, which would explain kind of their overextensions and like trying to make these hero plays that were just stupid.
Looked good, but the play just didn't come to fruition, and Gen.G back in the driver's seat.
They just didn't have the damage to make it happen. There's no ult inspired, and Masu wasn't even there, so they can't finish off these kills. And now Masu gonna get caught out. He's
will not.
What was Vedia saying about the turning point of this game?
Chovy, though,
Same family, you're good.
has the QSS.
In semifinals to reign in the towel.
I mean, the turning point of this game was giving Chovy Smolder a completely 1000% ultra-free lane.
Also very valuable, as this Yasuo can be a turning point in the game.
Yeah, Yone definitely very strong in these
sorry,
later
Yone,
stages.
my apologies.
Chovy, though,
Same family, you're good.
has the QSS now, gets that much harder. He's approaching that rapid fire cannon as well. As Canyon will live this, but that is the Sterix being procced.
Yone got a kill and they said it's a turning point. Yes, the point is being turned, guys. Ignore the fact that there is literally no way for them to get a turret with their composition. Ignore the fact that there are no objectives on the map, and pretend it matters.
They can't afford to give up just yet. They're still too close to that spot in semifinals to reign in the towel. 3K now the goal difference. Still 3 minutes away from these objectives. Quad getting that kill is also very valuable, as this Yasuo can be a turning point in the game.
Yeah, Yone definitely very strong.
Okay, well, I'll just wait for him to kill the Giga Stack Smolder.
Chovy, though,
Same family, you're good.
has the QSS now, gets that much harder. He's approaching that rapid fire cannon as well. As Canyon will live this, but that is the Sterix.
He gave Canyon a heart steel stack.
A little bit here.
Yeah, Busio flashing over the wall, trying to make the play on Canyon, but he wasn't fast enough to get the headbutt the other way. Lahen's coming in, trying to help him, but Jovi's ready. Mom's already been summoned. Canyon's low, but he ain't gonna be killed.
The point is being turned. The point is being turned.
FlyQuest again overextending, looking for their way into the back line, but a double kill of it to Jovi. Bwipo's gonna die next. Gen.G are slaughtering them. A triple for the mid laner. Jovi will not be
Smolder.
FlyQuest try to go for another pick. They think that they've caught Canyon out of position, but he uses his ultimate to pull
Smart said in an interview they fly
right
basically
into the
forgot
waiting
Smolder
arms of
existed.
Chovy.
That's so crazy.
Finish off these kills, and now Masu gonna get caught out. He's gonna go
Chovy
down
didn't
as
even
well.
do his Shojin build this time, guys. That's how confident he is.
Here for Callista. They'll give the kill over to Keen this time, and Gen.G over the course of 5 minutes have taken a dead even game and shoved it straight through the heart of FlyQuest.
A crushing situation for FlyQuest to find themselves in. Chovy's gonna TP in, Busio.
He just flashes immediately so he doesn't get W'd in the turret.
No respect needed, no respect given. Gen G looking to put pressure on the tier 3 turret on the top side and mid lane at the same time.
They did get flash off Chovy though, so he TP's in, he loses
Yeah,
his
very
flash,
close
so that could
game.
be a small way in for FlyQuest. Let's see if they can find it.
FlyQuest are going to have to find something big because Gen G
I think
just
has
keep
Inspired
the
ulted more than one
pressure
time this
on.
game.
Mid lane tier 3 is already out, and now
I
the
only saw
inhibitor
the
could
ult
be
where they
next,
killed
but
Chovy.
Gen G respecting what might happen
In
with
the bot lane.
Fiddlesticks, backing themselves away. They throw the equalizer in a spot where even if they did get jumped on, it would be so hard for FlyQuest to follow up. Super minions continuing to pour in the bottom lane.
Exactly, it's just getting harder and harder here for FlyQuest. They lost that bot lane inhibitor. Has been a thorn in their side ever since. You're down
They killed
more
Keen
than
Top. Did he ult for the
6,000
kill in
gold
Keen
here.
Top with the
Chovy
Yone?
did lose his flash, but still has the QSS. Has
Oh
those
yeah,
randoms,
okay,
has an
the
immense
ult
amount
on
of
top
stack
as well.
now.
So he's using Fiddlesticks
315
ults to
on
make
the
picks.
Smolder.
That's
It's just
definitely
gonna
how
get
we want to
harder
use
and
it.
harder, it feels like, for FlyQuest, and when you lose full control of the map, it's so tough for Fiddlesticks to really find any angles, to really find any surprising ways to start a fight.
We talked about how that setup for FlyQuest is so... Sit here and say that like FlyQuest have potential angles back into the game. How that Baron really was
The cope is
the
insane.
crux, the turning point. And as much as we'd love to sit here and say that like FlyQuest have potential angles back into the game, the problem is you go to the bottom of your scoreboard and you see Chovy, 300 CS, 6 one-on-one scoreline with 3 items completed and a QSS to mitigate the fear from Inspired.
And when people want
I
to
like
talk
it.
about Chovy
No
as
hope.
one of the best, if not the best players in the world, you have to step up in these big moments. He has been able to do just that for Gen G in this 5th game. Got a big lane advantage, has been pulling that through into the team fights. Busio, though, looking for a potential long flank here. FlyQuest needs to get creative, and they need to be able to find a way in.
Gen G, they broke open the game with the Baron, with the punish on FlyQuest's sneak, and now with the Baron alive again, they are in total control. Inspired and Masu in a very compromised position. Busio coming around to try to help them. Inspired has Ghost on his Summoner Spellbook to try to join up. Busio now looking to reinforce the lines as well, but it looks like it's going to be so hard for Whipple to make his way into the fight as they have to try to save Busio now. Masu barely hanging on. Inspired back over the wall here with a Crow Storm, but it ain't going to be enough just yet.
Chovy just completely untargeted this whole fight.
Redemption for the heel.
Here we go. He's Chovying. It's Chover, boys. It's Chover.
To get away from Lahens and Pays. A double kill for Keen. FlyQuest is aced.
All 5 members of FlyQuest drop, and Gen G will crush the hopes of North America.
Gen G was pushed to the limit to win.
All right, where's this Inspired interview, guys? Where's this Inspired interview? Where's this Inspired interview? We gotta find it. Who'd they interview after the game here?
Start a fight.
I think that's beautiful, but like, oh my god.
Deuxième de finaliste. Quelle série incroyable ici. Messieurs, dames, du bruit.
What an incredible series.
Genji, vos deuxième de finaliste.
Genji are the second semi-finalist.
Canyon, thank you so much for joining me. Jason, thank you so much for being with me as well. Je pense qu'une première question qui s'impose ici, c'est comment on se sent après 5 games comme ça, après avoir été poussé dans ces retranchements par l'Amérique du Nord. Canyon, what are your first thoughts about this series after being led to Game 5 by FlyQuest? How do you feel right now?
정말 5세트까지 가는 접전이었는데요. 지금 드는 생각이 궁금합니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 지금 드는 소감은 정말 다행이다라는 생각과 그래도 이겼으면 됐지라는 생각이 제일 강합니다.
Right now, I am so relieved, and a win is a win, so I'll take that.
Une victoire est une victoire, on la prend, et c'est surtout du soulagement ici pour Canyon. Un soulagement qu'on n'aurait peut-être pas attendu, étant donné que Gen G sont forcément une des équipes favorites. Et ce qui caractérise Gen G généralement, c'est le contrôle, maintenir le rythme. Ça, c'est vraiment pas ce qu'ils ont réussi à faire durant cette série. Donc, qu'est-ce qui a été compliqué ici? I think when you think about Gen G and your
언제나 템포를
무조건을 내.
C'était vraiment
Feeling a little nervous after that, and then from the get-go in game number 1, I realized their prep was so on point. I think that maybe could have gotten into our minds. So we were feeling a little nervous after that, and then we started making a lot of early game mistakes, and we were not having prio. So I think that was the biggest kind of hurdle here.
la
Yeah, I did make a
préparation
lot of
de FlyQuest
mistakes, that's
était
true.
vraiment au point ici. Et après les innover dans la méta, et j'ai l'impression que pendant ces Worlds, on peut jouer à peu près n'importe quoi, et c'est surtout ça qui est important, et c'est surtout ça qui peut faire la différence dans une préparation. On va voir ce qu'il en pense. I think that something that's
I'm gonna ask him what he
typical
thinks,
of
is
the
what she
meta
said
right
at the
now
end.
At Worlds is that you can pretty much play anything, and I think about Fiddlesticks, for instance, that Inspired was playing in the last game. What is your take on the meta right now, and how flexible you can be, and how many opportunities it can open for you guys to draft?
이번 월즈 메타는
She's talking, my
굉장히
French is pretty good,
유용하다고
but she's talking really
생각하거든요.
fast, and
굉장히
she's
많은
also
픽들이
using
언제나 등장할 수
gaming
있는
terms,
그런
so it's hard
상황이고
for me to
오늘
understand what she's saying all the time.
저희 메타가
up actually in the kitchen.
Her
so
her enunciation
I
is
think
very
in the
good
next
though.
match we'll be able to showcase what we were prepping because the meta allows us to do so.
Effectivement, la méta permet beaucoup de choses ici, et
So effectively the meta allows for a lot of choices, is what she said.
apparemment, il se passe des choses dans la cuisine de Genji qu'ils ont préparées. On n'a pas pu les voir aujourd'hui, mais j'imagine que c'est quelque chose qu'on verra la semaine prochaine contre T1.
She's something about next week versus T1.
Genji contre T1, je ne saurais même pas dire combien de fois on a vu ce match-up, mais on sait généralement dans quel sens ça va. En tout cas, sur ces dernières itérations, on a vu que Faker hier était vraiment hype à l'idée, il voulait un banger.
I know she's French, but I'm just saying she speaks, her technical ability of speaking is very good. It's easy to understand her words because she's not slurring them together. She just has good diction in French.
또 한 번의 젠지 T1 젠지 매치업의 성사되었고 다가오는 4강전이 바로
I understand she's French, you
무대에서
fucking
젠지
idiots.
T1전을 치르실 예정인데요. 어제
That's not what I'm
인터뷰에서 선수는
saying.
또 한 번의 즐거운 경기, 좀 재밌는 경기를 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같다고 했는데 캐니언 선수는 다가오는 4강전 어떤 모습을 예상하고 있나요?
일단 어제 T1의 경기를 봤을 때 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그래서 저희가 좀 더 발전하지 않으면 좀 엄청 힘든 경기가 될 것 같고, 뭐 그래도 저는 T1이랑玩할 때마다 확실히 엄청 재밌고 이제 뒤죽 박죽한 경기를 많이 했던 걸로 생각해서 이번 경기도 확실히 엄청 재밌을 것 같아요.
I also watched T1 perform yesterday. They were doing such a great job, and I kind of realized unless we up our game next week, I think it could.
Where's this inspired interview? Give it to me.
Because Faker is like the series, and it will be Keen in the top lane with this. I think so, right? That's what we agreed on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at me. I was like, did we change?
Lanes are through those.
How many times? Great moment. You could even pull out.
Just kind of hitting all your meta staples in that top side as well. I hope
here it
this
is.
series just makes every.
Sounds like a real.
Joining me after the series.
But we do have Inspired standing by for an interview with Lore to say goodbye.
Inspired, thank you so much for joining me after the series. Obviously, things are not easy, especially as you guys came so close. What does it come down to in moments like this, would you say?
I feel like Genji had really good adaptation. Like at the beginning, the first games, they were playing like playmaking champs like Ari, Silas, and we kind of like playing against that because we like to draft for scaling and like going for late game team fights with like Seraphine like we did and some other picks. And I think that's why we managed to win the games, because we just surprised them with the approach. And
also they entered the early games.
I think they just adapted well by picking scaling themselves, especially in game 5. Like we didn't really predict Smolder at all. Like honestly,
that's
when
ridiculous.
They gave us
By the way,
like we are not sure what they are preparing, but
that's ridiculous. They didn't prepare Smolder, guys.
Just picked Ziggs.
Let me show you. They didn't. This wasn't like, oh, look, a surprise Smolder. Okay. He actually has 4 Smolder games in summer. Right? He didn't have any in spring because he plays it into Yone, guys. This is just how he rolls. Right? This is just how he rolls. Smolder. defeat. This was the game he actually lost despite doing very well on, and this was Genji HLE. Smolder, Genji versus Weibo, right? This is in Swiss stage. Smolder here. He's been playing Smolder very consistently, right? And here's it from the summer playoffs. 2 games in the summer playoffs. He did it twice. Into Zeka's Yone, right? Game 1 into Zeka's Tristana. He opted into that matchup. And then into Xiaohu here. But this is known. And we've had a lot of Smolder versus Yone matchups in general.
Finals!
Oops.
Second phase to like stall the game, and they played very well. Like for the first 15 minutes, they didn't really give us any opportunities. They were just trying to wave clear and getting stacks with Smolder. And then they were stronger in team fights, so
Yeah.
I think the adaptation was really good by them.
You made them sweat. Or like I was with Canyon on stage just a few minutes ago. You made them sweat. He praised your preparation, the way you guys played in game. And I think of FlyQuest and MSI and how far you guys have grown as a group.
Chovy earlier at Worlds, guys, when people were complaining about him picking Smolder, earlier at Worlds, he was like, yeah, he basically said, I don't like playing Smolder, but I'm doing whatever gives my team the best chance of winning. That's what he said. That's what he said, I think, after this Weibo win. Chovy said that. So...
Almost taking down giants today.
I feel like just playing with more confidence is the difference. I feel like at the beginning, maybe we were a bit more nervous on stage and a bit scared of trying the stuff that we like. And right now we are kind of, we're more confident in the game. I think when we see the opportunity, we usually go for it and just don't hesitate when we see that there's an angle to be done.
It's still a very good glow up from
I would say experience is
FlyQuest,
the
though.
biggest difference comparing to the beginning of the year.
You know what I think is amazing is that you talk about playing without fear. Your preparation was amazing. You surprised them. And I do feel like in the best moments of the West, this is exactly what you guys needed to channel.
Here you
and
go, you guys.
Roll back at the beginning of Worlds where all
It was in an interview with the Gaff.
Swiss stage with coverage brought to you by Prize Picks. I'm joined
Hey,
right
I'm
now
really
by Chovy,
sorry.
Who was just
I'm going to have to put the Gaff on my stream, guys, but we got to hear Chovy say this.
who was just telling me how
I
tired he is.
apologize.
Chovy, how can I make this interview as easy for you? Do you think
였을 거고 제가 결국에는 양 시간일 거고
back and forth a ton? What was the secret sauce for Genji?
일단 초반에 저희 팀이 라인 수업으로 좀 이득을 봤던 걸로 생각을 하고 이제 그런 걸로 좀 계속 시간을 끄고 결국엔 스몰더니까 스몰더는 후반으로 갈수록 점점 더 빛을 발하는데 상대 입장에서 되게 아마 큰 부담이었을 거고 제가 결국에는 양 팀의 조합을 봤을 때 저희가 뭐 더 좋았는지는 알 수 없지만 그래도 플레이를 더 잘했기 때문에 이겼다고 생각을 합니다.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up the Smolder because it's very funny. My community, my North American audience on Discord saw you luck in Smolder and said, oh no, why does Chovy keep bringing Smolder mid? We don't want to have to play against this.
I mean, NA is the Smolder merchants. If anything, the NA team should have been like, fuck yeah,
So
Smolder.
what is it about
Yun should have been like pooping himself with joy.
뭐 사실 제가 스몰더를 그렇게 좋아한다기보다는 아무래도 프로 게이머로서 재미보다 승리를 추구하게 되고 효율을 더 중요시하게 되다 보니까 이기기 위해서 최선의 픽이었다고 생각을 하고 아직까지는 그래서 픽을 하게 되는 것 같습니다.
Okay, but
Like Smolder's existence has been like propping up NA teams.
I know that APA from Team Liquid also mentioned the fact that, well, it's hard to believe these days. I believe a lot after what I saw today, inspired.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you think for the future of the West? What are you guys going to carry that's going to help you get them next time? Because I feel like it was really, really close.
I think we showed that being creative is a very rewarding thing, and I think we just lacked a little bit. Like I think if we prepared something better, I think maybe we could have won the game. I think we won because we actually had really good preparation. I think they're the strongest team of the tournament. I think they're just not ready to what we prepared. So next time we're gonna have to have more surprises for them if we wanna beat them.
I cannot wait to see what future holds for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
From the bottom
Yeah,
of
me too.
the
I mean, I'm
West's
excited.
heart,
I'm excited
thank
for
you so much
FlyQuest
for
in the
the
future.
emotions
They
and
had a
everything
major
this
glow up this year, guys. Like they were good. They were good. All right. Thank you guys very much for watching. I'll be streaming probably some non-league stuff this week. We'll be back with semifinals, obviously. I'll do a cooking stream for sure later this week. I'll try and get out the recipe a couple days in advance if you guys want to cook along. Otherwise, we're probably back on some MechWarrior bullshit or maybe another game for a little bit. Do I think T1 will beat Genji? Guys, in 6 hours, there's going to be Power Spike. I'll be on it. Dom's going to be on it. Yamada's going to be on it. We're going to 4-man it. Okay? Win cooking stream probably Thursday evening NA time. All right? So I think we'll have an interesting conversation about it at that time. I will catch you guys later. And remember to follow the stream, subscribe on YouTube. If you missed this, if you came in late, it'll be on the live tab of my YouTube if you want to watch. Catch you guys later.